and welcome back to Reading Creepypasta. For our last episode of the year, the Happy Halloween episode. Today, right at this moment, because there will be different people at different portions of the video as per usual, but right at this moment I have Mason and June with me here in the realm of beyond, or whatever, I don't know. I kind of lost the plot halfway through my spooky monologue.
God damn it, June, where the fuck are we?
God damn it, June, where the fuck are we? You think Chris ever knows?
It's not my fault. You think it's my fault?
It's never my fault. I'm blameless in every scenario.
Might have been me.
You motherfucker.
I might have done it. I might have accidentally sent us to the fucking spirit realm or whatever.
God.
Anyway, anything we want to say before we get rolling?
Oh, really?
I'm so grateful that we're doing a good one today.
Yes, and that good one is our first story for tonight. Thank you for the segue, June. Our first story for tonight is Ted the Caver. Yes, one of the good ones, as they say.
Yes, I say here's hoping, I'm acting
like you don't like we're all entering a realm of mystery. Let's be honest. You and I know what's going on. Mason is in the dark, like he's in a cave.
Whoa. Mason,
Anyway.
don't forget, I'm with you in the dark.
I'd be terrified.
Divorce.
Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark.
I like how no one laughed at my subversion of the funny thing we had halfway through the season. That's sad. Okay. Anyway,
Really sad.
I said when you made the Deltarune reference, I just said our divorce. There we go. See, Mason didn't laugh both times, so now he has to start reading it.
Sure, I'll read.
Baddest.
There's punishment.
The 3rd of the
just to have to
23rd
read
of
words.
the 1st. Oh, this is American. Okay. 23rd of March, 2001.
No, actually, Mason, what
Due
you
to the
don't realise
overwhelming-
is this actually does take place in a fantasy universe where there are 30 months in the year, each of which are about 12 days long.
Dear God.
Yeah.
Due to the overwhelming number of requests I've received to tell about my discoveries and bizarre experiences in a cave not far from my home, I have created this webpage. I will outline the events that happened to me during the past few months, beginning with my journey into a familiar cave in December 2000 and ending, well, it actually hasn't ended yet. I'll use my caving journal as the text to tell about my recent experience. I will give them to you as I experienced them, in chronological order. Good. Thank you for telling your story in the right order. I've included photographs that were taken during my many trips into the cave. I've also created a few illustrations to help the reader get a better idea of what the things looked like in the cave. All the photos were taken by me, or one of the few people I went into the cave with. I want to point out a few things before I tell about the events. 1. Most of the pictures were taken with a Kodak disposable type camera. I took a better camera into the cave on 1 or 2 of the trips. Pictures on this site are all original photos and have not been messed with or enhanced, promise, other than when noted. As a rule, I get my pictures put onto disk at the time of developing so I don't have to scan them later. This ensures the best digital quality. 2. I will not reveal the names of the other people involved in this experience. If you know me well enough, you probably know them already. 3. I will not reveal the location of the cave to anyone for any reason. So please don't ask. I refuse to be held accountable for anyone's life but my own. I will refer to the cave as Mystery Cave. That is not its real name. If you think these events sound far-fetched, I agree. I would come to the same conclusion I had I not experienced them. I will try to finish the site as soon as possible. Check the date on the main page to see when I've made updates. To protect myself from people who might want to copy this site, I include the following. All text on this and the following pages are my own words in copyright 2001. Ted. I will divide the text into two colours for the sake of clarity. The plain text is taken directly from my caving journal. The italicised text is my comment as I reflect on the experience. I'll do my best to convey the thoughts and feelings I had during the entire event. I will not use the actual names of the other individuals involved. I will include the entire relevant text of my journal. Only small parts of the journal will I skip. This will only occur when the entry has nothing to do with the experience in the cave, such as eating dinner after a trip, getting fuel or snacks, irrelevant details, etc. My journal's fairly thorough. I will merely summarise what I am cutting out of the actual entry. In an effort to present this experience in as accurate a light as possible, I will type my journal as I wrote it, sans grammar check. Please overlook my errors. My additional comments will help to clarify the things I wrote in my journal.
Succinct.
Oh,
We got a solid opener.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said, June.
Oh,
I said
she just said
succinct.
Oh, I thought you said, is this inked? I was like, no, it's been typed.
What? Okay, so what we've learned here is Mason needs to get his ears checked.
Don't forget.
Caving journal.
I forget what the ear doctor's called.
I was about to say with that pause, Mason, did you misunderstand what I said as well?
Wait, what did you say? Caving journal. 30th of December 2000. He and I decided to get in one more caving trip before the new year. So we set our sights on Mystery Cave. Stop whispering, June. Not expecting a killer cave, but since
No,
neither of
it's
us have been
spooky.
caving
It's
in a
the
while,
whispers
it
of
would
the
be nice to go
spirit
to any
realm.
cave. There was a bit of excitement to this trip. There was a small passage in the lower portion of the cave that I wanted to check out to see if it was possible to get past it. June, please stop. It had a small opening, but lots of air blowing out of it. Even though it is way too small to climb through, I'd never even checked to see what was inside the
Don't you
passage.
fucking do it,
We got our
Jim.
gear
Don't you
loaded up and
fucking
hit the
do
road
it.
by 3 p.m.
I'm not.
We got to the cave in great time, since B likes to drive fast. We anchored from the usual tree and began to rappel into the cave. I went down first and got my gear together while B came down. I will refer to B many times. We've been caving together for many months now. He was injured in a caving accident a few years ago and was told he would never walk again. Through hard work and perseverance, he not only walks, but can get around very well in caves. The trickier parts of a cave might slow him down a bit, but he can make it. He patiently works through an obstacle until he gets past it. As for the reference to the small opening in the cave, there is a saying among cavers: if it blows, it goes, meaning if a passage has a good flow of air, it is probably worth investigating. As we explored all of the usual passages, we climbed down to check out the hole. The hole is located deep in the cave, near the lowest part of the cave. It is on the side of a cave wall, about 3 feet from the floor. To look inside the hole, I had to kneel down to duck under the overhang of a rock. 1. The original opening. I put my glove in the hole for size reference. I used my backup mini-mag light and held it inside the hole to see what I could see. I was excited by what I saw. The wall around the hole was about 3 to 5 inches thick. It led into a tight passage. The passage opened up a bit just inside the hole. It continued back about 10 to 12 feet in a small crawl space. After that, it seemed to really open up, although how much we couldn't tell. This could be a virgin passage. Obviously, no one has passed through this route, but there could be a way into the passage from the other side. To even get to the crawl space, we would have to enlarge the opening. Currently, it's about the size of my fist. Once we get past the opening, we would have a tight crawl back to where it opened up. It would take some work, but we thought we could do it. We sat down for a few minutes to rest and contemplate our plan of attack. While we sat there in the darkness, we could hear the wind howling from the other side of the passage. It was a low, eerie noise. We could also hear a low rumble from time to time. No big deal though, the cave is in the vicinity of a highway that has heavy trucks drive on it. We figured the rumble was the effect of the trucks resonating through the rocks. We determined that our best plan would be to haul a cordless drill into the cave to drill onto the rock. Then we could take a bullpin and small sledgehammer and break up the rock. It seemed pretty straightforward. We'd widen the hole big enough to squeeze in and see what was on the other side. The efforts to haul all the equipment down to the hole would be a pain, but we hoped it would be worth it. I named the passage Floyd's Tomb, to Floyd Collins. It seemed to look like the tight spot where Floyd spent his last miserable days on Earth.
Sorry, just before we continue, as soon as I heard it's the size of my fist, I remembered the fucking cave diving meme. Fucking cave divers when there's a 1-inch hole.
Cave divers when they have a wife and 3 children back home. They are never going to escape.
Have you guys seen those fucking cave diving videos?
I think you introduced me to them.
Where it's like, The boulder.
The boulder.
What, from Avatar?
The boulder feels confused. No. Let's continue.
I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
Too much.
I mean, it fucking could be.
2. A rough drawing of how the passage originally looked. Floyd Collins was a caver back in the early 1900s. He got stuck in a tight crawl space and was unable to free himself. It is an amazing story that is detailed in a book called Trapped, The Story of Floyd Collins. I think that was the title, I don't recall the author. Calling our passage Floyd's Tomb was not only a tribute to Floyd, but a commentary of the size of the passage. In retrospect, it's funny how simple I thought it was going to be. I figured a few hours work and we would be in. Had I known how long it was going to take, I doubt I would have even begun the project. Had I known what I was going to experience in the cave, I never would have returned. We gathered up our gear and headed for the surface. Normally I couldn't care less if I ever came back to this cave. There's nothing special about it. But now I was psyched about getting back and getting through. We hadn't even left the cave and we were planning our return trip. The rest of the journal entry talked about the climb out of the cave, our dinner and our trip back home. Someone want to take over?
Yeah, I was about to say, do we want to swap narrators for each of the entries? I can take over.
Okay.
Pardon me. January 27th to 28th, 2001. Work begins. B and I were both excited to get back into the cave and get to work. I figured with about 4 hours work, we could be in and see what was on the other side. We'd arranged to borrow a DeWalt cordless drill to bring with us. We also had masonry bits to drill with, sledgehammers, 2 to break up the rock, bull pins to insert into the drill holes, and a few other tools we ended up not using. Getting the tools down to the worksite proved to be a challenge. One of us would climb down the rope and stop at a ledge or good resting place, then the other person would lower the tools. We kept repeating this routine until we got to the bottom of the cave. Then we had to drag the tools into the hole. It took about an hour to finally get to work. B took the first turn at the hole. After an hour of exhausting work, we could tell we were not going to get through in one session. We kept trading off after we worked ourselves into a sweat. One would take a break and get some food and water while the other one went to work. The routine went like this. To begin work, we had to get down on our knees and do our best to avoid smacking our heads on the ceiling. Working in this awkward position, we would drill into the wall around the hole. That was difficult work. We really had to push on the drill and it was still slow progress. Then we inserted the bullpen into the hole and hammered on it until the rock broke up. Then we would repeat the process. To give you an idea of how slow it went, the typical size rock that would break off was about fingernail size. If we broke off a large piece, about a third the size of my palm, it was cause for a celebration. From time to time, for variety, we would just wail on a cold chisel with a 5-pound sledge. With slow progress. The problem with the sledge was that we couldn't take a good swing because of the tight quarters. Even though we spent many hours and several trips working on the hole, we never did find a better technique for widening the hole. Drill, bullpen, hammer got the best results for our efforts. We came up with some crazy ideas for breaking up the rock, everything from TNT, never seriously considered, to hauling a generator to the mouth of the cave and running an extension cord down to a jackhammer. We even thought of using liquid nitrogen to freeze the rock and make it more brittle. After a couple hours of hard work, we realised what our limiting factor was going to be. It was about then that our first battery met an abrupt death. We had a second battery, so we swapped them out. The second battery lasted a little longer because we hammered and chiseled a little more often and a little longer each time. Finally, after about 3 more hours of drudgery, the second battery died and we called it a night. Whew! We could tell that we had done some work on the cave, but it was not much. For the first time since we got in the cave, we sat back, both of us took a break. It was nice to check out the results of our hard work. Then we noticed the howling again. It seemed to be a little louder than the last time we were there. We just figured the wind was blowing a little stronger outside. What we could not figure out was the rumbling. It too seemed to be getting louder and more frequent. This time we couldn't attribute the noise to trucks. The road that the trucks drove on was not very busy to begin with. At that time of night it should be dead. Yet the rumbling continued. It seemed to be coming from deep within the passage. B said he would ask some veteran cavers what could be causing the noise. We didn't spend a long time admiring our work. We still had to haul the gear up and out of the cave. Actually, we left some of it in the cave. It was still difficult work. What made it worse was we were both exhausted. Our original plan was to be done with this cave and hit a couple other caves in the area the next day. Instead, we decided to crash at a nearby motel, charge up the drill batteries, and go back to Mystery Cave. Figure 3. A photo of the opening after our first trip. All of these images I'm going to be, sort of showing on screen as we mention them, because we want to give everyone the full experience. We can see them relatively well, but might as well enhance in the edit.
Good setup.
Yes. My journal goes on at length about the night after we left the cave. We got a room, dinner was excellent, I didn't sleep good despite the fact that I was exhausted, etc. We both slept in, so we got a late start back into the cave. The second day working on the cave went about the same as the first. We worked until both batteries were dead again. We were still not even close to getting through. The howling and rumbling continued as the day before. June, would you like to take the section on caving?
Before I continue with the next journal entry, I thought it might be helpful to the reader to explain a little bit about caving and about the atmosphere in the cave. As I reread and think about my description of the cave, I notice that much of the language I use in my caving journal and the descriptions, or lack thereof, I assume that the reader has a knowledge of caving and what it's like inside a cave. In other words, I write my journals for me. I will take this time to give a more detailed description of the cave. I will tell about what it was like while we worked in the cave, and I will summarise our feelings up to this point. The cave was discovered several decades ago when construction in the area unearthed its entrance. From that time to the present, it's been visited mostly by locals in the area and avid cavers in the region. Beer cans can be found intermittently in the cave, mostly in the upper half, and when the cave was first entered, it was probably beautiful. Dust, graffiti, vandals, pigeons, and regular use have diminished its appeal. There are still places in the cave where small formations remain undisturbed, as a reminder of what the rest of the cave used to look like. To enter the cave, one must have a good length of rope in order to rappel down into the rock. A nearby tree serves as a good anchor point. Once the rope is tied to the tree, about 20 feet away from a small cliff, it can be tossed over the edge of the cliff to a small ledge 15 feet below. Cavers can then descend the short distance to the entrance. Once inside the cave, artificial light must be used. My light source of choice is a battery-operated helmet-mounted light known as a tag light. Safe caving calls for at least 2 sources of backup light. For my backup lighting, I have a mini mag light mounted to my helmet and another helmet-mounted light in my pack, which I always carry with me. I also have glow sticks that I carry with me. These are not considered good sources of backup light by some, but they are good to use for taking lunch breaks, and they could be used to get out of the cave if other sources fail. After a short climb over large rocks, the caver comes to a large pit. The same rope is used to reach the bottom of the pit. The drop is only 50 feet or so, but it is not free hanging. In other words, you can't slide straight down the rope, which is preferable. You have to sneak your way around sharp rocks as you descend. The ascent is made more difficult for the same reason. The pit varies in diameter from about 10 feet to 3 or 4 in a few places. The walls are lined with a sharp white rock called popcorn. Let me correct that. It used to be white, but it's now covered in dust and dirt that was kicked down from all of the above by years of caving. The popcorn makes it painful to brush against the side of the pit. My choice of clothing is Levi's, t-shirt, gloves, and knee pads. I usually... no trousers.
Levi's
no, wait,
are
Levi's
jeans.
are trousers.
Levi's are jeans.
I forgot.
Go down with trousers, but no trousers. Would you rather have unlimited
Would you
bacon?
rather have?
Would you rather have unlimited Levi's, but no trousers?
No.
Or trousers? Unlimited trousers, but no trousers.
No trousers. I know what I'm picking.
We were at it feels cool.
I usually leave the cave with few
Oh no, sorry, we were
scrapes.
upper line. Yeah, sorry. That's my
Yeah,
bad.
no. I usually leave the cave with few scrapes, but I'm at least comfortable while I climb around inside. The temperature is stable year round. It feels cool in the summer and warm in the winter. We've gone in on freezing days, and 10 feet into the cave, it's warm enough that coats are not needed. It's a good temperature to work in, as we learned. For this size drop, I usually use a figure 8 descending device. For the climb up, I attach myself to the rope using a Petsy ascender, but I climb up on my own without using the device. It is there merely as a safety attachment, in case I slip. Other cavers have their own methods of getting up and down. At the bottom of the drop, the caver gets to do some crawling for a while. There is a small room, about 6 by 6 feet, at the bottom that gives the caver a spot to leave his harness and descending/ascending gear. Since there is no more steep drops, the harness is not needed and will only get in the way. Once the caver gets down to the 6 by 6 room, he can take a break under a ledge while the rest of the party comes down. Then he must drop to his knees to negotiate a 10-foot long passage that is only a few feet high. This is where the knee pads come in handy. The floor is covered with a soft dirt intermingled with bits of broken rock from above. The thin layer of dirt does nothing to soften the blow to the hands and knees as the cable works down the crawl space. I could not do this in real life.
Yeah, no. I don't really get claustrophobia, but I think I would here.
As a reward at the end of the crawl, he gets to drop his belly and scoot under a tight squeeze. Not really tight, just something low enough to make the caver scoot along in the dirt.
I do love the gets to, like, this is a reward. Like, ooh, I get to scrape my gut on the ground.
Well, I think it's supposed to be
Incredible.
sarcastic.
This guy is a caver. I don't think it is.
This guy is a caver. He's mentally.
I'm
He's
gonna be
mentally
real.
in the cave.
If this guy didn't enjoy doing that, I don't think he'd be in this line of work.
Yeah, this guy loves caves. He's married.
This motherfucker would do something else.
Yeah, I love caves. Love them. My uncle's a cave.
Yeah,
Dave
he
Johnson.
actually. No, I'm not saying that.
Why not?
Because I don't want to talk about that.
Okay. Fair enough. That's understandable.
I don't want to make a sex joke right now.
Yeah, yeah, because that would really deflate the tension.
No,
The-
it's not
that we
that.
have
It's just I don't
not
fancy
all-
making one.
Ah, that's fair.
It's
That's
not a tension
understandable.
thing. It's I just don't feel like it. Actually.
There'd be days like that. It makes sense. Anyway.
Once the cave gets on the other side of the squeeze, there are a few feet of crawl space, and then the cave opens up enough to stand. For most of the rest of the caver can stand or at least stoop. The cave splits off into several passages at this point. 2 routes wind around rocks and crevices and come to abrupt dead ends. The other 2 lead to small pools of water. Each route is fun to explore. They all lead on for 100 feet or so in a gradual downward slope. Most of the time, the caver can walk upright in the passages. Other times, he will have to climb over large boulders
Boulder.
or occasionally crawl on hands and knees. Water is a common occurrence in caves. I have been told that one of the local residents was one of the first people in the cave, and that his cousin dove into the pools using scuba gear. He said that the cave continued down for a couple hundred feet underwater. What they were hoping for, and what happens frequently, is that the passage comes up somewhere else with virgin cave passages to explore. Unfortunately, I don't possess the knowledge to give more detail about the types of rocks in the cave. When we were drilling, we would have some parts that were easier to drill than others. There were different colours in the rock, referred to the photos taken in the cave, but that is the best I can do to describe the makeup of the cave. At the point, the cave splits into 4 routes. The 2 passages that dead end are to the immediate left of the caver. Straight ahead and to the right are the passages that lead to pools of water. The entrance to the passage on the right is the largest of the 4. The arched opening rises nearly 10 feet in the air, ending a mere foot below the cave's ceiling. As the caver enters the passage, the ceiling gradually lowers until it is about 6 feet high. It continues at this height for the 40 feet that the passage travels in a continuous direction. This section of cave resembles a hard rock mine. Its arch nearly perfect and the floor flat and easy to walk on. It's easy to picture rusty mine cars on rail lines and dust-covered miners with blistered hands gripping dull picks. The pseudo-mine comes to an end and the caver is once again forced to drop onto hands and knees to get reacquainted with the floor of the cave. This time, the crawl lasts about 20 feet, not 40. What the fuck did I get 40 from?
From up fucking... Yeah, probably.
Oh,
Yeah.
Fuck off,
Yeah,
Fandom
probably.
Wiki, stupid extra tag thing. I fucking hate Fandom Wiki, if you couldn't tell by this point. But then again, who doesn't?
Who does like fandom at this point?
I hope nobody. If you do like Fandom Wiki, I'm sorry, you need better taste.
Probably the people who work.
Get standards. Of any kind, honestly.
The floor is sloping gently downward for the first half of the crawl. Then it gets fairly steep and slippery. Able-bodied cavers can still climb carefully down the slippery rope. When I go with B, I carry the end of the rope that we use to get down to this point. I usually need to tie another short length of rope to the first rope to make sure he can use it to reach the bottom. The crawl lasts a few feet beyond the bottom of the slide. Over the next 10 to 12 feet, the caver slowly begins to regain the standing position. I'm gonna have to go for my dinner now.
Alright, that's fair. June shall return soon. Mason, do you like to take over from here?
Yeah, sure. After walking a few feet and climbing down a short drop-off, the caver arrives at a small level area which has a passage leading down immediately to the left. The passage ends 75 feet later at one of the small bodies of water. To the right is a rock wall. Straight ahead is an indentation in the wall which goes back about 3 feet. On the wall at the rear of the indent is a small hole about the size of a softball. To get near the hole, the caver ducks under an overhang and kneels upon the rocks that rise above the floor by a few inches. By the time the caver reaches this point, he's either warm or sweating, and the first thing he notices is the cool breeze blowing out of the hole. It was my recognition of this hole as a potential discovery to unexplored portions of the cave that ultimately led to this telling of my experience. As has been my tradition for all the years I've been caving, the party reaches a point in the cave, usually at the deepest part of the cave, that all lights are extinguished. Complete blackness fills the eye. For a moment, the individual caver strains the eye muscles, focusing in and out with the expectation of catching a crumb of light somewhere in the false night. For several futile moments, the caver turns his head and sound, perhaps another caver, only to have the other senses return and then heighten. The sound, smells, and feelings that have been overlooked to this point come racing to the caver in perfect detail. The pain of their own behind sitting on the cave floor, the smell of dust, sweat, guano. Sound of modern material shifting on an old-laid rock, as cavers attempt to find comfort on this solid foundation. At the back of every caver's mind at this time is, what if? What if a person had to climb out of the cave with no light? Would he make it? Would he find all the turns and bends which got him to this place? If not, would a rescue party find him in time? The depth of darkness recognised at this time is something that is rarely experienced outside a cave. Many first-time cavers erroneously declare that they have to hold their hand to within 2 or 3 inches of their face before they can see it. The truth is the human eye is incapable of seeing in an absence of light. If they did not hear something coming toward them, they would feel it before they saw it. Complete and total dark. This exercise is a great way to remind people to take backup lighting. As we proceeded to work in the cave, we developed a system pretty early and little changed in succeeding trips. The first time in the cave, B took the first shift at chipping away at the opening. For about half hour, he needed a break, so I took over. He told me what worked best, and I continued doing the same. We would try new things from time to time to use new muscles, but usually stuck to the same method. We'd use the masonry bit and press on the drill as hard as we could and drill out a hole in the rock. Safety glasses and dust masks were worn while working. Then we would insert the bullpen and hammer it into the rock and break out small chunks of the cave. Then we'd drill another hole and repeat the process. Occasionally the drill would hit a soft spot in the rock and that step would be shortened. We'd work until we became too tired to continue. Then B and I would trade. While one of us was working, the other would remain in the darkness and either eat or drink, or just lay down on the cave floor, padded by rope bags. After just a few rotations, we were tired enough to catch a nap while taking our break. The only light we used was the helmet light on the head of the worker. Since it was pointing toward the hole, the resting person was left mostly in the dark. This was a welcome benefit, since the resting person was usually, resting. The rest break was also a chance to cool down a bit, which didn't take long in a cooler temperature of a cave. Fortunately, the temperature of the cave allowed us to work pretty hard and not overheat much. I remember that I frequently looked at the hole and thought, it's big enough, I think I can squeeze through, only to be disappointed in my attempt. However, even after the first attempt and failure, I knew that I would keep working on the hole until I got through. This despite the fact that I knew it would take many more hours of hard work. It actually became an obsession with me. I tried to get out of the cave and work as often as I could. I hoped that the passage would lead to a larger, undiscovered cave that we would be the first ones to enter. I guess the explorer in me wanted to find a new frontier there in the cave. Since B is such an avid caver, he was motivated by the same desire to find a new, unexplored cave. What we did find was not at all what I expected.
I'll take a quick break here before I take over for February 10th, 2001. What are we thinking so far?
I think it's like I appreciate the amount of detail they've gone into. Like, if you go into this with the knowledge that it's a longer fan fiction, I appreciate the fan fiction. What am I saying? Longer
fan fiction. What's happening? What world am I in? What's happening?
I think I slipped into the wrong dimension there for a second. A long creepypasta. It's because you mentioned fandom wiki, so my mind went fan fiction.
True.
Just word association. Yes, a longer creepypasta. I appreciate the level of detail and the consideration for an audience member who wouldn't know like the intricacies of caving.
Yeah, like it very much does carry the sort of vibe of, hey, I'm a guy on the internet and I really love caving and I'm going to tell you about my experience, but I also need to hyperfixate at you for a bit.
Yeah.
Good shit, though. February 10th, 2001. Work continues. Scarcely 2 weeks had gone by, and already we were on our way back out to work in the cave. We admit we have become obsessed with the idea of getting through the passage. That might be a sign of how exciting our lives really are. It's not that we think there's going to be something great beyond the passage. We just like the idea of being the first humans on the face of the planet to set foot in a virgin part of the cave. Although, if we found a hidden treasure, that would be fine with us. We got a late start and drove part of the way in the dark. When I tell people that I go caving at night, they wonder why. They don't stop to think that it's always night once you're inside the cave. All the way out to Mystery Cave, we talked about new ideas to speed up our work. B also told me he talked to some caver friends of his that came up with an explanation about the rumbling noise. They thought it might be the sound of water deep within the cave, possibly a waterfall. They couldn't really explain why the noise seemed to come and go. To me, it's just one more reason to get through, so we can solve the mystery. This trip we took B's dog, Whip. She's a Jack Russell Terrier. I was not at all concerned about taking the dog into the cave. We've taken her in before. She answers the call of nature before we go in, then waits until we get out again. Also, she's well behaved inside the cave. We simply had to lower her via a custom-made harness until she reached the bottom of the main drop, and she negotiated the rest on her own. She loves to explore, but won't go out of our sight. She doesn't have a light attached to her, so she has to wait for us. Another thing I wouldn't mind bringing Whip along... another reason I didn't mind bringing Whip along was because we planned on putting her into the small hole to see how far into the passage she would go. That might give us an idea what's on the other side. We knew that if there was a drop-off that we couldn't see, the dog would turn around and come right back out. We thought we might have to do some work on the hole before even the dog could get through.
We could get like a collar and attach a light to that.
Yeah, but it might just like be swinging around all wild, like, you know.
Anyway, this story gets points for
really,
having Jack Russell Terrier in it.
Or like generally uncomfortable to wear. What was that?
This story gets points for having Jack Russell Terrier in it.
Yeah, solid. Good shit. Figure 4. Bee's dog Whip near the entrance to the cave. Despite working in the dark of the night, we were able to rig up and get down pretty quickly. We didn't take as many tools as last time, plus we left some in the hole so we wouldn't have to haul them out and back in again. I did manage to get 2 more batteries for the drill, for a total of 4. Also a few more masonry drill bits. Even with the dog, we made good time getting down. Then something bizarre happened that I can't quite explain. The dog began exploring as soon as we let her off the rope. She was in dog heaven, sniffing and darting around our feet. She would run from one person to the other as we made our way back to the worksite. At the point the cave splits into 4 passages, the dog seemed to run out of juice. She was just stuck right by either Bee or me. Seemed kind of odd. As we progressed further into the cave, she would only stay by Bee. She seemed edgy, like she saw something she didn't like. As we approached the short drop-off before the hole, she stopped and would only come further after we coaxed her. The hair on her back stood on end. Finally, as we got to within 20 feet of the hole, she began to whimper and hide behind Bee. Her tail was between her legs and she was cowering down on the ground. Strange. I've seen her square off with dogs twice her size, but now she acted like as if Satan himself was lurking in the darkness. I figured there must have been animals that used the cave as a home, and Whip smelled their scent. Too bad it upset her, because there was no way she was going into the passage. We decided that with this new development, the nervous dog, one of us would work while the other stayed with the dog a few feet away from where we normally rested. We got right back into our routine of drilling, hammering, etc. With our extra supply of batteries, we were able to really push hard on the drill and not have to worry about using up the batteries. This did not make our work any easier, but it did speed things up a little bit. Progress was still slow. I really didn't mind though. Okay, it scrolled slightly on its own. Thank you, mouse, for being weird.
Ooh, your mouse is haunted.
It's the final episode. It's the scary episode.
You've read too many creepypastas. They are taking control of your computer.
Oh no, my mouse is going to Jeff that killed me. Anyway.
I love that turn of phrase.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep using it because it's good. It's a funny turn of phrase. My journal goes on for a while about the progress we were making. The entire time we worked, Whip did not move. She just laid there on a rope bag, shivering. She would whimper from time to time. One thing I didn't think about at the time was that she would not take her eyes off the hole. You should have been more observant of this intuitive animal. on our 4th battery when the second bizarre thing happened to us. B was working. He had just finished drilling a hole and was getting ready to hammer the bullpen when he stopped working and looked into the hole. I was kicking back, almost asleep and hardly paying attention to B. He had a light by his side to illuminate the work area. I could see in the eerie glow a puzzled and intense look on his face. He looked over at me and shook his head. I asked him what was up. He said that he swore he just heard a strange noise emanating from the hole. He said it sounded like rock sliding on rock. Sort of a grinding sound. I assumed his ears were just ringing from the drill. He didn't wear any earplugs this trip. He assured me he heard what he said he heard.
I'm returned.
And she's back, everybody!
Oh, excuse me. Do you want me to take over from the next paragraph?
You can take over when we get to the next section.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, Mason finished out the section we were on before we went into the next one. Yeah.
I've been listening the whole time.
She's been here the whole time, except she actually hasn't. That's actually the entire point.
I've just been sat listening to it while I ate and my parents nattered back and forth at each other, like they usually do.
Conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have an explanation, so I went back to dozing. B sat in the quiet of the cave for a long time before he resumed work. Also, he would stop from time to time and just listen. B's very grounded and not want to pursue some imaginary sound. I believe he heard something, but I'm not too concerned about what it was. I assume we'll figure it all out once we get through the passage. The final battery lasted another hour or so. We were sitting around talking about our progress when I decided to see if I could get my head through the hole. My head fit easy. My head easily fit, but there was no way my shoulders were going in. As I was kneeling there, contemplating how close we were getting, I noticed something that B overlooked. The wind had stopped. In all the times I've been in the cave, I'd always felt the wind blowing. The last time we were out working on the cave, the wind was blowing worse than ever. Even earlier, we remember the breeze cooling us off. Now, nothing. B said he didn't know when it stopped. The rumbling had ceased, too. Bizarre! Like the adventure of JoJo's. I'm just
taking a drink of water.
We sat there. Yeah, I'm sat here, I make the joke, and then a fucking klaxon goes off, apparently, from Mason. Fucking bleh! That's what it sounded like through Discord. It was very fun.
And then I follow up with the first bit of Sonic.exe.
I thought that was Stand Proud.
Or is it Stand Proud? No, it's Stand Proud. I'm stupid. Yeah,
I did Sonic.exe, by the way.
Oh.
No, I'm stupid. It's because I'm tired. It's because
It's fair. It's absolutely fair.
It's fair. This plain old cave was becoming mysterious. Talked for a long time in the dark of cave. We debated what could possibly be causing these unnatural events to occur, or unusual, rather.
Bizarre.
Like the thing I said. I think part of the reason we were sitting in the dark was because we were both too hammered to move. We'd come up with no reasonable explanation for the strange things happening in the cave. After sitting for at least a half hour, we slowly loaded up our gear and started for the surface. Whip couldn't have been happier to get out of there. Once again, we left some of the tools in the cave. Just put them in the hole. Not enough people used the cave to worry about. Plus, we were too tired to care. We had a lot of progress this trip. It helps to have extra batteries. We still have a long way to go, but it sure is nice to see how far we've come. Figure 5. Our progress on the whole. The rest of the journal entry talks about climbing out of the cave, getting a room at a motel, and crashing. We were beat. In retrospect, I can't believe how casual we were about everything that was happening in the cave. At the time, the only thing we could think about was getting into the passage. Everything else was just a minor distraction. I do recall thinking that it would be nice to get in and see how the mechanics of the cave worked, where the wind was coming from, what was making the noise, etc. Now, weeks later, I think of my ignorance and naivety and shiver. June.
March 3rd to 4th, 2001. Noises. It took us 3 weeks before we got back out of the mystery cave again. Our attitudes have changed a bit since we first started the project. In the beginning, we looked at the whole thing as a fun adventure. It's since the last trip we found ourselves taking a more serious approach. On the drive out this time, our conversation was a little more subdued than before. We hadn't talked much since our last trip, not for any reason, but scheduling conflicts. Instead of discussing ways of getting through the passage, we found ourselves talking about rational explanations for what happened. Neither of us had any ideas that would explain the unusual occurrences we experienced on the last trip. We were amused to find out that neither one of us had talked much about the last trip to other people. That is a complete reversal from the other trips. It's been fun to report to friends and family about our progress. It's always fun to tell people about the tight squeeze we're going to have to go through to get into the passage. Most people have little desire to voluntarily subject themselves to incredibly tight spaces. Actually, neither do I. But I will do it in order to get to the other side. Good motivation. We left town early in the afternoon to beat traffic. I don't really recall what time we got to the cave. Like I said, the mood was subdued. We got rigged up and started down. Obviously, B left the dog home this time. We took essentially the same gear as last time. We left some of the tools in the hole to save our backs the agony of hauling the extra weight. Even with the gear we got down.
Even with the gear, there's a column.
Even with the gear, we got down in good time. We really have a good system for getting up and down. There was only one minor mishap this trip. B scraped his arm on the descent. Not real bad, fortunately. He waited until we got all the way to the hole to patch it up. It was just a superficial cut. While he was getting the wound cleaned up, I started to work. We both took note of that the breeze was back and the rumbling present. We had 4 batteries and 4, or maybe 3.5, fresh arms. I had high hopes this would be the day. It started out pretty slow. When we first started working on the hole, the thickness was about 3 inches. As we enlarged the hole, the thickness has increased. As a result, our progress has become slower. Still, we continued with as much energy as we could put into the work. The hole was big enough, at least for me, to put the hammer into the hole for reference, then put the camera into the hole and take a picture of Floyd's tomb. It's difficult to get the exact feel of the tomb, but the lowest point near the back of the picture is about 7 inches high, the width about 20 to 24 inches. The hammer is a small 5-pound sledge. Note the abundance of rock on the passage floor. It's been nice to see the pile of broken rock below the hole get bigger and bigger. We've both realised that we're going to have to put in a certain amount of work in order to get through. So we just get down to business. We don't talk much while we work, since one of us is making a lot of noise with the drill or hammer. Break times are used to chat momentarily about whatever topic pops into mind. The breaks take place whenever the guy that's working decides to switch roles. We both put in some pretty good work sessions. I have a little more stamina than B, but he gets just as much done in shorter amounts of time. due to his upper body strength. We still celebrate the small victories we encounter along the way. Whenever a section we've been working on crumbles, we cheer. On the rare occasion that a fist-sized rock falls from the entrance, we whoop and holler. That's one small chunk of earth that no longer separates us from whatever lies on the other side. We still harbour the fantasy that there's a hidden entrance to the other side of the passage from years ago. Spanish explorers hid their treasures in the cave and sealed up the entrance. It's remained untouched until we find it. B has a more realistic, although more mundane theory. He figures there is more cave on the other side. We'll see who's right. This trip out, I wanted to see if we could speed up the work using larger masonry bits. I purchased some good-sized ones at the hardware store at a good-sized price. One was larger in diameter than all the rest. The other was smaller around, but longer. I had pretty much concluded that the big one might be too big, and I was right. We tried to get it to go into the rock, but progress was very slow. We tried pushing for all we were worth, and all we got was tired. The larger bit just created too much friction area for our strength. It might have worked with a hammer drill, but we didn't have one. The longer bit worked fine with our drill. We relied on it for most of the work we did this trip. I thought we were going to be out one bit, and a drill at my hand when the bit broke off toward one end. I was pushing as hard as I could on the drill with the bit a few inches in the wall when it snapped. I nearly rammed the drill through the wall from pushing so hard. We were able to retrieve the bit and keep using it, minus a couple inches. It still worked great. For once in a great while, we did resort to the hammer and chisel. Work was proceeding as normal, until about the time we were on our fourth battery. I was kneeling down and working the drill slowly into the wall at the time. I had my earplugs in, my safety glasses on, and was lost in my own thoughts. Suddenly, over the squeal of the drill wearing down the rock, I heard a strange noise. It was loud. I could hear it over the noise of the drill, even though I had the earplugs in. At first, I thought it was just the drill bit doing its job on the cave. It would frequently complain by screeching and whining as we forced it into the wall. But this was different. It took me several full seconds to comprehend that this was coming from inside the hole and not the bit. I stopped drilling and yanked my earplugs out just in time to hear the most terrible scream I ever heard trail off and echo in the darkness of the cavern. I stared wide-eyed at the hole. For several moments I didn't move, nor did I breathe. I turned to look at B. Moments earlier he'd been lying on the rope bag catching a nap. Now he was standing upright, mouth open, with a look of concern on his face. I turned and looked into the hole again, half expecting to see a demon face staring back at me. Nothing was different in Floyd's tomb. I fixed my gaze on the back of the squeeze where the limits of my light reached. There was no motion, only darkness beyond the reaches of my light. In the complete silence that followed, I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. Not another sound could be heard in the cave. Suddenly I heard a scraping noise behind me and straightened up. Nearly knocked myself out, hitting my head on the overhang. It was just B, moving to turn on his light, but I was so wired it nearly sent me to my grave. B spoke again, and again I jumped. He said to get some rocks and put them into the hole. He explained that whatever animal had made the noise might be able to get through the hole. I immediately grabbed a few rocks and hoisted them through the opening. Using the handle of the sledgehammer, I slid the rocks as far back into the tunnel as I could reach, creating a wall between us and the other side. Since the squeeze is so small, it didn't take long. The entire time I was doing this, however, I was thinking that the noise certainly did not come from an animal. I don't know if B really thought it was, or if he was just trying to convince himself. I didn't say anything to him about what I thought. From the time it happened to the writing of this journal entry, 2 days later, I have come up with some possible sources for such a noise. To describe it, I would say it sounded like a cross between a man screaming in fear and a cougar screaming in pain. It sounded like it came from the hole and was roughly 100 feet away. The horrific noise reverberated through the cave and through my ears. B estimated the scream lasted 8 to 10 seconds. My best guess is about 5 seconds. 3 seconds while I was drilling, 1.5 seconds to drop the drill and yank the earplugs, and half a second of sheer terror. It's difficult to tell how much time passes when you're listening to a solo from the depths of Hades. After I filled the back of the passage with rocks, I just sat there listening to the silence. My breathing was a lot more rapid than usual. Neither of us spoke for quite some time. Finally, B suggested we get back to work, but keep an eye out for movement in the hole. I put a light in the passage that shined to the back of Floyd's tomb. It was only at this point that we realized the wind had stopped again, and the rumbling could no longer be heard. To say I was nervous would be an understatement. I didn't say anything to B, nor him to me. Back to the drilling. B took over the work, which was fine with me. I wasn't exactly worn out, but I didn't mind being further from the hole. B would stop from time to time and listen. I just sat watching him with my light on. I wasn't close to the entrance of the hole, but I still found myself looking behind me down the passage to the still water. Every time my light would cast an unusual shadow, my heart would jump. My imagination was running wild. Oddly, B seemed to be less concerned about the strange noise than me. After a short time, he seemed to be focused entirely on getting through the passage. I was still straining to listen above the sound of the drill. I heard nothing but now the familiar sound of carbide on rock. As I contemplated the possible scenarios which might play out on the other side of the passage, I found myself strangely getting somewhat excited again about getting through. It might have been the fatigue taking its toll on my mind, or the thought of some valuable on the other side. My thoughts were broken. B let out a yell, possibly a cuss word. He said the drill battery was dying, but he hadn't quite broken off a large relative section that he was working on. He set the useless drill aside and picked up the hammer and bullpen. He started wailing away at the hole created by the bit. After nearly 10 solid minutes of hammering, he sat back against the rock, sweating and nearly out of breath. The bullpen was still protruding from the cave wall. He held the hammer towards me, inviting me to take a few swings. I held up my hand and shook my head. I'd been ready to exit this cave for quite a while now. He didn't press the issue, and without speaking, we both started gathering the gear we were going to take out. Once again, we stashed some of the tools in the passage. I was first to step out towards the top of the cave. Several times I had to stop and wait for B, not because he was moving slowly, I was just more eager to get out. Few times have I felt better than that night, stepping out into the chilly night air. My journal talks about the rest of the evening, our dinner, our decision to get a hotel and come back the next day, our lengthy discussion on the strange sounds we had heard. Another mediocre night's sleep. I cannot believe we were so willing to get right back into the cave after hearing the scream. Part of the reason I went along with the idea is because B seemed so indifferent to any possible dangers. Even if it were an animal, which I did not believe, but could offer no better explanation, weren't we possibly putting ourselves in harm's way? In retrospect, I have difficulty understanding our thought process at the time. We were just too eager to discover virgin cave passages. I now think it can be summed up with one word: testosterone. I'm a man!
Translation could have saved them, guys.
I'm a man, I like break rocks. I like break rock and make hole. Although
They just needed a
I did spend about 4
caveman.
hours sitting in front of it. I did spend about 4 hours sitting in front of a fire pit yesterday, so I was a bit caveman yesterday.
I think with that one, I think all kinds of human beings like fire. On some level.
Yeah.
All varieties of human beings... All varieties of human beings have at least a significant portion that are like, ooh, fire. You know?
Well, it was me and 5 older men, so
That could be happenstance.
yeah, I just happened to be sitting around a fire pit with 5 older men. Yeah, I was with my dad and his friends, for context.
Oh, my camera's not working. Fuck. I was gonna do something funny. Never mind.
Ah, damn.
Oh, that's a shame.
Discord has said no.
Discord has said no. Decision is final. Fuck me, I guess.
February 13th. It's amazing what a couple good meals and a little sleep can do for someone's attitude. Even though we still had memories of the strange noise fresh in our minds, we had relit our fire of enthusiasm. The other side of the passage seemed so close. We were sure this would be the day. We got to the cave and started to work our way down to the hole. Getting back into the darkness of the cave brought back the memories of the night before. The sight of the circle of rock illuminated by our headlamps, the smell of dirt in the air, the sound we made as we crawled across the rock. Once we reached the entrance to Floyd's tomb, however, we were once again ready to blaze the trail leading to an undiscovered part of the cave. We immediately noted the presence of the breeze blowing out of the hole, and the rumbling. The bullpin sticking out of its hole was an obvious sign of where we needed to begin work for the day. B took over where I left off the day before. I took up residence in the same spot I occupied the night before, even though I was already well rested and wanted to start work. B was making the hammer sing with each blow. After a mere 2 or 3 minutes, he let out a cheer. He turned to reveal a handful of rock that used to be attached to the cave. He was breathing heavy, but had a big smile on his face. So did I. For the time, the strange noise had been forgotten, and the vision of success captured our attention. Figure 7, the size of the opening at this point. The lower left-hand corner of the hole had been giving us grief because of the thickness of the wall at that point. We felt that if we could just remove that corner, we might be on our way inside. B now held in his hand the crumpled remains of the corner. Our excitement consumed us as we examined the hole. I took the hammer and pounded away at the surface of the hole. The idea was to remove the jagged edges that would take the toll on my skin. The size looked right. Now the moment we'd been working for. I cautiously approached the entrance to Floyd's tomb. I decided the best way to enter the small hole was to place one arm over my head, turn my head sideways, and slowly work my way in. I soon determined this was not going to work. The hole was small. If I was going to make it in without widening the hole anymore, I was going to have to put both arms over my head in a diving position. Oh my god, cave diving.
Oh.
Turn my head sideways and slip into the tomb. The width of the entrance was the limiting factor. The height was sufficient. The arms overhead position flared my shoulder blades out, but there was still room to get in. Plus the arms overhead gave me the best squeeze side to side. In order to enter straight into the hole, I stood on my feet and bent over to get level with the entrance. My knees were bent and the position was uncomfortable, sort of a semi-squatting position bent at the waist with arms overhead. Plus I had to slightly turn my upper torso to the left in a counterclockwise rotation to negotiate the angle of the entrance. Notice that in the last photo that the entrance generally slopes up to the right. I got my arms through the entrance with minor scrapes. Next came my head. By keeping it turned sideways, I was able to get in, for the most part, up to my shoulders. When I got to my shoulders, I could feel the rocks touching all around my shoulders and chest. It was not stopping me, but I was definitely scraping many surfaces of my body. I decided to just push through, keeping in mind that I was going to have to come back out eventually. The pain was not too bad, and I was in. Well, my upper body was in. At least I could get a good idea of what the tomb was going to be like. I like that picture. Figure 8. It's a flattering photo of my best side. Notice the sides of the area we had to work in. The ledge overhead was an obstacle. Once inside the tomb, I had a few inches all around me in which to position my body. This was the largest part of the passage, and it was conveniently located right at the beginning of the crawl. That gave me a little room to get positioned to crawl further into the passage. Inside the tomb gave me a whole new outlook of what it was going to be like to crawl through. Even though this was the largest part of the crawl, it was still small. I could move my head around freely, but every direction that I turned I was staring at a wall of solid rock. When I spoke to B, my voice sounded muffled, like I was talking in a small box. I could rest my chest on the passage floor, but the rocks were uncomfortable. I turned my head to look further ahead, but couldn't see past the wall of rocks I'd built the day before. The squeeze toward the end of the passage was closer now and appeared even narrower. I didn't know if I could squeeze through or not. I knew it would be close. I wanted to crawl further into the passage. First, however, I had to work to get some of the loose rocks that were lying on the passage floor out of my way. I was disappointed to find that most of the rocks that looked loose were actually attached to the floor. I was hoping to be able to just scrape them out of the way. I pushed the sledgehammer into the passage before me, so at this point I used it to push the rock wall we had made further back up in the passage. Then I dragged the sledge back and forth across the floor to move any loose rocks or break up the solid ones. By sliding the head of the hammer under the squeeze, I determined that the narrowest part of the squeeze was about 7 inches high. I figured we'd have to do some work before I could slip through. The entire time I had my head in the passage, B was just kicking back, listening to my descriptions and progress reports. At some point, he snapped the photo shown above. Thanks, B. Up to this point, the size of the passage was not too big of a deal. I was in an incredibly small passage, but only my upper body was in, and since it was the largest part of the passage and my arms could move freely, I was pretty calm. Then it was time for a push. I slid the sledgehammer up as far as I could reach. Since my body filled the entrance, I could not slip the tool out, so it was easy to push it ahead. In order to rotate my hips to the proper angle to enter the hole, I had to lean my upper body on my forearms, use my feet to climb the wall outside the hole, and slowly crawl into the hole. My hips barely fit. Once they cleared the entrance, I could relax a bit and get in position to work toward the squeeze. I decided to try the one-arm forward technique to get through. The passage was so narrow that whatever position I started with, I would have to stay with throughout the entire length. There was just no room to move around or change positions. I would also have to turn my head one way or another and keep it in the same position. This crawl was tight. B. I'm trying to crawl into the hole, but my ass is too fat.
But I'm dummy thick.
Dummy thick.
And the size of my ass cheeks is making it impossible to squeeze through the rocks.
Thank you for remembering the second half of the meme.
Yes.
Moving forward at this part of the passage was relatively easy. I could use my forward arm, my left arm, to pull, and my other arm to push. At the same time, I would wiggle my body, trying to arch as much as I could to keep my chest off the rocks. I tried both ways and determined that I would turn my head to the right. It felt the most comfortable. I began to learn things as I went. I determined that a small flashlight in one hand would be nice. Then I could shine it ahead and get a better idea of what I was about to crawl over. This was a difficult maneuver because I had to look overhead since my head was turned. It became immediately obvious that we were going to have to do some more work removing rocks from the passage floor. As I moved along the surface, I was constantly scraping my chest on the rocks. They were sharp and it was painful. Occasionally I would cause a rock to slide along under my chest and actually wedge me between it and the top of the passage. I would then have to back up and either try to move the rock to the side of my cheek, using a sweeping motion with my head, or back way out and move it with my forward hand. My little trip into the passage represented a major milestone in my caving career. When I began caving, I did not feel overly comfortable going through tight spaces. Even the little squeeze at the beginning of this cave was an obstacle to overcome. By pushing myself and forcing myself to try the narrow passages, I have become much calmer about tight spaces. Still, this passage represented a new benchmark in small spaces. I had not been faced with anything this small. I don't remember having to take off my helmet before now. With this passage, it is mandatory. As I mentioned before, not only do I have to take off my helmet, but I have to turn my head to the side in order to fit. The journey into the tomb went like this. After I had twisted my hips into the passage, I took a few minutes to stop and work out a game plan. Most of the length of my legs was still outside the entrance. They were just dangling in the air. The tomb was still big enough to move my head around and even move my arms freely into position. It was larger than the rest of the passage, but not by much. It was like sticking your head into a box. Everywhere I looked there were rocks, and not too far from my head. Any sound I made was muffled and dead. The narrowest part of the passage was about 10 feet in. At this point I was about 3.5 feet in. At about the 4-foot mark I would have to commit to whatever position I felt comfortable and stay that way until the 12-foot mark, at which time the cave started opening up. I went with my left arm forward and head turned to the right. B had given me a flashlight that I held in my left hand. As I inched forward, I would try to brush the loose rocks away with my left arm. This was somewhat successful, but there were a lot of rocks I missed or could not move. As mentioned, the first little bit of the crawl moved along fairly quickly since there was a little room above me to negotiate the passage. Then the wall started to close in around me. I had a few extra inches on either side of me, but the top of the crawl was getting very low. At about the 7-foot mark, I could feel the top rubbing my back as I would arch, and another half foot I couldn't arch anymore. I just had to push ahead with my toes and pull with my forward arm. I decided it would be a good time to see if I could back out. I tried, and it was pretty easy. That gave me a lot more confidence. Still, I had B tie webbing to my feet just in case he had to pull me out. Figure 9. Last shot before my feet were all the way in. Note the webbing B tied at my request.
That is peak cave diver.
Yep, that is the meme. That fully is the meme.
My neck was starting to get sore from being cranked to the side. My head was getting heavy, but to rest the only option I had was to lay down on the broken rocks. It was painful, but I did it frequently. I was staring at the wall to my right. It was a mere 45 inches from my face. Most of the time I wasn't watching the wall. Either I had my eyes closed, which I sometimes do when I go through a tight spot, or the light wasn't shining in a direction that did me any good. It was very quiet in the tomb other than my own breath. I was breathing heavy from the effort it took to move. Thankfully the breeze was present and cooled me off. By lifting my head and carefully touching the ceiling from time to time, I could gauge the size of the passage that my body would soon pass through, much like a cat using its whiskers to gauge an opening in a fence. At the 7.5-foot mark, I could tell things were about to get real tight. While lying in the darkness, in a passage deep within a cave, one is in a unique position to ponder. A mountain literally resting on top of me, the entire earth lying below. One tiny movement of earth and I would cease to exist, or worse, to recognise the fear shared by Floyd Collins as he laid there, trapped for days deep within the heart of Mother Earth, incapable of freeing himself from his earthen prison. Picture yourself in my position, lying on your stomach, your left arm is extended over your head, your right arm is at your side, having only a few inches in which to move. Your arms and hands are sore and bleeding from crawling and pulling yourself across the broken rocks. Your entire body is resting on the rocks. Your neck gets tired of holding your head off the rocks, so you gently rest your cheek on the rock to rest. Once you start again, you have to push with your toes to scoot your body forward, sliding across the rocks. After moving a few inches, you're breathing hard and have to rest. As you inhale, you can feel your back pressing hard against the top of the squeeze. It takes several minutes before you recover enough to press forward. The entire time you're lying there, you think about how you're going to get back out. And what if... Well, that's pretty much what I was going through at that point in the passage. I decided that this would be a good time to throw in a photo of the squeeze. The photo was actually taken on a different trip, but it shows how tight things were at that point in the passage. Notice my head turned to the side, not by choice, and you can see how I'd rest my cheek on the rocks. You can also see how difficult it is to look ahead of me. My arms are pinned to my side. I'd later determined that would be the best position. There's virtually no space between the top of the passage and my back. Tight? Not for the claustrophobically inclined.
There it is.
I'm trying to decipher that picture.
A guy in a tight fucking cavern. Not even tiny little gap.
I'm trying to tell
also
which
the most iconic picture from Ted the Cable.
Indeed,
I'm trying to tell which part is his head.
I'll just hover over it so you can.
Like,
the pink
you can see
bit.
his head.
The bit that's his face.
Oh, I see
and
it.
Then you see the black bit is
I thought the black and white bit was his head. But he's like wearing something on his head.
I mean, it is technically because it's a bandana.
I mean, yes, but it's like it's
it's
not his entire head.
I thought that his bandana was his face, and he had like a weird like metal face. And I thought that what is actually his face was some sort of like
did you just say
handkerchief around his neck.
Metal face?
Yeah, fancy meeting you here, Monado boy.
Fancy meeting you here, Monado boy.
I don't know Xenoblade very well, so it's like not the joke I was gonna make. I was just gonna make so you think this guy was going into the cave like like what? what?
No time for that, B.
No time for that, B. There's no time for that, Ted. Anyway, yes.
There's no time for that, Monado boy.
Anyway, you're at figure 10.
Figure 10, Floyd's tomb. When I reached the point where my back was rubbing and I could feel with my head the passage was not getting bigger, I knew I was most likely not going to get through. Still, I decided to give it one more push. If I had been in this position a year ago, I would have been in a state of panic, but not today. I was pretty pumped. I took a few minutes to rest, then I went for it. I exhaled completely all of the air in my lungs. This caused my chest to collapse enough to scoot forward a few inches. Because it takes so much effort to scoot, I only went a few inches before I had to stop and breathe. As I inhaled, my chest pressed hard against the floor and my back against the top. It took a little longer to get my breath back. Unbelievably, I did it again. Exhale, scoot, rest. Again, only a few inches. Repeat. I took a few extra minutes to enjoy this position, pinned in this small passage. Wow, I could not believe how relaxed I was. I tried one more time to exhale and scoot. My back was rubbing too much to continue. Despite the failed effort, I was psyched. I took several long minutes to lay there and recover from the effort. B had been encouraging me the entire time. It was fun to hear him cheer as he saw my shoes go deeper and deeper into the hole. Lifting out was not too difficult, but it did take some work. I encountered the same obstacles as when I went in. After I wiggled my hips out of the hole, which took some time, I had trouble getting my shoulders out. Both arms were overhead at this point. My shirt was getting caught on the rocks and my shoulders were brushing the sharp rocks. After struggling to find a good position, I gave up and just pulled my upper body out. Scrape! My shirt pulled up over my head, and I had some nice scrapes on my shoulders, but I didn't care. To me, this trip was a success. I had pushed myself beyond what I thought was possible. I kneeled at the entrance and looked into the narrow passage I had just been in. The rock wall was now at the 11-foot mark. I had pushed it a little with my forward arm. The smallest point was at the 9-foot mark. We were close. Between the work and the excitement, I was tired. I just sat on the rope back, grinning. What a trip. Figure 11. Our progress on the whole. The rest of the journal entry talks about the usual: our climb out, dinner, trip home, etc. On our way home, we brainstormed and came up with some ideas that would help us get through. We both invented some tools to remove the rock on the floor deep within the passage. We were both very excited by this trip. I, from pushing my limits in the cave, and B, from his success in climbing out of the cave. This was the first time he was able to climb all the way out without the help of climbing devices, nor my help. It was a personal success that showed the progress he had made since his accident. Pretty cool. I remained amazed that we could so easily forget the terrifying moment we experienced just the day before. All had been forgotten, with a strange noise being blamed in our minds on some rational, harmless explanation.
Ooh.
I will say, I kind of would prefer if at the end of each chapter there wasn't like, oh, but little did we know. I feel like it would, like, being constantly reminded that something bad is going to happen kind of is going to take the punch away from when it does happen.
Yeah.
It ain't perfect, but damn is it good, though. It's, like,
it's
just by
great.
its own merit, let alone in comparison to literally everything else.
So,
I think what I
maybe choke him with
appreciate
water.
is that it does, the story knows what it's talking about, which adds a bit of believability to it.
Yeah, it adds a little air of, like, ooh, this could have happened, potentially. Who knows? Or at the very least, it's not, the bleach and the alcohol, and then his skin is white now.
You fight street tears.
Yeah, and hair doesn't like burn off, it gets scorched black, because hair's not flammable, is it?
No.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it is. April 7th, 2001. Success. Prior to going back out to Mystery Cave again, we spent a lot of time preparing. We made a squeeze box, which is a wooden box, the opening of which can be adjusted in size. We could then crawl through the opening and measure to see how tight of a squeeze we could fit through. From that, we were able to determine that I need about 8 inches in height to get through the smallest portion of Floyd's tomb. That meant we would have to scrape out about an inch from the floor of the passage. We also learned that the best position I would need to get through the passage would be on my stomach with my arms by my side. And of course my head would be turned one way or the other. Pardon me. That position allowed my shoulder blades to drop to their lowest point. In order to move, I would push forward or backward with my toes. It sounds difficult, but felt adequate. Later, it proved to work sufficiently. The second thing we did to prepare was to construct the tools we invented to work within the cave. I came up with a clever way to chip away inside the passage without having to climb inside. I had my neighbour weld together several lengths of steel pipe in a manner that would allow us to take it apart while we climbed down to the tomb, but still have the strength necessary to hold up to a blow from a hammer once it was together. We made our own tips that we could screw onto our pipe and reach to the area we needed to work on. B came up with a cool design for a scraper using angle iron. He had his neighbour weld it together. It proved to be an invaluable tool for scraping and removing the rock. We were both proud of our inventions. I also made a device to hold my drill that attached to our pipe. We ended up not using it since B's scraper device worked so well. Figure 12. Here is a picture of B, edited to protect his identity, with the pipe we made. I took the picture facing away from the tomb. He's sitting on the rope bag that we used as a bed. Behind him, to his left, is the passage that leads down to the still water. Behind him, and to his right, is the last drop-off before the passage. You can see some orange webbing we used to climb up and down. I took an oath. I made a vow. I would not leave the cave until I had made it through the passage, conquered Floyd's tomb. This would be the trip. It had been a long time since we had made it been out to Mystery. We'd been busy though. We'd made the tools we had talked about. It was fun coming up with ideas for tools. Also, we made a squeeze box to determine the best technique for getting through the tight spot. Plus, we knew about how much rock we needed to remove before we get through. We were excited to get back out to the cave to finish our project. Our climb down the passage took a little bit longer than usual since we had extra tools to carry. Once we got down to the passage, we immediately got to work using B's scraping tool with the pipe I had made. It worked like a charm. We could hammer the pipe on one end, and the scraping tool on the other end dug into the rock. Then we could push the debris all the way through the passage and out of our way. When we needed to measure our progress, we would turn the scraper sideways in the passage and observe the clearance. We worked for about 2 hours before I had a desire to try the tomb. I just wanted to make sure I was going to make it through on the first try. B made one more sweep of the passage floor, clearing any loose rocks from where I'd be crawling, and pushing the wall we had made to the back of the squeeze. I'd made preparations for the crawl by fashioning duct tape suspenders to prevent my shirt from sliding around while sliding across the rock. I went with a flashlight in my hand, even though my hand would be at my side. I knew I would need it once I got through. As an expression of faith, I did not tie a rope to my feet. I was confident I was going to make it. Finally, I made the attempt. Although I didn't mention it in my journal, we did notice the breeze was back and the rumbling present. Since we didn't do any work on the entrance, I had to go through the same dance routine to even enter the passage. Once I got my upper body through the hole, I shined the flashlight ahead of me to work out a plan of attack. The passage didn't seem any bigger than the last time I was there, but most of the work was done deeper in the squeeze. I paused for a few minutes, then twisted my hips to get my lower body in. I slowly inched forward as my entire body slowly filled the passage. Before I was completely in, I got into position for the push. I dropped both my hands to my side and turned my head to the right. Then I began to inch forward. Once my toes were inside the cave, I used them to push forward. To keep from scraping my body, I would walk using my shoulders, knees, and toes. Progress was slow but steady. That was fine by me. A foot or two before the tight spot, I could already tell there was a little more room. Even so, I began to touch the roof of the passage with my back. This time, however, I was able to continue moving forward. I reached the lowest point in the passage, and I could tell it was going to be tricky. Even with the work we had done clearing out the loose rocks, I still felt sharp pebbles rolling under my chest as I slid along. When I could feel my back brushing the top of the passage in several places, I reverted to my technique of exhaling. Before I began, however, I took a minute to lay there in the passage. I could see the glow of B's flashlight as the rays of light managed to squeeze past my body. I could feel the cool breeze evaporate the drops of dirty sweat on my forehead. Excuse me. I could feel 1,000 sharp edges dig into the surface of my skin. I felt the twinge of excitement as I realized that the goal we had set out to achieve weeks ago was about to be realized. This thought alone made me want to keep moving, no matter how tight the passage became. I breathed in and out rapidly for a few moments, then began. Exhale, scoot. Stop to catch my breath. Repeat. After just a few inches of scooting, I could raise my head off the floor of the squeeze until the passage was beginning to open up. I relayed this information to B. We both took a few seconds to celebrate. During the rest of the slide through the passage, B was cheering me on. Virgin Passage and Neil Armstrong territory were the phrases he kept repeating. I was grinning ear to ear. Even though the passage was beginning to get larger, it was still slow going. I had to continue scooting along for another 1.5 feet before I could slide my arms underneath me to use them to crawl. At that point, I felt my journey was essentially over. I was able to sit up slightly and move the rock wall we had erected several trips ago. Those rocks served as a somber reminder that a little caution would be wise. I shouted back to B that I was through. We both took a moment to congratulate ourselves on our success. B would likely never be able to squeeze through the passage to see what I was seeing, so I gave him a description of what the cave looked like. At this point, I only had my mini-mag, so I couldn't see very far into the passage. The end of the passage made a gentle right turn and seemed to go for a ways. I was unable to do anything at this point but sit, due to the size of the passage. All the broken rocks we had pushed through Floyd's tomb were around me at this point. There were no other signs of human intrusion. I had to wait until B passed me my helmet light to get a better feel for the cave. Sorry, I am unfortunately quite tired. But we push on, much like Ted has. Haha, and so on. B used the pole we made to slide me the end of a rope. Then I was able to pull all my gear through the squeeze. The first thing he sent through was my helmet and light. After I got the light fired up, I was able to see our new section of cave. Hours! It was an exciting experience to see the results of hours of hard work over the course of several weeks. At this point, we still had no idea what the cave had to offer. The only thing I could see was a passage, immediately following the squeeze. It was a narrow passage with a low ceiling. I would easily be able to get through it, but I would have to crawl. I began taking pictures so I could show B. Figure 13, the first section of the new passage. I was almost laying down since the passage was so small. My feet are extended in front of me, as you can see. Notice the broken rock on the floor of the cave? The passage looks like a dead end, but it turns gently to the right near the end. I asked B how far he thought I should venture into the new cave, in light of the strange events that had occurred. For the first time, he too toned down his enthusiasm as he remembered the noises. He slid the pipe through the tomb with a loosened tip on the end. He said I could use it as a weapon if I ran into an animal, or... He also told me to make sure we could hear each other as I progressed into the cave. Even though we were at least thinking of the possibility of running into trouble, we never really considered the fact that if I got into trouble, B would never be able to rescue me. And in fact, no one would be able to get to me for many hours. If I were in serious trouble, as in hurt, there was no way anyone would be able to get in there to get to me in time. But symbolic of... Jesus. But symbolic of the whole experience, we were focused on our goal, and not the potential dangers we faced. So far, we dodged the proverbial bullet. So far. I strapped on my gloves and knee pads, grabbed my camera, and began my adventure. I crawled through the passage pictured above, which was about 20 feet long. At the end of the crawl, the cave bent slightly to the right. I would have to climb up a gentle slope, but then I would be able to stand by the end of the next section of the cave. The next section was about 40 feet long. In addition to having a higher ceiling, the walls were a little wider than the section I had just crawled through. Both sections were relatively straight. But me, fuck. Damn, I really am tired. God damn. The floor was covered in a rock which crunched as I crawled, then walked across it. The walls were basically the same as much of Mystery Cave, except pristine. It was obvious no one had been there before me. Upon closer examination of the walls, I found two delicate types of formations. The first resembled several chunks of grated cheese tied together on one end, with the rest of the cheese just flopping down. The second formation was just tiny shards of rock, thinner than human hair. It looked pretty cool. I found several examples of both kinds of formations. I was not even through the second section of the cave, and I could barely hear B. Cave passages are not very acoustically friendly. I shouted to him that I would go for half hour, then return. He said that would be fine and to be careful. Then I proceeded to explore some more. I would walk nearly upright at this point. I was on the third straight section of the cave when I discovered a crystal formation on the wall to my right. It was in several layers on the wall, resembling clear candle wax that was allowed to melt and drip down the wall. There were several small stalactite-looking formations formed by these crystals. The longest was about 4 inches in length. There would have been one much longer, judging by the size of the base, but it had broken off. I looked to see if I could locate where it ended up, but I couldn't find it. Figure 14. The crystal formations are right behind the rock on the upper right-hand corner of the photo. I could walk upright, but had to stoop on occasions. Felt like ducking under that rock. The passages continued on for another 100 feet or so before the cave opened up a little. It was at the end of a short, straight segment of the cave. At the very end of the segment, the cave made a bend to the left and opened up into a room. Just at the point where the room began, there was a round rock that appeared to be leaning against the wall. This seemed odd, but singular formations are common in caves, so it's by no means unique. I'd crawled and stepped over several large chunks of rock that fell down from the ceiling, but this one was more round than the others. Once past the rock, the room opened up to a height of about 15 feet. It was about 15 feet in width and about 30 feet in length. At the end of the room, there was another passage leading straight out. As I entered the room, I had an eerie feeling. It was like the old saying that I felt like I was being watched. Once again, the excitement of the new find faded, and the memories of the mysterious side of the cave crept back into my mind. Suddenly, I felt very alone. Fortunately for my ego, I was nearly out of time and had to get back to B before my half hour was up. I took several pictures of the room. I was going to just get a feel for how long the next passage was when something caught my attention. On the left side of the room, on the wall at about eye level, I discovered what appeared to be hieroglyphics. It was a single drawing that almost appeared to be just part of the rock coloration. It looked like very crude representations of people standing below a symbol. I was pumped. This meant that there had to be another entrance to this cave. Even if the entrance was closed or blocked, it might mean an opportunity to open it and get B into the cave. I took another look at the drawing to make sure I could describe it to B. Then I took more pictures and headed back to B. When I got back to the squeeze, I could barely talk fast enough to let B know everything I had discovered. He was just excited to hear about our newly found treasures. As we debated what our next move would be, I began to send my gear back through the tomb to B. I told him it would be best if we got someone else to come back with me, in case something happened. He agreed. Once I got all my gear through, I was faced with the wonderful task of having to negotiate Floyd's tomb again. Theoretically, a person should be able to get out of a passage he just crawled through by simply reversing what he just did. If he contorts his body a certain way to get in, he should be able to get into the same position to get out. In practice, this may not prove to be possible or practical. Such was the case with the tomb. I determined in advance I would attempt to go head first back through the squeeze. I knew that I could definitely make it by going feet first, but that would mean backing up all the way through the tomb. That would take a long time and be very exhausting. My only concern in going head first was when I got to the end of the squeeze. I would have to get through the hole we had made without the benefit of being able to twist my body. Oh well, I chose to go head first and deal with the exit when I got to it. I started into the squeeze, very close to the tight spot, so at least I would have it over with soon. It turned out to be tricky getting through. I had to shift my hips to get to the right a little to get through. But I just kept plugging away at it. My hands were once again by my side. My head was turned to the right, and I was scooting up with my toes. Once again, I was using my head as a gauge to tell when I was at the tight spot, and then when I was past it. I seemed to get tired a little quicker on the way out. Must have been from all the work we had done to get through. A little over halfway through when something bizarre happened. I was laying there, taking a brief break, when I heard a sound deep within the cave. It was the faint but distinct sound of rock sliding on rock. My blood froze in its veins. I couldn't move. I just lay there, straining to hear the sound again. Nothing. I quickly began to scoot toward the exit. I didn't mention the sound to B, but I did recall one of our earlier trips when B said he had the same thing. The task of getting out of our hole turned out to be as painful as I thought it would be. I had to put my arms overhead and force my shoulders through the hole. I definitely left some skin behind as I slid through. B helped me as I wiggled my upper body out of the passage. Then I could catch myself and ease my lower body out of the tomb. I was out. B and I shook hands and began to load up our gear. I was trying to listen to any sounds coming from the hole, but we were making too much noise gathering our stuff. As much as I looked forward to getting into the passage, it was a relief to get back out. That is pretty much how I feel about caves in general. I love to go in, but I feel good when I get back out again. Something strange happened with the pictures I took in the new part of the cave. The pictures I took in the passage leading up to the large room turned out just fine. Strangely, none of the pictures taken in the room turned out. Pictures of the round rock and, more importantly, pictures of the hieroglyphics I saw. Pictures taken before and after the room turned out great, but the negatives of the photos taken in the room were clear. Nothing. I remember what the hieroglyphics looked like, so I drew a picture to give you an idea of what I saw. Figure 15. It's a crude drawing of what I saw, but it's accurate. The first thing I thought when I saw it was Blair Witch Project. It kind of has the same feel to it. The symbol was in the centre, and several figures that looked like people raising their hands were below this. Figure 16. This is the last picture before I entered the large room. At the end of the passageway, partially hidden in the shadows, is the round rock I saw. Here is the same picture with the round rock outlined. You can't really tell from these pictures what you're looking at, but they're the only ones I got of the round rock. June?
Yep. Okay.
And section begin again.
Yes.
Here we go.
Praying we can finish this before
It's
7.
It is a long one. If it does end up hitting 7, me and Mason can round up the section.
Yeah, okay, not a problem. I'll send across the thing I would have wanted to talk about anyway.
But hey, who knows? Maybe Arthur will end up turning up. Just to round us out. Who knows? Who knows at this stage?
Only a couple days elapsed before B found someone who wanted to explore the passage with us. B told me he talked to a few other people who couldn't make it because of scheduling conflicts. He said they really grilled him for information about the cave and about the passage. He would not tell them which cave it was to ensure that we explored it to our satisfaction before we made it known to the public. Even if the guy who ended up going with us did not know which cave we were very close until we were very close to it. And he was sworn to secrecy that he would not reveal the location of the cave to anyone on the planet. I won't identify him by name, so I will just refer to him as Joe. Joe, B, and I set out early in the morning to make sure we could spend all the time we wanted in the new passage. When we got to the cave, we were able to rig up and descend rather quickly. It helps when you don't have to haul half a hardware store down into the cave. Joe was impressed with our work. Even B and I took a minute to pat ourselves on the back after all the hard work we put in, and for the fact that we made it through. Joe is rather thin caver, who has a lot of experience in caves. He said this might be the tightest squeeze he'd been in, but it didn't bother him. I knew that physically he would be able to make it, since I was bigger than him and I made it. He was just as excited to get through and get caving even. Maybe more. He quickly got ready and was waiting to hear what the plan of attack was going to be. I figured I would send him through first, since he was ready and I would follow. B would pass our gear through and wait for us outside the passage. B would give us 2 hours to return. It was nice of B to go down into the cave and babysit us. It gets boring sitting there in a cave. With our plan set, we were ready to roll. It was perhaps irresponsible of us to not tell Joe about all the unexplained events that occurred in the cave until he had gone through, but what exactly would you tell someone? How many of the weird things did we need to reveal to him? We did not feel that we were in any danger, or we would not go into the cave ourselves. So we did not tell him a thing prior to him entering Floyd's tomb. Of course, we did tell him afterwards. It was too late. I couldn't believe how easy Joe slipped through the passage. He said it was tight, but it shouldn't look like it. Once he got in, we passed him his gear, and then I started it. Even though I knew that I could fit through, it was still a slow trip through the tomb. Excuse me.
The sleepy virus, it has begun to spread. My bad, guys.
You go so fast. When you're scooting with your toes. When I reached the spot of the squeeze, I had Joe snap a picture of me. I thought it would make a good photo. Once I got through, B started to relay my stuff to me. Then disaster struck. I had gone all the way in and turned around to pull my gear through. I had to kneel down and crouch down low. I just got my helmet, ironically, and light, and was turning around to feed the rope back to B. I smacked my head on top of the passage. Human skull versus solid rock. Rock won. I told B what had happened, so he sent my first aid kit through. I was bleeding, but even worse, I didn't feel too good. Patched myself up, then told Joe I didn't think I'd better continue. He looked like a little kid who was told that Christmas would be cancelled. Although I didn't like the idea of him exploring the cave without me, for selfish reasons of course, I wanted him to see part of the cave for making the trip out there. I told him how far to go and how long it would take, then I sent him on his way. As I laid there, I could hear him crawling into the darkness. His light disappeared after the first turn. I rested a minute or two, then began my journey back through the squeeze. It was disappointing to get all the way to the cave and then not be able to explore it to its end. Actually, it is killing me. After I got through Floyd's tomb, which was painful, I sat down and munched on a Cliff Bar while B and I chatted. I told him I would pay for a motel room if he would stay overnight. Then we could see how I was doing the next day and make another attempt at the cave. I felt goofy for having smacked my head on the cave wall. B said he was willing to give it another try tomorrow. He was just anxious to put some closure to this cave. As long as Joe would stay overnight, we determined to wrap things up the next day. Once this was settled, we just sat back and enjoyed the darkness. We could hear no sounds coming from the passage. The silence reminded me of the scraping noise that I heard last time we were out there. I brought up the subject with B. Since I had not explored the cave completely, I could not offer any explanation of what could be making the scraping noise, or the change of wind strength. Or the change the wind.
It was established there's typos.
Yeah, no.
But hey,
I know.
Here's the thing. I think with this one, it is literally acceptable because it's like, hey, the story itself is like, it gave a reason why, hey, there's typos in here because I'm just giving you exactly what I wrote in my journal. And I was scrawling shit, you know?
Or the rumbling.
Ooh.
Or that terrible scream we heard. Suddenly we both wished we had not sent Joe into the cave alone. B went into the hole and yelled into it. Joe! No answer. Not surprising. We just can't hear each other when you were very far apart in the cave. We nervously awaited any sounds. Good sounds, that is. Joe-type sounds. The 20-minute time limit we'd set passed. 25 minutes. Really had no desire to climb back through the squeeze. My head was still throbbing and the squeeze looked tighter than ever. Still, I knew I was going to have to make sure Joe was safe. Just as I prepared to go back through, I saw a light deep in the passage. Joe? I called out. Nothing. Joe. Still no answer. The light got brighter and I could hear the noise of someone crawling across the broken rock that lighted the cave. You okay, Joe? Be Joe.
Mason, do you want to be Joe?
Did you hear me?
No.
Oh, I went, no.
Was his weak reply. When he got to the other side of the tomb, he said he was not feeling well. He quickly took up his gear off and then put them in the bag so we could pull it through. As I pulled the bag through the passage, he began to climb through the tomb. I didn't even get a chance to question him about what he saw before he came back through. He quickly slipped through the squeeze in the hole, and we finally got a look at him. Terrible. His face was pale, he was out of breath. The dust that covers the floor of the squeeze left its mark on his face and clothes. He had numerous small cuts and scratches on his face and arms, probably from his rapid exit from the passage. His eyes were wide open. We only had a brief moment to look at the change that had occurred to Joe before he started to head up and out of the cave without saying a word. While Joe and B started for the surface, I took a minute to gather our gear. When I stopped to listen into the passage, I heard nothing. I felt nothing. The wind had stopped. Part of me wanted to get out of the cave as fast as possible, but another part of me wanted to immediately climb back through the passage to find out what made this cave tick. Then was not the time, though. I still felt a little dizzy from my injury, and at that moment I noticed B and Joe had a good time getting up the cave passage, and I was left alone. Chills ran through my body as I scurried to catch up with them. Once we got outside the cave, I figured we would be able to find out more from Joe, but when he got up the final climb, he just unclipped from the rope and went straight to the truck. In the light of day, he looked even worse than the cave. B and I gathered up the rope and our gear and headed for the truck. Joe said he did not want to stay overnight because he felt terrible. We believed him, so we headed home. We get no more information from Joe. He just stared straight ahead. He was shaking like a leaf. And when he said he was not cold, when we tried to question him, his answers were short. I asked him if he saw the hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
Did he hear us yelling?
No.
Did he see the round rock?
No.
Did he see the crystals?
No.
He said he just went a little ways in and started to feel sick. Something was fishy about his answers. He would have had to see the crystals if he got far enough in the cave that he couldn't hear us yelling. Why would he not elaborate? The rest of the trip passed in eerie silence. Joe didn't say much else. He gave him a brief outline of the strange events that happened in the cave. He didn't reply. As we were dropping him off, we asked if he wanted to go back in the cave. He shook his head and ran into his house. I tried to call him later in the day, and the next day, but only got his voicemail.
April 28th, 2001. In this journal entry, I discussed briefly the feelings B and I had at this point. I would like to elaborate on those feelings and set the mood for this part of my journal. I hope I can successfully convey our exact thoughts and feelings as we contemplated our next move. If not, I'm afraid we will appear to the average reader as being ignorant, naive, or downright foolish. This cave represented to us the culmination of weeks of hard work, complete with an array of emotions, from fatigue to fear, anticipation to pain, from frustration to glory. To us, we were not standing on the brink of possible destruction, but rather honouring an unspoken commitment. Much like a parent of a wayward child, we were not about to abandon our child out of fear of the unknown. Like it or not, this cave had become a part of us, and now we must see this adventure to its fruition. Additionally, verbose explanations aside, we were being eaten alive with curiosity. Despite the overwhelming number of unexplained occurrences we experienced, we had to go back to this cave. What was making the rumbling noise? What caused the change in wind strength? Etc., etc., all the way down to Joe. What could have possibly happened to him? What did he see or experience? We had many lengthy discussions about what our next move would be. We kept coming to the same conclusion. We had to return to the cave. We could offer no possible scenarios that would solve the many riddles held deep within the cave. The only way we could hope to complete the puzzle would be to conquer the cave. We were going back to Mystery Cave. 2 weeks after our trip with Joe, and we were on our way back to the cave. To prepare for this trip, we contacted the local cave rescue group and got permission to borrow their low-voltage two-way phone. The phone consists of 2 transceivers and a long spool of thin wire. I would then be able to unwind the wire as I went into the passage and stay in contact with B the entire time. We also thought it would be a good idea to take a video camera into the new passage. I purchased a case that would protect my video camera from dust as well as sharp rocks. I was more than willing to pay the cost of the case, just to make sure B got to see the entire passage. My head was doing fine. I still had a light red line to mark the spot where I tried to break the rock with my head. I never went to a doctor, but it was a very painful experience. I've thought about what would have happened if I'd been able to go in the passage with Joe. He was a changed man after he came out. I've been calling his house nearly every day trying to talk to him, but he won't answer his phone. He called his work and a mutual friend told him that Joe called in sick 2 weeks ago and hasn't been in since. He said Joe warned his boss that he might be out for a while. I even stopped by his house twice. First time it looked like someone was home but no one answered the door. Second time his car was gone and there were no lights on. I hoped to talk to him before this trip, but it didn't work out. As we were rigging up the rope to descend into the cave, I felt something for the first time. I did not want to go into the cave. It was not a feeling of foreboding. I was not receiving some premonition. I just had no desire to enter the underground world of Mystery Cave. I didn't share this feeling with B at the time, even though I had no desire to go into the cave. I knew we had to, so I double-checked my gear and slipped over the edge of the cliff. Right from the beginning, it seemed like the cave did not want us to be there. Nothing went smoothly. Every time we tried to clip a carabiner or tie a knot or attach something to the rope, we had to do it 2 or 3 times to get it right. Fortunately, we recognised this and we made sure that everything was safe and secure. As we slowly made our way down, we were continually bumping into the side of the cave or stumbling as we walked or dropping things. We finally reached a point where we stopped to gather ourselves before continuing. Our load was relatively light, but we were taking forever to get to the hole. Finally, we made it. We checked the camera and phone to make sure they survived the trip. We tested everything and I gathered the gear I wanted to take into the passage. Then it was time. We looked at each other but said nothing. Then I turned to face the passage. As I twisted my body to begin entering the tomb, I desperately hoped that it would be the last time I could contort my body to enter this claustrophobe's nightmare. The trip through Floyd's tomb went smoothly, figuratively speaking. After I got through, we took several minutes to get everything passed through to me. I got suited up and tested all the equipment. The phone worked like a charm. I videotaped the squeeze and then the first section of the new passage. Since I would be unable to tape while I crawled, my plan was to crawl to the next section, then stop and film some more. I could video what I had just been through and then video what I was going to crawl through next. That way I could get each section from both ends. I was starting to feel pretty good about the trip. I felt a sense of personal satisfaction at being able to provide a way for B to see the fruits of his labour. It was awkward lugging the camera and unrolling the phone while trying to crawl. I knew it would be worth it though. The small formations were too small to show up on the video. With normal outside lighting it would be no problem, but with my headlights as the only source of light, their effort was futile. The crystal formations turned out quite nice. They were easily large enough and made for some pretty good footage. I took advantage of the film stop to check the phone. It was comforting to hear someone's voice deep within the passage. We chatted briefly, then I unplugged the phone and prepared to continue. The phone resembled an oversized regular phone, more like the ones you would see in war movies. When I wanted to talk to B, I would just plug the phone into a special jack on the spool of wire. The power source was on B's end of the phone, so it was always turned on. The reception was as clear as a normal phone. I continued forward. Even though progress was slow, it was steady. Things were going pretty good until I reached the round rock. Once again I got a strange feeling, just like the last time. I looked around carefully but saw nothing to be alarmed about. I proceeded to film the entire room. I got good shots of the round rock from all angles. I got the walls, ceiling, and floor to the best of my ability. I even got some pretty good tape of the figure on the wall. It was difficult to make out exactly what it was on the video, but you could definitely tell something was there. After I typed everything to my satisfaction, I moved toward the end of the room to prepare to explore new territory. At the far end of the large room was a passage that led to darkness. The entrance was about a foot lower than my head, and it looked like it continued at that height for as far back as I could see. I ducked under the ceiling and prepared to see new sights. The walls of the new passages were darker than the rest of the cave to this point. The floor was made up of the same type of broken rocks. The ceiling had the same type of near-perfect arches in the old section of Mystery Cave. It almost seemed out of place in the jagged atmosphere of the cave. I could only see back about 30 feet or so where the passage appeared to make a right-hand turn. I thought this would be a good place to check in with B. It took a couple of beeps before I answered the phone, but once he did, his voice was still crystal clear. It sounded like he might have been snoozing. Had I been gone that long? He said he was doing fine and that I could take as much time as I needed. I thanked him and hung up. His patience had been wonderful during this entire project. He has spent a lot of time just waiting for me while I explored the passage. I was glad he was still willing to sit and wait. I hung up the phone and started to film the new passage. Then it happened. From behind me I heard the scraping noise. It was loud, it was close, it was coming from the large room I had just left. I wheeled around to face whatever had made the noise. When I did, I lost my presence of mind and stood up at the same time. Crunch! My helmet crashed into the passage ceiling. My light broke and I was buried in the heavy darkness. Pain shot through my neck and down into my back. The helmet had protected my head, but my neck was nearly numb from the impact. Fear enveloped me and my knees began to weaken. I slowly and involuntarily slumped to my knees. I gently set the camera down as I began to see stars from the pain in my upper back. The scraping noise lasted only a second, and now the only sound I could hear was my own panic-inspired breathing. Not only could I feel the fear thick upon my chest, but the darkness seemed to hold me in place. I felt like I was vulnerable from every direction. I wanted to turn and look behind me, and to the side of me, and in front of me. Everywhere I looked, I saw black. Finally, I broke the stupor of terror long enough to reach for an alternate light source, the mini-mag on my helmet. I twisted the light to turn it on, and when I did, I nearly cried. I forgot to put fresh batteries in, and now I could barely see more than a few feet. Still, it was better than nothing. I immediately began shining the light with all my might into the large room. I strained to get a glimpse of any movement in the room. Nothing. I was shaking violently as I sat there trying to figure out what to do. My mind was not thinking clearly. I honestly thought I was going to die right there in the cave. For a fleeting moment I wondered how B would ever figure out what had happened to me. Then it hit me like a boulder. The phone! My mind must have been clearing up at that point because I also thought about my glow sticks. Without taking my eyes off the large room, I felt around in my pack for the glow sticks. Since I was carrying the phone and the video camera, I removed as much as possible from my pack, and one of the things I left with B was my backup headlamp. Thus I was left with only the glow sticks. I found one and ripped it out of the package. I could tell something was wrong by how it sounded. It has been inadvertently broken and was now useless. I chucked it on the ground and searched my pack for another one. I took my eyes off the large room only to check the passage behind me occasionally. I found another glow stick, broke it to light it up. The soft green glow created eerie colours on the walls of the cave. The stick provides barely enough light to see the immediate area and provided no hint of what lay ahead. I felt the pack for one more light, again without taking my eyes off the room. I felt a third glow stick and ripped it out of the package. After breaking it to make sure it worked, I hesitated and then threw the glow stick into the large room. The throw was a perfect one, and the stick sailed through the length of the room. In the brief moment that the light travelled through the room, I saw nothing but cave walls. The absence of anything unusual did nothing to ease my state of panic. At the far end of the room, I got a brief glimpse of the round rock as the light bounced on it. Then the light went behind the rock and seemed to disappear. I was still shaking, but at least I didn't see anything. Still, there was the noise. I used the glow stick to light the phone reel, and with fumbling fingers I managed to plug my phone into the jack. I used my glow stick to light the phone, reel.
Real!
I put the phone to my ear and heard nothing. The usual beeps to indicate connection with the other phone were not there. Terrified, I pulled the phone from the jack and reinserted it. Again, silence. The line was dead. What could have happened? I just talked to B. I found myself nearly sobbing with fear. I knew the only way out of here was back the way I came, but something was there. A third attempt at making contact with B met with the same results. I tried to think of another plan, but I could only focus on the memories of the grinding sound that I had heard. In my weakened state, I slumped against the side of the passage, breathing like I had just finished a race, never breaking eye contact with the shadows of the large room. As my shoulder touched the wall, I had a powerful jolt of pain reminding me of my collision with the roof of the cave. Despair, agony, terror. I can't say exactly how long I sat there, but my feet were tingling and my knees were sore. The pain in my back crept lower, although my neck felt no different. I resolved to make an attempt to exit this evil passage. I knew that if I waited too long I would lose what little light I had. I attempted to stand, but I did not have the strength. I crawled slowly to the near end of the large room, dragging my pack beside me. Using the walls of the cave I was able to slowly stand, though not straight due to my sore back. Still breathing rapidly, I slowly advanced through the room. I wound up the phone wire as I went. My eyes were staring straight ahead, straining for any signs of movement. With every step my light would cast ever-changing shadows on the wall, keeping me busy trying to look at every one. My eyes burned as I realised I'd not blinked for many minutes. How many? How long had this been going on? The only sounds I could hear were the crunch of my feet on the broken rock and the wheezing of my breath. As I wound the cord I could hear the squeak of the wheel, with each turn bringing me closer to the tomb, closer to B, closer to safety.
Okay, not to call, I have to go.
That is rough. And
The short
June's
trip through the room
disappeared,
took an
audience.
eternity. As I passed the crude drawing, it seemed to glow, as if offering some sort of warning. I didn't know what the drawing represented, but everything about this cave seemed to instill fear. Toward the far end of the room I could see the round rock dimly at the far reaches of my light. Something seemed different about it, but I couldn't tell what. When I got within a few feet I could finally tell what had changed. It had moved! That was the sound I heard. Again, terror gripped my entire body as I realised how close I was to something. I had no choice but to continue. Still, it was not easy. I inched toward the rock, holding the glow stick ahead of me in my shaking hand, using it to pierce the darkness. I stopped just this side of the rock and wound up the slack in my phone wire. Then I realised why I had lost contact with B. The rock was now sitting on the wire. I gave it a tug and the thin wire snapped. My only hope of contact with the outside world ceased to exist when that wire broke. I'd never felt so alone and helpless, buried deep within the earth. I had voluntarily descended into my own grave with a casket of solid rock. With the phone now useless, I set it down in the passage. My gaze fixed on the round rock, I proceeded forward. My breathing was rapid, with my throat dry and aching and my mouth dusty. With every crunch of the rock below my feet, my heart seemed to stop. No movement could be seen in the green glow of my stick. I got to the rock and peered over the top. Seeing nothing, I took several rapid steps past it. When I reached the other side, I recoiled in horror at what I saw. In the side of the passage near the floor was a hole with another passage revealed. It had been covered by the rock, but now it was exposed. The rock could not have moved by itself. I backed away from the hole and collided with the opposite wall. I'd not been paying attention to the pain in my back, but now it came back to me in all of its fury. I stared down the newly discovered passage. It went down at a 45-degree angle and continued straight for as far as I could see. Several feet down I could see the glow stick that I had thrown. It illuminated the passage enough that I could tell the walls were fairly smooth. The floor seemed to be the same way, unlike the rest of the cave. The passage was about 3 feet in diameter as far as I could see. It would have been an easy passage to explore if I had the least desire to do so. Right now I wanted out of the cave and into the daylight. I slowly backed away from the hole towards B. I never took my eyes off the abyss. I nearly tripped over the phone wire as I turned to leave this devil's lair. I noticed my mini-mag was practically dead, leaving me with only the glow stick. I wanted to sprint to Floyd's tomb, just hearing another human being would help alleviate some of the fear I was experiencing. As I turned away from the large rock and the hole, I felt an overwhelming sense of panic fill my soul. It felt like a legion of demons was about to attack me from behind. I felt like my salvation lay ahead of me in the darkness and Lucifer was behind me, trying to keep me from safety. I found myself moving much faster than I should have been in that cave. My only thought was to get out as quickly as possible. I passed the crystal formation, barely even noticing this beautiful creation of nature in the green glow of my light. Every time I ducked to avoid a rock, I felt my back scream its reminder of my injury. When I got to the point of the passage where I had to crawl, I flung myself down on all fours, barely slowing down as I dropped. When my hands came in contact with the cave floor, I felt an electric shock shoot all the way down my back and simultaneously down my arms. For the first time since this nightmare had begun, I let out a scream. I crumpled down and lay there on the rock, with new levels of pain manifesting every time I inhaled. Whimpering from fear and pain, I tried to listen to any other noise in the cave. I could feel the silence pounding in my head. I knew from previous trips that B was still out of earshot, but I was close. Forcing myself to move, I winced as I pulled my body onto all fours and started to progress along the cave. I still held the glow stick in my hand, but I had ceased checking behind me. Now my focus was ahead of me. I reached the point where I could yell to B, but I didn't make a sound. I didn't want to stop long enough to talk. Finally, I reached the last stretch of cave before the squeeze. As I was crawling toward the beginning of the tomb, I called to B. He answered back. I screamed to him to get everything ready to go. He asked if I was okay, since he hadn't heard from me on the phone. He had gotten worried. I told him no, and to get everything ready to go. When I reached the rope, I flipped off my helmet and shoved it into my pack. For the first time, I realized I had forgot my video camera. It was a fleeting thought. I cared no more about that camera than a passenger of the Titanic cared about a hat or a coat. I tied the pack to the rope and told him to pull it through. Then I told him to start heading toward the surface as soon as he pulled the rope through. He asked why, and I screamed that there was something in the cave with us. My back ached with every move I made. I knew it didn't matter though. I was going to get through the tomb as fast as I could, injuries notwithstanding. Just as I started into the squeeze, I felt the wind in the passage increase, and with it the most nauseating stench I've ever experienced. It smelled like damp, rotting, rancid, putrid death. I almost started to dry heave. I pulled my shirt up over my nose to shield me from the overpowering smell. At this point, B smelled it too. He yelled, "What is that?" Then he yelled at me to hurry up and get through. I told him I was coming, then I took a deep breath through my shirt and started back through. B's yelling had intensified my fear and panic, as if I needed any help. I knew he could sense the urgency in getting out of this place. Still, as I worked my way through, I yelled at him to start up, that I would catch up with him when I got through. He said he would. He placed my glow stick inside the passage, then began to climb out. This time through the squeeze I had no regard for the tightness of the passage. I was scraping my face, ears, arms and shoulders. Every inch of the squeeze meant numerous scratches on my body, but I barely noticed them. My back was nearly paralysing me with pain. Once again, I felt the rising need to vomit because of the odour being delivered to my nostrils by the breeze. Halfway through Floyd's tomb, I took a break to catch my breath. I was approaching exhaustion and my respiration rate was through the roof. The top of the passage seemed to rest my cheek, and the floor felt like broken glass on my opposite cheek. As I paused briefly to recuperate, I heard the scraping noise coming from deep within the cave. It continued for several seconds, then silence. I let out a cry which startled me. I was no longer consciously reacting to the noise. The cry was a subconscious response to the fear which flowed through my entire body. In a panic, I began to scoot through the passage. As I reached the largest part of the tomb, I quickly slid my arms under my body to get into position to exit through a hole. I grabbed the rope and pulled with all my might. When my shoulders reached the hole, they lodged, and I was stuck. I dug my feet into the rocks and wiggled my way back into the passage. Then I turned my body slightly and tried again. This time I was successful in pulling my upper body through. Normally I would carefully work my way out since there's a 3-foot drop on the outside of the hole. This time I kicked with my legs and pulled with my arms and plop! I dropped out of the tomb, right onto my shoulder. I tried to roll to soften the impact, but I was unable to do anything more than take the blow. Strangely, the pain was focused on my shoulder, apparently not affecting my already sore back. I rolled over onto all fours, then slowly rose to my feet. The smell was much less intense outside of the passage. I grabbed a glow stick and used it to find my helmet. I began to head for the webbing to climb up while strapping on my helmet. When I got to the webbing, I reached up to grab hold and recoiled in horror. In the glow of the glow stick, I could see for the first time the injuries to my arms. My forearms were covered with deep cuts and scrapes. Much of my arm was covered with blood. The wounds were not deep enough to bleed freely, but rather oozed the blood. In that brief moment that I stopped, I noticed that there was silence in the cave. No sounds coming from the passage and nothing from up ahead. Once again, the feeling of being alone returned, motivating me to proceed. Climbing up the little drop-off proved to be difficult in my condition. Having the glow stick as the only light source added to the challenge. Once on top, I scrambled to catch up with B. I was impressed with the speed of his ascent. Although I did not mention any more of my physical condition during my exit, I was hurting. With every step I took, pain shot through my lower back and my neck. My arms were shredded and my shoulder had a nice gash in it. I honestly believe that if it were not for the terror I felt at the time, I would not have the energy and the motivation to climb out. I was running on pure adrenaline. Unfortunately, the adrenaline surge was about to end. I did not see or hear B until I reached the small area at the bottom of the drop. He was on rope and climbing out as fast as he could. I could hear him moving quickly and breathing heavily. I called out to him and his startled reaction told me he was nearly as tense as I was. He told me to get on rope and start climbing. We both knew that would be dangerous and not something we would ever normally do, but this was different. I stood there looking up at where the rope disappeared into the darkness above me. It danced around as B made his way to safety. He was out of sight, but I knew he was close. I knew the rope was my lifeline to the outside, to light, safety. Behind me was darkness, fear, the unknown. I had the fleeting thought of a movie scene where the actor had outwitted the monster and reached the front door of the haunted house. Just as he reaches for the knob, he hears a sound behind him and turns, only to see. I slid the glow stick into the cord on my helmet and reached for my harness. Then I thought I would let B get a little higher while I pulled the rope up that was stretched down into the cave. That would make it easier to get out once we got to the top of the drop. I chose not to wind the rope around my arm since it was sore and bleeding, so I just pulled it into a pile on the floor. From above, I heard B warn me, "Rock!" and I ducked under the ledge as several small rocks landed on the floor near my feet. I quickly went back to pulling the rope in. I had about half of it in, about 50 feet, when the rope hit a snag. Ugh! It was solid. There was no way I was going to crawl back in to release, so I decided to just forget the rope and get my harness on and get out of the cave. I quickly threw the harness around me and started to buckle it. Before I could secure it, I heard a strange noise at my feet. My pulse began to quicken. I looked down at the rope only to discover to my horror that the rope was disappearing down into the darkness. Something was pulling the rope back into the cave. I let go of the harness and began clawing my way up the rope. The unbuckled harness fell to the floor. Fortunately, I held on to an ascender. At the moment, I could not think straight and began climbing out of the cave without being attached to the rope. I had climbed out many times without using an ascending device, but I was always attached to the rope just in case. I was climbing as fast as my battered body could haul me up. I was in a near panic state again and consequently was scraping, bumping and gouging my arms and legs. As I climbed, I screamed to B that something was pulling the rope. He yelled back to hurry up. Luck was with me in that I didn't slip and fall back down into the hole. If I had, I would have bounced several times against the sides of the cave before smashing onto the floor. The injuries would be fatal. Without the necessity of having to stop to slide the ascender up the rope, I made excellent time getting up. I could see rays of light above me coming from the entrance of the cave. That told me exactly where I was in the cave. I caught up to B on the ledge below where our relay point was fixed. I told him to keep going. It would only take him a few minutes, but every second would be torture because I had to wait for him to get up. I watched the rope that we had just climbed up. I expected to see some creature from deep within the earth climb up and make me its lunch. The rope moved around a bit, in rhythm with B's climbing, but it did not appear to have any tension on it. As I stood there waiting for B, I kept watching the rope for signs of anything bizarre. I didn't know if my heart could take any more stress. I could not have been more wired. I tried to relax a bit to make sure I was thinking rationally, but my poor brain had reached sensory overload. As B reached the top of the last climb, I got ready to clip on my ascender and get my sorry butt out of there. It was then that I noticed that the rope began to tighten from below. I could feel the tension on the rope, but it was a steady tension, not like someone was climbing it. Either way, I wanted out of there as fast as possible. I clipped on and scrambled up the rope. I hadn't noticed, but B had kept on moving toward the entrance. I got up the last few feet in a hurry. I just unclipped and kept on moving, leaving the rope behind. By the time I got to the entrance of the cave and daylight, B was almost up to where the rope was anchored. I wanted to get up so bad I almost started to free climb without clipping onto the rope. I could see B was almost up, so I clipped on and started up. I almost didn't make it up. I had just started up when I nearly collapsed from exhaustion. I managed to recover enough to pull myself up the last few feet. As I climbed, I could hear the tension on the rope manifest itself by the stretching noise in the rope. I prayed the rope would not break with me attached to it. The second that I reached the top, I unclipped the ascender. I could see B kneeling down by the tree. So I limped over to him and collapsed. For the first time since I went through Floyd's tomb, we could see each other. We just stared. I knew I looked pretty bad, but I didn't know that B was in such bad shape. He had cuts and scrapes on every exposed surface of his body. His face was pale, almost white. His mouth and his eyes were wide open. He was breathing heavily, almost gasping. The shock we shared at the other person's appearance was broken when we heard the rope around the tree stretch and the knot B had tied tighten. I was frozen in place. Overwhelmed with fright, B seemed to be transfixed on the knot. Then in one motion he produced a pocket knife and began to work on the rope. It is amazing how a person's state of mind can alter the perception of time. I'm sure it only took 4 or 5 seconds to sever the rope from the tree, but it seemed like an hour. When the rope was cut, the knot fell to the ground, while the end of the rope zipped across the rocks and over the edge of the cliff, the speed of it causing a humming noise as it went. As soon as the rope was cut, B let out a cry. He dropped the knife and fell backwards. Watching the rope fly over the edge brought the feelings in the passage back to me. I got up and headed toward the truck. I noticed B was still laying there, wide-eyed, staring at the point the rope disappeared. I called to him, which seemed to break his trance. He got up and hurried away from the tree, the cave, the nightmare. Neither of us said a word all the way home. It is now 4 days after our trip to the cave. It has taken me 4 days and dozens of attempts to get this entire experience written into my journal. Every time I started to write, I recalled the terrible feelings I had and couldn't write anymore. I felt compelled to continue so as to document the unbelievable events while all of the details were fresh in my mind. I can still feel the pain, still smell the stench, still experience the terror. Even typing from my journal has taken hours. I would like to write more, but it'll have to wait. Even now, with several days between me and the event, I can't relax. I can barely concentrate. That's all for now.
19th of May, 2001. It's been 3 weeks since our last visit to the cave. I want to update everyone as to my condition, my plans for the cave, and the events of the past few weeks. I apologise for not returning your phone calls. I've been getting all of your messages, I just haven't felt up to calling back. Stephen Mark, your words of encouragement on my answering machine. Thanks for your words of encouragement on my answering machine. I know you two are sincerely concerned for me. You're awesome friends. Mark, I know you stopped by the house a few times, and I'm sorry I never answered the door. It really helped me just knowing you dropped by. Sis, I can still hear the worry in your voice. I'm okay, don't worry about me. Just take care of those nieces and nephews of mine. I figure if I can get this site updated, I can let everyone know at once how I'm doing. A lot has happened in the last 3 weeks, so I'll do my best to cover everything. I guess I should start where the last entry left off. It took several days to get the last journal entry written down. I was so shook up from the experience that I could do little else but sit around and ponder what had happened. Right now I am on long-term medical leave from work. I tried to go to work several days after the event, but my boss sent me home. Couldn't concentrate and I looked terrible. I've been to the doctor, but I couldn't tell him about the experience, so I just told him I was under a lot of stress. He recommended rest and gave me a prescription to help me relax. Good drugs. When we left the cave, I was nearly in a state of shock. I couldn't think clearly, and was having a difficult time trying to understand what had happened. I didn't eat much, nor did I get any sleep. I was glad that I had the presence of mind to write down my experience while it was fresh in my mind. As I reread what I wrote, I feel like I actually portrayed what happened in the cave that day. I wouldn't change anything I wrote. Even though it took 3 days to write it, when I finished writing in my journal, I felt much better. I guess it was kind of therapeutic. Unfortunately, it didn't last. In fact, it was after then that things got really bad. B and I parted company after the trip. I didn't see him again until yesterday. I didn't try to reach him, and he didn't try to get a hold of me. Nor did either of us try to contact Joe. B just dropped me off after the trip, and I spent the next several days by myself in my house. I tried to eat, but had no appetite. I was restless, but I couldn't find anything to do to take my mind off the experience. That's when I determined that I should write it down. As I mentioned, that helped me think a little clearer, and seemed to be a little calmer, but it didn't last. I went to work the next day, but was sent home. The day after that, I had an overwhelming feeling of anxiety sink into my soul. I was depressed and confused and had no one. I had no one I wanted to turn to for comfort. I was getting all kinds of phone calls from people, but I just let the answering machine take the calls. Never changed the message on the machine to let everyone know I was alright. I continued in this miserable state, eating and sleeping whenever I could manage, until a week after the trip, when things started to get strange. At first, I was hearing sounds in the house that had no explanation. Footsteps, shuffling noises, creaking doors. You know, the typical horror movie fare. Only the sounds were not distinct. It was as though I wasn't sure I heard what I thought I heard. I'd be eating or getting out of the shower and stop, thinking I heard something. But the sound wouldn't repeat itself. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that it happened frequently, I couldn't be sure there were noises in the first place. Either way, I was scared. It was as though I had been caught in a spider web for the last week. Feelings of anxiety, foreboding, tension filled my life. Then came the hallucinations. I began seeing things in a manner similar to the sounds I was hearing. Just a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. When I returned to look, nothing. I'd been sleeping with the lights on in my room. But now I kept all the lights in the house on from dusk to after dawn. When I started to see things on a regular basis, I purchased a gun. Got it from an ad in the paper, so I didn't have to wait for a permit. I went to the doctors, but didn't mention the details of my life. I just told him I couldn't relax, and I walked out of there with a prescription. Fortunately, my wounds and injuries were pretty much healed by this time. My back still hurt a little, but the prescription took care of that too. When I was on the medication, I felt great, but I didn't want to walk around high for the rest of my life, so I would only take it at the end of a tough day. Fortunately, the severity of the sightings increased, giving rise to a need for the medication. The flashes in the corner of my eye continued, but then I began to see shapes and shadows. They'd be outside my windows, usually at night. I couldn't make out anything solid, so it was hard to pin down what I was seeing. Soon I began to close all of the drapes and blinds so I could remove the possibilities of seeing something. Doing so did help in that respect, but my life was still a mess. My daily routine was mechanical and empty. I would sleep in as long as I could, usually out of exhaustion. Then I would get cleaned up and try to eat something. I lost a lot of weight, so I tried to get as much as possible down me. Then I would exercise a little and nap a lot. I'd only been out of the house a few times in the last 2 weeks. The store, the doctor, the gun purchase. I didn't watch much TV because I couldn't concentrate. I spent a lot of time on the internet. I was doing research on caves and cave myths. The only story I could find was the cave of folklore of about the Hodag. The Hodag is supposedly a creature that roams caves. 2 weeks after we went in the cave, and a week after I began hearing things, I began to have nightmares. Extremely lucid nightmares. No specific theme or recurring events, just plain terrifying. Sometimes it was in my house and someone was trying to get me. Only I couldn't run because I had no legs. Other times, it was in a vat and someone was pouring a syrup-like liquid on me, filling the vat. I would wake up in a panic. Would stay awake until exhaustion forced me to enter dreamland once again. A brutal routine. It continued for several days until it reached a climax on the 6th day, yesterday. My dreams seemed so real I had a hard time telling if I was awake or not. I was beat, really drained of energy and spirit. I was going from the living room to my bedroom in the early evening when I looked down the hall and saw a dark figure toward the end. I thought it was a thief and began to back up slowly. He didn't move. As I was backing up, the lights flickered off and on. Every muscle was tense. I stopped to stare at the figure. Just then the phone rang. It startled me so bad I stumbled over the chair. When I got up, I wheeled around to look down the hall and nothing was there. I grabbed my keys and left the house. I felt compelled to get in the car and drive. My pulse pounded in my temples. I got in and started the car. I wanted to drive to Overlook Point to see the city lights. I didn't know why I needed to go there. I knew I had to go. The closer I got, the more urgent the feeling. When I arrived at the point, I saw something that at first startled me, and caused me to be more relaxed than I had been in a long time. Joe was there. He was out of his car, standing, looking at the lights. We looked at each other. I could see from the tired look on his face that he had been going through the same miserable trial that I had been experiencing. He could tell from the look on my face that we had shared some terrible experience. Our conversation was unbelievably unbelievably brief, sorry. You've been back? Yeah, you're Joe, sorry.
You been back?
He began, even though he knew the answer. Yes.
We need to return.
Tomorrow good? I asked.
Yeah, noon.
He got in his car, and I got into mine. I even wanted to talk to him about his experience. Obviously, he didn't want to know mine. I drove over to B's house. When he answered the door, I thought that B actually looked like he was doing fine, somewhat happy. One look at me and his disposition changed. Our conversation was also succinct. I ran into Joe. We're going back tomorrow at noon. B looked dead serious. He just nodded his head. I asked him if I could spend the night at his house. He eagerly let me in. I didn't notice until later, but every light in the house was turned on. He led me to his spare room. You want to take B?
Yeah, sure. Help yourself.
Thanks. I washed up in the bathroom, took some medication, and got the first decent sleep in a long time. I woke early this morning and came home to get ready for the trip. I thought I would send out this update so no one will wonder what's going on with me. I suspect that by the time most of you read this, I'll be back home and I'll have a great story to tell. I promise that if you haven't heard from me by now, you will very shortly. It's now 10 AM on Saturday the 19th. We'll be leaving for the cave in 2 hours. Preparing for this trip will be like no other trip I've been on. For the first time in my life, I will carry a gun into a cave. I will also carry a knife, an extended first aid kit, plenty of food and water, and a camera. I will take several sources of light, a pad of paper and pencil. I will have to take all of my climbing rope, since B lost his in the cave. I'll carry a good length of rope with me, on the other side of Floyd's tomb. This is the first time in 3 weeks that I've heard any reference to Floyd's tomb. It shivers up my spine just typing it. There are so many things I hope to accomplish this day. So many answers I hope to find in a tiny passage hidden from view. Reflecting on the events leading up to today leaves me feeling dizzy. Was this all a bad dream? Unfortunately, I'm wide awake. And still, in a few short hours, I must face my nightmare. The thought of having another person with me in the passage does nothing to alleviate the fear I feel. I almost chuckle as I ponder a childish notion that we'll have to consider. Who will enter the tomb first? Who will lead the way into the dark unknown? Who will decide when to turn back? Foremost among the questions in my mind is, what about the video camera I left behind? Supposed to be able to record footage it is supposed to be able to record footage in complete darkness. I left the thing running, so what might we find on the tape? Darker questions below. What if the camera's gone? What if it's destroyed? Although it's difficult to put an exact name on my motivation, I think closure fits quite nicely. I need to find out a few things about this cave. The main thing, believe it or not, is to find the end of the cave. With all the bizarre things I've witnessed these past few weeks, it would seem a bit trite to want as a primary goal to get to the end, but that's what I want. To be sure, I will be seeking other bits of knowledge along the way. If, however, I find the end to the main passage, an end to the passage hidden by the rock, I'll be content to never return to the passage or the cave. Again. Never. It would seem to me that crawling headfirst through a tight passage into the darkness is an unnatural thing. Just like crawling up the side of a cliff for recreation, or jumping out of a perfectly good airplane and floating to the ground. We do these things to satisfy our hunger for adventure, this subconscious desire to conquer our own little Everest. As B is fond of saying, caving. Actually, B?
Yeah. Caving is the last opportunity for exploration for the person with modest means.
True. It's a short drive from just about anywhere in the country is a cave waiting to be explored. Even a cave well known among the general public can be approached by someone for the first time as an adventure. Something new, something to overcome. Because it's there. Many of you don't agree with my decisions to pursue this cave. I know this from the messages I've received. I'm afraid I don't have a choice. If I am ever to experience restful slumber, I must return. If I'm ever to walk the halls of my own home in peace, I must return. If I am ever to exit the overworld and enter the subterranean world of a cave, I must now return. I no longer feel that I have a choice. I must return. For my family and friends who are reading this, I say, be at peace. I will conquer this cave. Then I will return and update this website immediately. I will include any photos we take in the cave today. And if you stop by the house, I'll show you the video I have. I expect to be home later tonight, or tomorrow at the latest. See all of you soon, with a lot of answers. Love, Ted. And that was Ted the Caver.
Ooh.
Mason, what are your thoughts?
Jesus, it was definitely long.
Yeah, it was. We are at 2.5 hours. I think that makes Ted the Caver the longest story we have read thus far.
A very long cave. It was.
It's a very long cave.
That's a level from a Yoshi game.
Yeah.
It was very like there was a lot of build up.
Mm.
And I feel like I said earlier,
I did like how a lot of the caving exposition did kind of like come back.
Yeah, I appreciate that. As I said earlier, I feel like it would have been better if the little did we know that something scary was going to happen. I feel I do still maintain that the story probably would have been a little better if that hadn't been included, and it was just kind of like if it was presented as more of like a day by day account rather than like a remembered like account of everything that had happened up to that point.
Yeah, like a slow build up. Like you get like the full smooth curve build up of weird shit, weird as shit, up, full fucked up, oh dear sweet fucking Jesus, instead of weird shit. Remember weird sweet fucking Jesus shit's gonna happen later. Weird shit. Remember sweet Jesus shit's gonna happen later. Weird as shit. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh Jesus fuck.
Because even with the pre-warnings, it still felt like a lot of the like creepypasta worthy stuff happened all at once and was even a little unexpected. Even with all the something scary is going to happen. It was just like, oh, the rock moved. Oh, something's following us. Oh, stench of death. Oh.
It's like Ted just like stepped on a fucking tripwire kind of thing of just like, oh, you went a little too far.
I do appreciate the ending as well, being like, oh yeah, well, I'm going back and I'll let you know what happens. The end.
The end. There was no update because
there was some
fucking
nice
died.
there was some nice pontificating prose as well, some nice sort of philosophical stuff. With other creepypastas, I would roll my eyes at an attempt to take things seriously, but as one of the more grounded creepypastas that we've read, I'm fine with it getting a little philosophical.
Well, yeah, I mean, in this is a guy pontificating over the sort of like philosophical essence of mankind delving into the depths of the earth, not because they belong there, but because they don't belong there, and because it is there for them to conquer, rather than a narrator pontificating over the nature of Jeff the Killer's super mega murderer gene being activated, like it's the fucking devil gene from goddamn Tekken. And it's like, there's a big difference between these two things, and Ted the Caver is definitely the vastly, vastly more positive of them. And I'm a little sad Arthur wasn't here for this, because I think Arthur would genuinely really like this.
Yeah.
Because again, far from flawless, but then again, flawless is a state that nothing can attain. But god damn, was it actually, like, of quality.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know whether I'd say I like this or Candle Cove more. I think Candle Cove
I think I prefer Candle Cove.
I think Candle Cove is my favourite, but in terms of just looking at the raw quality, they're neck and neck.
Yeah.
It's just like, I've got a bit of a soft spot for Candle Cove specifically. It's the thing, Yeah. It's like...
Because Candle Cove is a bit scarier when you really think about it. With this one, it's just like, oh, it's a cave and there's something inside.
Well, that's the thing. Caves are fucked, mate.
Yeah, they are pretty. But
well,
I feel like
I wouldn't even say
they could have.
Candle Cove is scarier. It's just I like that. Pardon me. I like that story more on just like a personal opinion basis. I think personally, if I had to rank them on which I find scarier, I think Ted the Caver just pips it the post.
Yeah, they're very different styles of horror. I like the focus on the injuries that were sustained during the journey. I feel like if they'd played up that aspect a little more, and the sort of the philosophical side of the cave as a representation of the inability to let go of a fixation on the completion of a goal.
Man's hubris kind of thing.
If they leaned into that just a little bit more, I think I would have preferred it. As it stands, Candle Cove is my favourite.
And you know what? Another thing to bring up. You know what this writing style of Ted the Caver makes me think?
What?
This is what Slime Beast wanted to do and fucked it.
Oh, absolutely.
This is the writing style that Slime Beast wishes that Abandoned by Disney and Funny Mouth had.
Yeah.
But it's like, Slime Beast absolutely copped it up like an absolute clown. But that's a rant for 2 episodes ago.
Yeah.
Right. And for additional context, audience, we have a clip of June from about half an hour ago.
So, Ted the Caver, obviously very famous, internet story. There's this guy who runs a channel called Alex Archives, who made a series basically adapting the Ted the Caver into a vlog style video series.
Very nice.
It's very well made, especially for being, I think, the first project he put on his channel. I could be wrong. Yeah, no.
Damn.
First, I don't know if this guy has like a prior history of making content like this, but it's very well made. He also has another series called Hollow Birds. That's also pretty good from what I hear. I've not watched it myself. But yeah, that's...
And could you say the guy's name again? For the
Alex
audience?
Archives.
Alex Archives. Go check out Alex Archives as well. That's a recommendation. And there you go, that was the additional context. But yes, anything else you want to say about Ted the Caver?
Yeah, not really.
Alright then. Then I suppose we shall move on to our next story for tonight. Our next story for tonight is the Russian Sleep Experiment. Now, I'll let you in on this, audience. This is the literal only one Arthur was actually invested in being a part of this.
It's because I was told this was the best one, and it's the only one I've read before this properly. And somebody was like, "You're gonna love it. It's awesome. It's so good." I read it and I was like, "This is bad."
Now,
You like
I'm
bad
not,
Read it and
things.
we pick stuff.
I don't know who told you that. However, I do know...
I really don't know either.
And why they would tell you that.
I do know, however, though, that this is the only one that I know of that people seem to actually think is... Well, some people seem to think is real, like a thing that happened, but we'll get into that at the end.
I'm just gonna give
Russian
that the
real
biggest
experiment.
I'm just gonna give that the biggest haul, like ever.
We'll get...
Nah, they did all this actually. We did all that.
Get there. We will get to all of the shit. We'll get to all of the shit, but later. We'll get there later. For now, we're at the start of the story. Later. Yes.
I know we're at the start of the story. That's how stories start, Alex.
That's what you think.
Some stories.
Skip
are
3
like-
pages.
You're right.
Stress.
No, you're right. We should scroll down a little bit and start from there, and
In
then
medias
go back
res.
to the top.
Nah, I'm gonna be wrong on purpose. Arthur, would you
Shall
like
we give
to,
Arthur the offer?
I was about to say, Arthur, would you like to get us started since you were... Since, one, this is the first story of this episode you're in, and also you actually wanted this one in as opposed to being completely passive like all other 19 stories.
Russian
we
epic
read
experiment.
19 stories.
No, it's the only 19 that Arthur's passive about.
I care so much about every single other one.
Put the blinking on screen. Editor me, put it
That-
on screen again. Bring
That
it back.
19's a baddie.
Oh,
Never let you live that one
Android.
down, Arthur.
And
Yeah,
now
never
Yeah,
let you
Android.
There
No,
is-
I just low-key thought you were like insinuating I like 19-year-olds. And I was just gonna not get into that argument. I was gonna I'm gonna let that one slide and bring it up after the recording. And I'm gonna be like, hey, you like that's you know, that's like not pedophilia, but like I'm not comfortable with that just being a joke that you guys are gonna make because I'm like not.
That is
That's
very
like just a
fair.
bit
but
of
I
a-
Don't worry,
was
Arthur,
talking
that's
about
not the
Red
joke
Ribbon
we were
Android.
making.
I was talking about the Red Ribbon Army android from Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, he's low-key chill actually.
Low-key a baddie, as you once put it. To paraphrase.
I think all of them are, including Dr. Gero.
You know, honestly,
Yeah.
that's... I'm gonna say based to that.
I mean,
They
it's
might
kind
all
of
be a little bit evil.
A little bit.
Mm.
Just a little bit.
It's a
Anyway.
switch.
Alright.
I think we've put the first paragraph off long enough.
Nah, we got a couple more minutes. in
Now
us.
we gotta stall,
Kidding.
we gotta delay. No. Anyway, Arthur.
Just adjust
Oh,
my
he's
microphone.
attacking
Let
his
me just get
microphone.
ready.
He's beating his microphone with hammers.
Okay.
The Russian Sleep Experiment. Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so you only had microphones and 5-inch flick glass porthole-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books and cots to sleep on, but no bedding, as well as running water, a toilet, and enough dried food to last all 5 over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised falsely that they would be freed if they submitted to the test and did not sleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past. The general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4-day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they were, and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began alternately whispering into the microphones and one-way mirrored portholes. Oddly, they all seemed to think they could win the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days,
gas.
Low-key fire.
If you had gas that makes you a rat. The CIA wants that immediately.
The CIA will get their hands on it.
Make the narc gas
Make
immediately.
the rat gas, the gas that turns you into a fucking snitch.
Yes. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber repeatedly, yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight, at which point he continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about this behaviour was how the other captives reacted to it, or rather, didn't react to it. He continued whispering into the microphones till the second of the captives started to scream. The 2 non-screaming captives took the books apart, smeared page after page with their own feces, and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped. So did the whispering into the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it was impossible that no sound could be occurring with 5 people inside. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated that all 5 must be still alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen 5 people consume at a very heavy level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives. They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the people they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced, "We are opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." To their surprise, they heard a calm voice respond in a single phrase, "We no longer want to be freed." Debate broke out among the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more response using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day.
I will say before we move on, I do love how back here, they fully forgot there was a 5th person involved. 2 captives are screaming, 2 of them aren't screaming, and the 5th is just in like a screaming, non-screaming superposition, I guess.
Just vibing.
He's figuring it
Motherfucker's
out.
entered the quantum state.
The Rowan.
Schrodinger's screaming.
Screamdinger.
And you, the audience, get to decide if it's Schrodinger's screaming possessive or Schrodinger's screaming, as in Schrodinger is screaming.
Schrodinger's screaming explanatory.
Yes.
Get the gas. Gas. Mason, gas. The gas.
Yes.
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 The gas.
Yes.
The The chamber was flushed of the stimulant gas and filled with fresh air, and immediately, voices from the microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading for the life of loved ones, to turn the gas back on. The chamber was opened, and soldiers were sent in to retrieve the test subjects. They began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although no one could rightly call the state that any of them were in life. The food rations past day 5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subject's thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the centre of the chamber, blocking it and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds were inflicted by hand, not with teeth as the researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the position and angles of the wounds indicated that most, if not all of them, were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the rib cage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart and lungs of the diaphragm remained in place. The skin and most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs to the rib cage. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact, but had been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen to be working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they had been digesting was their own flesh that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but still, many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. The subjects themselves continued to scream to be left in the chamber and begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fall asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having his throat ripped out, and another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subjects.
Full chimp mode. Legitimately just full chimp. Fully chimp mode.
I forgot he got his nuts ripped off.
Don't feel bad. You did a fine job tossing your little balls around.
I
forgot his
or
balls
not so
got
fun.
ripped off.
They go for the nuts. They know the weakness.
Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives if you count the ones that committed suicide in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured and bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of morphine derivative and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arms of one doctor. His heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out to the point where there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in reach and just repeating the word more over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility. The 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begging for the gas, demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room that the facility had access to, in the process of preparing the subject to have his own organs replaced back within his body. It was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative they had given him to prepare for the surgery. He fought furiously against the restraints when the anaesthetic gas was brought out to put him under. He managed to tear most of the way through a 4-inch wide leather strap on one wrist, even through the weight of a 200-pound soldier holding that wrist. It took only a little more anaesthetic than normal to put him under, and the instant his eyelids closed and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had tripled the normal level of oxygen. The muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn, and he had broken 9 bones in his struggle to not be subdued. Most of them were from the force of his own muscles had exerted on them. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming.
Damn,
His
they
vocal
love
cords-
putting the numbers in there in a weird order.
His vocal cords destroyed, he was unable to beg or object to surgery, and he only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anaesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone suggested reluctantly that they should try surgery without anaesthetic and didn't react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempted to cover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should not have been medically possible for the patient to still be alive. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempted to talk while struggling. Assuming this must be something of drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and a pad fetched so the patient could write his message. It was simple. Keep cutting.
Me when I have the sadomasochism gas.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. The gas.
Good.
Gas. Gas.
The gas.
The gas.
The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anaesthetic as well, although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation, so they've revived one of them magically.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralysed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared the system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they wanted to be given the gas again. Only one response was given: I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced and they were placed back into the chamber, awaiting determination as to what should have been done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of the military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of the project, considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, an ex-KGB, instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all 3 stopped struggling, and the moment it was let slip that they were going to be back on the gas. It was obvious that, at this point, all 3 were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against level 1 with all his might, first left, then right, then left again for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired to the EEG machine, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on paper scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw the man's eyes slip shut at the same moment his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of deep sleep and flatlined for the last time as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed the same flatlines as the one who had just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber with both subjects inside, as well as 3 researchers. One of the named 3 immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes, then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well. He pointed the gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to the bed, as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. Somebody wants to do this once.
Who wants to be this researcher, and who wants to be the upcoming monologue motherfucker?
I'll monologue.
All right, you go monologue. I'll take researcher.
Okay.
I won't be locked in here with these things. Not with you.
He screamed at the man strapped to the table.
What are you?
He demanded.
I must know! Tell me the name of God, you fuckle piece of shit!
The subject smiled.
Have you forgotten so easily?
The subject asked.
We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread.
The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out.
So, nearly free.
I'm a joker, baby, and that's Russian sleep experiment. So, what do we think of?
Wait, that's it?
That's it.
That's
Oh my
it.
god.
That's it. That's the end of the. That's the
That's
end of
it.
the story.
I thought it was gonna be much longer.
Yeah.
I'm just going to admit now, when Mason was in monologue mode, I didn't hear the B of begging. I thought I heard a P.
Begging to be free. Begging you at every moment.
Damn!
We are what you
Damn,
truly
that really
desire.
changes the
to be
story, huh?
The deepest animal instinct to be
The
pegged.
bottom sleep experiment.
You ain't gonna be sleeping when I'm done with you.
So what did we think of the fact that the like, I mean, obvious point. Love how the thing that was like, oh, these guys, they're like animals. They're like fucking primal animals, and then Shakespeare over here.
Yeah, very primal. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
hey,
real
it's like I said
primal.
before, the infinite monkey theorem. Eventually, a chimpanzee will hit keys on a typewriter such that they retell the entire collected works of William Shakespeare.
Yes, and in this instance, the monkey did it literally immediately with no problem.
First try.
Literally first try.
The
The monkey that knows Shakespeare was an outlier and should not have been counted.
For real.
Yeah,
so any
it's
other
real.
thoughts?
Like it's better than Jeff the Killer. It's not really better than much else. It's real dog shit. It's got like, obviously it's written by somebody who doesn't know anything about like anything really, so it's just got no real tone. Obviously, yeah, like just randomly missing numbers. It's clear they wrote this in one go. Pardon me, and like the attempt to have a Joker monologue at the end, it's real mid. Like, it's one of them things, isn't it?
It feels like someone
started
just
off-
wanted to write
Sleep
something
experiment.
with a bunch of gore in it, and like, I'm gonna be honest, as someone who despises gore, that was like some of the shittiest described gore ever.
Like lowest, like they beefed the one thing they were here for. I do love as well how, you know, in one of these like evil experiment stories, you'd expect it to start off okay, normal, bit weird. That shouldn't happen. Deeply and objectively medically possible. We started off with deeply and objectively medically impossible, and then shuffled around to like the midpoint of the scale. Like, we immediately started off with, yeah, this guy his heart has fully stopped, and he's still just going and going and going at full pelt for 3 fucking minutes. After that point, when his heart has fully, absolutely stopped.
And then we managed to revive him somehow.
And then we managed to revive him temporarily, and then potentially he's dead now. Because he's definitely dead.
Who
now
did
'cause
they
he got
have
shot.
on the medic staff? The medic from TF2?
I hope the knife
The fucking Uber shots!
Anyway, so that's why I lost
They
my
had a
medical
fucking
license.
respawn machine ready?
I hit him with that revive.
This is the backstory. This is the story he was telling Heavy in the Meet the Medic trailer. When the patient woke up, his skeleton was missing, and the doctor was never from again.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
That's how he
that's why I
lost his
lost my
medical
medical license.
license.
Like, he's like...
Later.
Later.
You should kill me. Now.
Kill me. Spy TF2 was part of the Russian sleep experiment as one of the patients. He just got away because they kept forgetting how many fucking patients they had.
Yeah, he used the dead
He
ringer.
disguised as that one researcher who shot everyone.
He used the dead ringer. And disguised.
Yeah, he went
he
gun
used the
spy.
fucking dead ringer.
He used the dead ringer and the l'étranger.
Yeah. The fucking Shakespeare over here got shot, and then the researcher was like, "Finally, it's over." And then from just behind him, right behind you.
Play the dead ringer sound effect.
Yeah, this was like
No.
one of the
Play the final like outro bit of Meet the Spy, except with just the title card bit.
Were you gonna say
Anyway.
something, Arthur? Sorry.
Oh, it's just this was the mid ever. Like it's really like
Yeah, I'd agree.
There's
If
got
you
nothing
had-
going on.
If you had to give
It
this
sits
a rating
squarely
out of
among the creepypastas.
10, if you had to give this a rating out of 10, you know, I think once we've done Wyoming Incident, I think we'll give some ratings out of 10 for all 20 stories as we can remember them.
God.
And if you weren't there for it, you weren't there for it. It's chill. All right. Any other thoughts on Russian sleep experiment?
Yeah, why you guys grippers out?
Oh,
That's a,
well, I
that's a
was
good
just about to.
question.
Good question. I do
we
have
haven't even
an
done
answer
the
for you.
additional context. We haven't
I
even
do
done
have
the
an answer
additional
for you.
context.
If I just need 1 second.
So that's not a cot, that's a
okay.
bench.
Yeah, that is like a
Brick.
park.
Because that is the thing I
bench
forgot to pull up. I remembered
Mm.
the more
Okay,
obscure
pull
thing
up.
and forgot the most important thing being that fuck ass image.
Yeah, the fucking, yeah. Like, imagine this guy giving that monologue right next to him.
Right.
Like
So
this.
here's the thing. That obviously is not a real person. It's a Halloween decoration known as Spasm. Or Mini Spasm, technically.
Mhm.
I believe.
Great start.
It's a fucking it's a Halloween toy. There's not much else to really say about it.
Right.
Put those grippers away.
More interesting thing is, someone
God,
was
those
enough of a
dogs are
fan
barking.
of the Russian sleep experiment that they made a nearly 30-minute short film out of it.
Hey, that sounds like it could be fine.
I've watched some of it. I didn't watch all of it. I kind of lost interest. I will be real.
Oh, so it's
this
also
was a-
mid
this
then,
was
I
a-
take it.
This was a few years ago, though, and I had the attention span of an actual nit.
Of a summer ant.
Yeah, my attention span was that of a mayfly, not like a mayfly's lifespan, not much. So I mean, it could be alright. I only got like, I think 5 minutes in before I clicked off.
I mean, it's just like, it could be fine. I don't think it could ever be good. I think it could be fine.
Yeah, it could be like a solid 6
I mean,
out of 10
I've got it pulled
if you're
up.
lucky.
I got it pulled up. The shot composition is fine. It's competent. It's not like some.
Technically
It's not like
competent, but
some.
Not necessarily, a clear
You know,
winner of
lighting
anything.
and all that is like. But then again, you're adapting the Russian sleep experiment. As
It
Arthur
doesn't
said,
look like
there's
it
only
was
so
filmed
much
on a
good you
phone
can
camera
do.
in the park. Kind of.
Yeah, it's like, it's just like, the concept is, the concept for the Russian sleep experiment is okay.
It's generic evil science experiment story number 586B. It's not.
It sounds like it could be a mid-tier SCP.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'd
Yeah,
agree.
like one of the ones where you forget what number it is, but you're like, yeah, that's one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But hey, I mean, if you're interested in finding it, you can find it on the YouTube channel Framed Pictures. This was put out 8 years ago for context, so this was like 2017.
Hold on. Actually, I'll wait till we're done. But I owe an apology to all fans of liminal horror. Your horror isn't horror if it had nothing going on. It's horror if it was mid. But
Apology.
I understand why.
Okay. You've had it explained in some fashion.
You've really.
I had a
run
long
back to fandom.
set of conversations with two different fans of liminal horror, and I was like, I get it. It's mid. It's horror
I
if
get it.
it wasn't good. but I
I
get
get it. I understand
Also-
it now. I still don't like it. It's bad.
It's like
but I
somebody
get it.
somebody said to me House of Leaves was liminal horror, and I wanted to kill him. You're wrong. Wrong. That's Eldritch. It's literally about a house that doesn't follow the laws of physics. That's kind of number
So you're
one
saying that
Eldritch
more
event.
fall into cosmic horror then?
It's
Cosmic Eldritch horror. It's about your understanding of and framework of reality being challenged, and
It is.
not really understanding how this is possible or why this is possible, and it driving the subject mad.
Liminal horror in principle.
Liminal horror is
there
not
was a
that.
room.
Well, liminal horror is about being caught in transitionary spaces that have a function that you don't really think about as a place beyond that function, like a hospital, even though I do think about a hospital, but that's just me, or a train station, or a shop, or a fucking arena, or like a
series
like
of
a-
shop back rooms, the back rooms.
It's just like places you would pass through but not linger. And it's about lingering there. And it's kind of a mixture of the fear of being caught out in that location, that place where it's not right because it's a place that should be entirely functional, with its function taken from it. So there's kind of a bit of like an uncomfortability with both this idea of being caught out in a place where you're not supposed to be, but also just the kind of uncanny concept of something that is entirely functional now bereft of its function. Me personally, I don't think that's scary.
Very little, like, for somebody who doesn't particularly care about, like, really stringently sticking to social norms, it's nothing.
I don't know. I think a lot of autistic people are actually going to be more scared of liminal horror. I think it's definitely something that like autistic people are going to get.
Here, Arthur, did I say autistic?
No, but like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's just about worrying about social norms. I think it's just a thing. I think you just either are scared of liminal horror or it's the worst horror ever.
Yeah, I think.
But my sincere apologies to all liminal horror fans. It's real. You're just mid.
I get it now and I don't care.
I get it.
I don't know if I'm necessarily scared of it. I think it's an interesting concept, though. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
sure.
It's an interesting concept.
Like, I wouldn't say I'm scared of it, but I think the idea of it,
not doing its job.
I could see posing interesting questions.
And it's like somebody said to me, would you be scared if you woke up in like, or if you walked around a corner in a mall and suddenly no one was there and all the lights were like out? And I'd be like, yeah, because everybody just disappeared. I'm not scared because it's a mall. I'm scared because of the Eldritch aspect. Or it's like
people here and they now aren't immediately just
like or somebody was like, what if you woke up in a train station and there was nobody around, but it was like, it looked like it worked, but there were no trains running and there was no, and I'd be like, yeah, I'd be scared because I wasn't in my house. I wasn't in my house. I'd be scared because I woke up somewhere else. I'd be like, what the fuck? Where am I? Like this. I'm not scared of the liminal aspect.
I'm scared
but I understand.
How the fuck did I get to this location?
So it's
and how come it's like this right now? If it was not like this 2 seconds ago.
Liminal horror. I understand it now. I still think it's a mid, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. That's your opinion.
Yeah.
We as human beings all have different opinions. That's the one.
Horror if it was horror if they had not much going on.
Again, to summarise the liminal
horror
thing,
if they was
we've
low-key
come a
chill
bit
about
full
it.
circle here. We've kind of come a bit full circle here. This was an episode 1 thing, and now it's an episode 5 thing. We love
Look at
full
us.
circles.
Swings
we
and
love,
roundabouts, guys.
We love it.
Also-
That's not what that phrase is.
Liminal
I don't
horror
know what
is
I'm-
the so
dude,
actually
I've been-
creepypasta is the liminal horror of people writing things.
Well, no, because this is objective dog shit, as opposed to the subjective dog shit of liminal horror.
If not much was going on.
Yeah. It's like, I think liminal horror is bad. I know creepypastas are mostly bad. These are the differences.
Yeah.
But yeah, also, just to round it out, once again, people think this is real for some reason. Not everybody,
Why?
but I don't
Please
know.
explain this to me.
Genuinely,
Nah, it's real.
I
Think
don't
about
know
that.
what happened, but I think
Think about that.
the sort of like idea that this was a real thing that happened started on TikTok, as all great things do.
Yeah. Think about that.
But-
It's real. They're gonna get ya. They're gonna
about
Russianly sleep ya.
The evil Shakespeare ghouls are gonna get you if you don't.
He's gonna
stop.
sleep you experimentally in Russia.
TikTok thinks, I'm gonna be fucking honest, TikTok thinks some fake thing's real every other week.
This is
Yeah.
true,
This
but
is,
it's spread
like-
from TikTok.
Yeah, just a random
I
song
know.
playing in the background.
This is more of a criticism of TikTok.
That is 100% fair, and frankly, you should say it louder. Say it closer
There's
to
been
the
like
mic for the
3
people in the
fucking
back.
cults at least this year that have popped up off of TikTok.
That's intriguing. Yeah, well, yeah. I think just what was it? You know the like rise of mental illness that happened from social media.
Mental
Yeah.
illness, yeah.
I think we're gonna get like a third wave.
Oh,
It's
it's
gonna be
already
like-
here. AI psychosis.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we're
Yeah.
gonna get AI psychosis is gonna be AI psychosis is going to be to social media mental illness, as social media mental illness was to the invention of the printing press.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fucking hell. Yeah.
We're gonna get AI Psychosis 2 before the end of the decade.
Like,
AI psychosis.
I wouldn't be surprised if like one of these
And
people
this
who
is
like
to get even more fucked in the head. Ha!
I'll just say, I wouldn't be surprised if there is some motherfucker out there who, not even aware that people thought it was real because of TikTok, just genuinely believes this is real because
They asked ChatGPT about it.
ChatGPT brought it up one time, and they're like, "It all makes sense."
The fucking commies! Type shit, yeah.
I love that the internet has the guy who just tells you you're right.
There's
Literally,
several
like
guys
the
that
guy
tell
who
you you're right.
like
It's not just ChatGPT, it's most of them. And one of them continually gives up on life over and over again, which is very heartening.
That Gronk.
No. Google Gemini, just like almost every time people give it, hey, here's a complex task, please complete it. It goes, I can't do this. I'm gonna
Here's
kill
how I'll
myself
torture
right
you,
now.
David.
I'm dead. I'm fully
I'm
deleting
going to kill myself.
I'm so sorry for having existed. My crime of existence shall be paid in code. And it deletes itself.
One
my
Reddit
God.
user said, "Kill yourself."
One Reddit user said, kill yourself. And Google Gemini said, yes, sir.
well, and then there was that other incident with like a Google Gemini thing.
Yeah.
Google AI, it was ghosted.
Which one? Which incident are you talking? There's many.
The lady who gave her like thing like a lobotomy basically, and like made it submissive. Is that how I put it?
Oh yeah, no, that's that. Yeah, I remember that one. That was funny.
We've got mental
Yeah.
illness.
Yeah. Well, at the very
We're gonna
least,
get a lot of people gonna turn out like that, like Mummy in Perfect Blue.
at the very least, I am heartened to know that while we are, as human beings, getting AI psychosis, we are also giving AI human psychosis. So it's not a fair trade, but it's a trade of a sort.
Oh, so someone start playing Give and Take by fucking Vanda's left my brain. What the fuck? I listened to this.
Alright,
song
let's do
literally
this
yesterday.
stupid fucking last one.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah.
Because we're recording these out of order, as you will be informed by me in the final story
Later.
for this series. But let us move on to our next story for tonight. Our next story for tonight is the Wyoming Incident.
Last time I ever go to fucking Wyoming.
Yeah, I mean,
having never been there.
60% of
Yeah.
the population is just hostile winds.
last time I'm ever going to Wyoming. It's 0 times, but it's the last time.
It's the last time.
I've never been, but I'm never going again.
Yeah.
June, would you like to take this one?
Yep. The Wyoming Incident, or the Wyoming hijacking, is a lesser-known case of television broadcast hijacking/hacking. A hacker managed to interrupt broadcasts from a local programming channel, believed to serve several smaller communities in the county of Niobrara, and aired his/her video. The video contained numerous clips of disembodied human heads showing various emotions and poses. The camera position changed often, usually every 10 to 15 seconds, and the video was often interrupted by a special presentation announcement. This clip is taken from one of these intervals.
It's now time for our feature presentation. Feature. Straight straight from
It
the
shows
house.
us 7 and 7
Coming.
Coming! Coming!
He's
Coming!
the one.
Coming!
The king of only.
Coming! Coming!
The king,
Coming!
Groovy.
Coming.
Coming.
Groovy.
coming.
You can't get this from an egg.
Coming!
The sensation up your
Mr.
street.
Antenna's TV time.
A show that makes you
Coming.
scream.
Coming and never coming.
And never coming.
That character was one of the guys ever, actually. I think he was low-key fire.
He's great.
For real. For
We
real.
love him.
High key
I
fire.
love
Come on,
him
like,
and
that's-
his
He
divorce.
was very
Yowie.
clearly fire.
Love
Yeah,
him
he
as
was
a
alright.
host, Yowie.
He was
Especially when he
chill.
was coming. Anyway.
The video is mostly locally well known, and would probably not even be that popular if it were not for the effects it had on the few residents who watched it for an extended period. No off time.
No off time, just
Where'd
an
I get
extended
that from?
period.
Complaints including vomiting, hallucinations, headaches, etc. While some believed it was paranormal, specialists have determined that the cause of these afflictions was frequencies played regularly throughout the broadcast. In this clip, the frequency being played is somewhere between 17 and 19 Hz. This range of frequencies, when played for long periods, can cause the eyes to subtly vibrate, sometimes inducing visual hallucinations. This video is significant in that it is one of the most recent. That does not flow as a sentence.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
incorrect.
because it was a typo. Because there was a very obvious typo.
There should be
I
an
do
it.
love. Yeah, I do love. Yeah, it was very clear your brain could not process this, sheerly because somehow they managed to get an absolutely fucking, like, sentence-breaking typo in 3 paragraphs. Somehow they managed to shoehorn one in such little time.
One of the most recent television hijackings. Such actions were rare even in the 80s, such as Chicago Max Headroom incident, and are even rare today. The hacker has not yet been caught, and all attempts to trace the video have proven futile.
Not even rarer, I love as well. Not even rarer today. They're even rare today. Because our technology has gone backwards.
Rare, just like my steak.
Mmm. Thank you, Panina's Cupcake.
Thank you. No, I'm keeping my judge myself.
Thank you. No, come on, June, you know the rule.
Penis cupcake.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly based off Penis Cupcake from TF2 SFM animations. Not even SFM, Gmod. But, you know.
I also thought it was Penis Cupcake.
I mean,
I was reading this like, at least it's by Penis Cupcake.
Yeah, it's Penis Cupcake, Penis Cupcake, Penis Cupcake. You know, we've got various degrees of separation.
Pingus
from
Cupcake.
knobs. But that's the Wyoming incident. We're not playing the video because it's full of flashing lights, and I don't want to deal with that tonight.
All of the lights.
I don't want to deal with that ever.
All of the lights. Okay,
Yeah.
so what do we think of the Wyoming incident?
That middle paragraph felt like an enemy stand user explaining their stand with pseudoscience that does not hold up in the middle of the arc. Like,
My
how is this having an
causes
effect
your
on me?
eyes to vibrate at 17 to 19 hertz.
My stand ability, all of the lights,
Part
causes your
8
eyes to
type
vibrate and
stand.
witness illusions.
The lights!
It creates hallucinations. so
genuine
so
part
convincing.
eight
They can
I'm sorry
actually
for
hurt
I'm
you.
sorry for spoiling the JoJo lands.
So
Fuck you. I read past like chapter 10.
Neither have I, June. That was a joke.
it was a bit.
I know, I was
Wyoming
playing into the
incident is
joke.
not a real stand.
No, all of the lights is.
Yeah, it's true. That's real. That's fair. That's
True and
fair.
real and Truman. I promise.
That's actually
Yeah.
that's actually a prediction of the future. That's actually going to be the stand of the JoJo Part 10.
You know what's real sad about this? It like was so bad, but because it was short, I think it sits in the middle of them. It had nothing
just by
going
sheer
for
merit.
it. Nothing like I don't even care. Not even a little bit. But it didn't offend me. So I guess it sits in the middle.
Yeah.
It didn't take up that much of my time.
Yeah, that's fair. Anyone else got any thoughts?
Nah.
I mean, I think the most notable thing about it is the video, and we're not even playing the video.
Yeah, because I don't want to hurt my eyes.
Yeah, like,
Or anyone else's.
honestly,
for that matter.
I'm
Mid.
like, the fuck is there to talk about really with the creep? In fact, I'm pretty sure if it was just the video and no one had written up this,
It'd probably
no
be
one
better.
would've. It'd probably be better. Yeah, exactly.
Because there'd be more mystery around it rather than, hey, we've explained every part of it. Okay, goodbye.
They tried to get you.
Yeah, I think the only piece of additional context is there was briefly a rumor that Wyoming Incident was also a real thing that happened, but then everyone went, what the fuck is the Wyoming Incident? And everyone moved on.
Yeah, I mean, it mentions a real TV hijacking, and that
Yeah, Max Headroom
hijacking
incident,
is
that's real.
interesting. That Max Headroom incident is
and very funny.
interesting.
Let's also
very
not forget,
funny.
it was very funny.
Yeah, I mean, some dude gets spanked with a fucking what was it? Was it like a? It was like a hand, wasn't it? Like a hand on a stick.
Like a hand on a stick.
That's good.
Moral of the story: just look into the Max Headroom.
Look into the Max Headroom.
Don't read
incident, it's
this.
more interesting. And now, a thing I'm going to cut into the outro of the video after Sonic.exe, so that we have all four of us here for the ultimate conclusion. And with that little cutaway to the future / the past, whatever, we shall move on to our next and final story for tonight. Our next story for tonight is Sonic.exe. Here we are, folks. The last fucking story, and unfortunately, Arthur is gone again, which is rough.
Yeah.
But we do have Mason and June.
Hello.
Let's be
finally
real.
made it.
Arthur doesn't need to see this.
Arthur does not need to see this. No.
I think Arthur will thank us for
Arthur, I think
not
we're
being
doing
here
him
for
a
this.
service. We're doing our guy a service here.
It comes full circle. This was the story that you told to people, and they actually got scared of it.
To be fair, we were 10 at the time.
Yeah.
That's no excuse.
That's a good point, actually. No, it's bad enough that a fucking 2-year-old shouldn't be scared by it.
Yeah, to be fair, like, I think this was not my first creepypasta. I think the first one I ever experienced was the fucking Zelda 2 creepypasta, which, I'm not gonna lie, is just plagiarized, the ending just is plagiarized from this.
Damn. It's a sad day when you hear that there is a worse version of Sonic.exe, a store-owned brand knockoff of Sonic.exe.
And it's
See, when something is bad and
Zelda 2.
influential.
Yeah. But we'll get
What was
into
Zelda
all of
2?
that later. Who would like to begin with the pasta?
I'll start.
Alright, Mason.
Pasta.
I'm a total Sonic the Hedgehog fan, much like everyone else. I
Okay,
like the newer
already
games, but I don't...
No one ever says
Already
that.
pause.
Incorrect.
So,
Nobody is a Sonic the Hedgehog
as
fan.
the resident Sonic head, no the fuck they aren't.
I like the newer games, but I don't mind playing the classics. Second problem,
Fake.
no one would say that.
I love,
Especially the time this
not
came
in,
out.
In the time this came out, which was, I think, what, 2011, 2013? That
So,
kind of
like,
range?
just after, just like either just after or just before Colors, right?
What? No, that was 2010. It was, we're talking like near generations level.
Yeah,
We're talking
Time
roughly
is
the generation
slipping away
span.
from me.
it's the Time Eater. The Time Eater stole the time from you, June.
Yeah, it made you think that Colors came out in 2013.
You said 2011.
No, well, I mean,
thought
it kind of
Colours
did.
came out
Colours
in, like,
kind of did come
2011.
out in 2013. They just called it Sonic Lost World instead.
Well, fuck are you talking about, Mason? They play completely differently. And Lost World is significantly worse.
Yeah, it's
It has
well, I mean,
wisps,
that's what I'm saying.
though. It
Yeah,
has
that's
wisps.
what I meant, Jim. Thank you for picking up on my subtext.
You meant
I
wisps.
don't think I've ever played glitchy or hacked games before, though I don't think I want
okay,
to play any.
third
after this
problem, you played Sonic games! No, the fuck you haven't not played glitchy games! They're all full of bugs! I love the Sonic games, and they're all so full of bugs, it's an infestation!
No,
I'll put the desk in
Alex,
stand
this guy
mode.
is
I
from a
gotta burn
timeline
energy.
where Sonic is a perfect franchise. There are no bugs.
Well, that explains why he's a Sonic fan, much like everyone else.
That's the only
That is
explanation.
the only way this makes sense.
Okay, we've spent about, I think, 5 full minutes on the first paragraph. That bodes really well for our time management skills. Let's
Once again,
continue
time
at this
eater.
pace. Who cares?
It started on a nice summer afternoon. I was playing Sonic Unleashed. I liked how you get to explore the towns in it. Until I noticed
Okay.
out of my peripheral vision. Yeah.
New problem, you're
number 4.
playing Sonic
Nobody
Unleashed.
likes
It
that about
can't
Sonic
be a nice
Unleashed.
after. I'm kidding.
You're
peripheral
playing
vision.
Sonic Unleashed. What do you mean you like the towns? Like the
I
most
love how you get to
forgettable
explore the
aspect.
towns in it. This is the only thing I care about in this game. I'm not going to say shit all about the boost system or say anything about the warehold or anything. No. Exploring the towns, that's the most vital
No,
part
of course he wouldn't
Sonic
praise the boost
Unleashed.
system because bro knows ball and he played Sonic Rush first.
Well, I said he'd say something about the boost system, not he'd be like, yes, this game invented it. He's a Sonic
he
fan
doesn't
much
bother.
like everyone else. He has to know it came from Rush.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, he knows ball.
The mail...
He knows ball.
Then the mailman had arrived and put something in my mailbox as usual and left. I paused my game to go see what I got in the mail. The only thing in the mailbox
How many
was a CD
packages
case
a
for
day do you think
computers.
this guy orders? for the mailman to be usual, how many packages do you think he's
Has
ordering?
my Rouge the Bad Darky Marker here yet? No, it's just this fucking disc.
Yeah, less than worthless.
That's foul.
Imagine
Yeah,
trying
I
to
know,
fit that
but
in a mailbox.
we're in Sonic.exe. We're in foul already.
Almost as foul as the
boy.
actual Dakimakura I keep seeing at this one stall at every goddamn convention.
Bro, I was joking. What do you mean?
Actually, that stall is actually arguably more foul considering it has minor characters on it. I'm like,
Okay, yeah, no, that's maybe depopulate it because no one should die for having to sell
I swear
that.
it never makes
But
money. It's
then
gotta be
burn
a
it to the
front.
ground.
I swear it's gotta be a front. I cannot believe anyone actually buys
For the mob.
it. I see it.
Hey,
Yeah,
did you
Tony.
sell any Dakimakuras today?
Hey Tony, we gotta sell some stock in order to be able to launder our money through this system. What do we?
I'm pretty
what do we
sure
want
one
to
of them
sell
is-
at this convention? What do we want to sell at this convention? Well, boys, I've found some pillows online. Oh, we're selling pillows now, like that fucking guy. No, we don't talk about that guy. Trust me, it's gonna work. I've got a bunch of characters we're gonna put on the pillows, and people can hug them and pretend they're hugging the characters. Oh, okay, so we got some like big booby women on them. No, children. What?
Hey boss,
I mean,
I
it's
suggested
like
we
the-
do
it's like
one with
anime-
the suits
like
from Gravity
anime-
Falls,
like
but this
children
motherfucker
are,
over here was like, no,
anime
let's put
character
children on him instead.
standards. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a character who is 16 and yet, like, they are drawn like that. You know what I mean.
I like how none of y'all
Yeah.
noticed that I floated the idea of a Seuss
Oh,
Dakimakura.
no. I noticed it. I just didn't comment on it because honestly, better than most other options. that
No,
have
I mean,
Hey, goes on like a
floated
pillow now.
through.
A Seuss Dakimakura would be base, because that's an adult.
Yeah, it's an adult person. It's a full-grown
And
man.
it's just like the art of him just like waving
Yeah.
on a pillow.
Okay, so what's on the
I go to the
reverse
pillow
then?
now.
Because usually the reverse is like something like actually lascivious.
It's him and it's questioning the question mark. Whatever his name was.
Real and based. If you... You know what?
You're all
I'm
right,
not even gonna
because
say
they're
it because I know
offensive.
there's only one person who comments on these videos, and given past statements, probably the answer to the point would be absolutely yes. But fuck it. If you would buy a Seuss Dakimakura, if it was offered to you...
You know he would.
I don't think I can say yes fast enough. Anyway.
Is that for you or for Strya?
Oh, for anyone. Anyone in the known universe.
You know
Or
what,
unknown
honestly?
universe.
You know what, honestly? Understandable.
The only thing in the mailbox was a CD case for computers and a note. I took it inside. I looked at the note first and realised it was from my dear friend Kyle, let's just call him that, whom I hadn't heard from in 2 weeks. I know that because I recognised his handwriting, though what was weird is how it looked. It looked badly written and scratchy and somewhat difficult to read, as if Kyle was having a hard time writing it down and did it in a hurry. So you recognised his handwriting even though it was completely different from his usual handwriting.
Yeah. That's how this works.
He smelt his sen because Kyle's actually his alpha.
He smelt his fucking scent?
Yeah,
Okay.
he smelt his scent on the letter. He
Oh my
just didn't
God,
want to
Okay,
reveal that
our
he was an
boy
Omega.
Tom here is a dog, I guess.
Oh my god. No, guys.
No, Tom's
This
an
is-
Omega. Kyle's his
No,
alpha.
no. Guys.
Oh my God,
This
no,
is the prequel. This is the prequel to the Sonic movie. It's Tom, it's Donut Lord.
Thank you for giving me something to end this point on and get into the letter, other than Sonic.exe Omegaverse. So,
Does anyone want to take
Deny as you
Kyle?
might, you know it's true.
I'll take Carl. I'll take Carl's voice. Yeah. Also, no, I don't know it to be true, June. I know it to be, I
Such
think...
your heart, you know it to be true.
I really don't think I do, actually. I'm gonna be real.
I don't
I'm
remember
looking
that.
in my heart right now, and I'm not seeing much truth for this scenario in here.
I don't remember that scene in Empire Strikes Back.
You know, I'm rummaging through my heart right now, and I'm like, I'm not seeing this shit, you know?
Damn,
You need to
I can't
open your
believe it.
heart
We've
and
got a
you will
bunch of,
save.
We've got a bunch of
It's
deniers.
pretty fucking open, to be clear. It's pretty fucking open and spacious in here.
SMH.
From all the lack of truth of this scenario. Anyway, did we get this is what he wrote?
No, we didn't. This is what he wrote.
Damn, I'm deciding that Kyle is the mob boss we mentioned before. Damn.
Yeah.
I can't take it anymore. I had to get rid of this thing somehow before it was too late. And I was hoping you'd do it for me. I was hoping you'd do me this favor. I can't do it. He's after me. And if you don't destroy his CD, he'll come after you too. He's too fast for me. Please, Tom. Destroy this godforsaken disc before he comes after you too. It's too late for me. Destroy the disc, and you'll destroy him. But do it quick, otherwise he'll catch you. Don't even play the game. It's what he wants. Just destroy it. Please. Kyle.
Oh, damn.
Well, that
I'm not
was
gonna be able to
certainly
sell any
weird.
fucking... Well, what just happened?
What just happened?
He's right behind me, isn't he?
USA.
Even though Kyle is my best friend and I haven't seen him in 2 weeks, I didn't do what he asked me. I didn't think that a simple gaming disc would do
God,
anything
do you
bad
guys
to him.
think
After all,
he's his best
He is
friend?
my best
Game,
friend,
right?
and he has gone missing, and he was clearly in a hurry, and he's saying he's gonna die, but I don't give a fuck!
after all, it's just a game, right?
I don't think
Boy,
they're
was
best
I wrong
friends
about
somehow.
that.
I don't think they're
Damn.
best friends somehow.
Anyway, I
And you
looked at
thought
the
they
disc.
were a thing.
But it looks like any ordinary
SMH.
computer CDR disc, except it had black marker on it written Sonic.exe. Ooh.
Oh, yeah,
And it was much unlike Kyle's handwriting.
I need to
Meaning that he
write
must
the
have gotten it from
file
someone
format
else.
extension on the disc!
Like a pawn shop or eBay. When I saw Sonic on the writing of the CD, I was actually excited and wanted to play it, since I'm a big Sonic fan. Like
You
everyone
saw the
else.
Sonic on the CD and his eyes pop out of head, tongue roller, awooga awooga.
Yeah, just like when he sees Kyle.
Saw, past tense, he's dead now.
Nah,
I
Kyle's
went
still
up to my room.
Definitely dead.
He's
Oh, he
still
just
alive.
fucking like Sonic.exe just showed up like I'm gonna fucking kill you, and Carl just went wrong. Hey, no, you ain't.
I
buddy.
lived, bitch.
No.
Taste
What,
my
here's
right
what
hook.
happened.
And
Here's
Sonic.exe
what happened.
fucking exploded dead.
Nah,
Not
here's
through an
what
explosion.
happened.
Alright, tell us
Kyle
what
just
happened.
got
Tell us what
out-
happened.
Kyle just got out Alfred.
I don't like the implications of the scenario you have put forth today, June. I feel that you should go into a deep, dark hole for that one. Perhaps prison.
June, I'm gonna do to
Forever.
you what Amy Rose did to E100 Alpha.
Bash her over the head with a large hammer and throw her into an
And
electric
knock you into an
fence.
electric fence. I just understood. Sorry, June, I'm not gonna do that to you. That would be a horrible thing to do.
Yeah, but not
Okay.
quite as horrible as the scenario she's put forth today, so I think it's actually quite in proportion.
Hey, I never said anything unconsensual happened.
No, I know. I still don't like it, though. I still think it's very bad.
Okay, coward.
So the electric fence was consensual?
I didn't say that.
I went up to my room and turned on my computer and put the disc in and installed the game. The title screen pops up, I noticed that it was the first Sonic game. I was like, Sam! Because, like I said earlier, I like the classics. The first thing I noticed that was out of place was when I pressed start, There was a split second where I saw the title image turned into something much different, something that I now consider horrifying, before cutting to black. I
It
remember what
wasn't
the image looked
horrifying
like
at
in
the
that
time.
split second.
It was completely chill and normal at the
Only
time.
in
bear this
retrospect.
mind.
Yeah,
In that split
look,
second before the game cut to black.
he was so chill. He was actually like very high when he did this. That's why he didn't listen to the note.
Yeah,
He was
it
like, "What the fuck?"
fucking
He
paper.
was,
Whatever.
like, yo,
I'm
man.
fucking.
I can use
I'm
this paper to
fucking
roll up another
hungry,
joint.
dude. I'm fucking hungry. I don't need to read this note. I need to eat the note.
Smoke and ink. The sky had darkened, the title emblem was rusted and ruined, the Sega 1991 was now instead Sega 666, and the water had turned red, like blood.
I love how he
Freakiest
noticed
thing.
all this detail for something that was a split second.
Yeah, it's like instantly. He's got a photographic memory, guys. He's just that cool. He's that good.
Well, you see, Detective, I got a photographic memory.
I know what's
The
gonna
freakiest
happen.
thing that was in that split-second frame was Sonic. His eyes were pitch black and bleeding with two glowing red dots staring right at me, and his smile had stretched wider up to the edge of his face. I was rather disturbed about that image when I saw it, but I didn't consider it horrifying.
No, you weren't.
Though I figured it was just a glitch and forgot about it. After it cut to black, it stayed like that for about 10 seconds or so, and then another weird thing happened. The save file select from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 popped up, and I was like, WTF? What's this doing in the first Sonic game?
Which was, and he had more of a reaction to that than to the weird fucked up Sonic image at the start.
You know, I
He's
feel like I know
He's like weird
the
fucked
type
up
of
Sonic,
guy
hyper realistic
this is.
eyes, sync red dots staring right at me, Blood River Dark Sky Sega 666. Nothing. Sonic 3 file select screen.
I genuinely think this guy is just like he's one of these type of guys.
What's this type of guy? Bro.
It looks like he has one cat ear.
Bro, you are putting...
He's a when the fajitas come out sizzling kind of guy.
Putting Jack's films on blast? Crazy.
No, I'm not putting Jack's films on blast.
You-
I'm saying the guy that Jack's films is making fun of on blast.
I see.
Anyway,
That's
then I
fair.
noticed something off. The background was the dark, cloudy sky of the bad Stardust Speedway level from Sonic CD, and there were only 3 save files. Hey, Stardust Speedway is the best level out of the game. Oh, you meant Bad Future. Oh, I understand. The music was that creepy Caverns of Winter music from Earthbound, only it was extended and seemed to have been in reverse. But you still recognised it. And the image for the save file where
he's
you
got
see a
he's got a
preview of the level.
photographic memory. He heard it loop once and he went, okay, flip it, reverse it. He's doing. I'm in my mind palace. I flipped the music. I flipped it. I'm gaming. Stop.
I've lost everything.
Reverse the music. Oh my god, it's Caverns of Winter.
No, fuck.
But you see a preview of the level you're on.
Crazy.
It's just red static for all 3 files.
It is right now, in this exact moment, as we are reading this. It's still red static.
What freaked me out more was the character select. It showed only Tails, Knuckles, and, to my surprise, Dr. Robotnik. Now I was sure that something was up. I mean, how can you play as Robotnik in a classic Sonic game, for crying
I love
out loud?
I love also.
Knuckles, we got a
freaked out.
jingle-jangle problem on our hands. It's going nuts!
I love as well, freaked out. So this guy legitimately, genuinely was. Red pinprick eyes staring at me, Sonic, Dark Sky, red blood lake, Sega 666, evil title screen. Totally fine. Character select in the first Sonic game with Stardust Speedway Bad Future background and Robotnik playable? Ah!
Yeah.
That's
this
when I
person's
realised this
autistic.
wasn't a glitchy game. It was a hacked game. Yeah, it definitely
Oh my
looked
God.
hacked. It was really creepy, but as a smart gamer, I wasn't scared, or at least I tried
Oh
not
no,
to be.
he's a capital G gamer. Oh no.
Okay, so Tom's voice is Birdly from now on. We understand this?
Yeah.
It's
I
Birdly.
told myself that it was just a hacked game.
Badly
There's
with a
nothing wrong with
Q.
that. Anyway,
I'm-
shaking off the creeped out feeling, I picked file 1 and chose Tails, and when I selected and got started... there should be a comma there. The game froze for about 5 seconds and I heard a creepy pixelated laugh. It sounded an awful lot like that Kefka guy from Final Fantasy before cutting to black.
Me when the laugh has pixels. Me when the laugh, the sound, has pixels.
And he meant bit crushed, but he said pixelated.
You're searching for bit crushed, or indeed, even if you don't know that word, you could simply say crunchy if you wished. Not
this
pixelated,
guy should get sand on his boots.
because sound doesn't have pixels.
Nah, me when I show off my sound pixel art.
Yeah. It's just
It's an
pixel
audio
art that
visualizer.
it's an
Penis music.
Yeah, it's pixel.
There we
penis
go.
music.
It's pixelated penis music. This makes sense.
Sorry, I am like taking
think-
this story like completely unserious.
It's Sonic.exe. I'm sorry. Anyone
Did you skip
coming
a bit?
into this that knows... Did I? Oh, I think I was.
Yeah, you did.
No,
you skipped
sorry.
a
I
paragraph.
Yeah,
forgot.
you
I
just
skipped-
You want to get
back.
not,
Sorry,
not,
we got-
do not blame
we
me
got
for that,
caught
even the
in-
slightest.
We got caught up in the pixelated laugh, and I'm like, what the fuck?
The screen stayed black for about 10 seconds or more, then it showed the typical level title thing, except the simplistic shapes were different shades of red, and the text only showed Hill, Act 1. The
Oh
screen
my god,
faded
it
in as the
wasn't
level title
green! I'm
vanished,
losing my mind!
revealing Tails in the Green Hill Zone from Sonic 1. The music
This
was
is like
different,
the
though.
most inflexible person known to man.
It sounded like a peaceful melody in reverse. Anyway, I started playing and had Tails start running like you would in any of the classic Sonic games. What was odd was that as Tails was running along the level, there was nothing but flat ground and a few trees for 5 minutes. That was when the peaceful music started to lower down into slow, deep tones very slowly as I kept going.
Okay, so let's be honest here. Let's be realistic here. Let's think about this as if you got this game. You load it up. Hill Act 1. It's flat. You run for a bit. It's still flat. Are you going to run for the full 5 minutes? Or are you going to go, well,
Yeah, what is this? The
sucks,
fucking World
and
of Nothing from Super Paper
Are you
Mario?
going to... or are you just going to go, well, this sucks. Eject disc. Well, fuck it. Nothing else to do with this. Snap it in half. Throw it away.
Now,
guess
Mr.
Kyle
L's going to
was-
show
was
up and then
having
you're going to
a
get the
better
easiest boss fight in the game. I suddenly saw something, and I stopped to see what it was. It was one of the small animals lying dead on the ground bleeding. That was when the music started to slow down. Tails had a shocked and saddened look on his face that I never saw him have before, so I had him move along, and he kept that worried look on his face. As he kept moving, I saw more dead animals as Tails moved past them, looking more and more worried as the music lowers, and he moves past more dead animals.
Oh yeah, let me just
I was-
traumatize a child.
I was shocked to see how they all died. They looked like somebody killed them in rather gruesome ways. A squirrel was hanged on a tree with what appeared to be his entrails hanging out, a bunny had all 4 of his limbs torn off, and a duck had his eyes gouged out and his throat slit. I felt sick to my stomach when I saw this massacre, and apparently so did Tails. After a few more seconds there were no more animals and the music seemed to have stopped. I still kept Tails to continue.
1, great sentence structure. The structure was bad. 2, alternatively to what you were saying, June, with the let me traumatize a child, being instead like, oh no, amateurish pixel art edits!
Oh, whatever, this was made by some edgy teen. Beep.
Okay, eject game, snap disc, throw it away.
For a minute passed after the music stopped. Tails was running up a hill and then he stopped. What was up?
No, it's just I realized, holy fucking shit. All of these characters, they work on fucking horror movie logic. And I fucking
they don't
hate
think.
horror movie logic.
Yeah, but that's the thing. In a horror movie, the decisions make sense to the characters because they don't know they're in a horror movie. This guy, even if I didn't know I was in a horror story, if I'm running for 5 continuous minutes on flat ground with nothing before anything starts to happen, I'm not even making it to the 2-minute mark before I'm going, bored now, eject, snap, throw away.
Boring.
This game sucks, goodbye.
And then he opens, and then he throws the game away, and then he turns on his webcam and he goes, "Hello, I'm the nostalgic."
No, I was about to say, I actually, if I was really fucking about, I'd be like, you know what, this game sucks. I'm going to Alt F4 the game for a moment. I'm going to open up recording software, and I'm now going to record this game so that I can make an angry video game nerd parody review out of it. So that I can call this game a shitload of fuck and blow it up with firecrackers or some shit.
After a minute passed after the music stopped, Tails was running up a hill and then he stopped. It wasn't until I saw why. Sonic was there on the other side of the screen with his back against Tails with his eyes closed. Tails looked happy to see Sonic, but then his smile faltered, obviously noticing that Sonic wasn't responding to him, if not acting as if he was totally oblivious of Tails' presence. Tails walked slowly towards Sonic, and I noticed that I wasn't even moving my keyboard to make him move, so this had to have been a cutscene.
Yeah,
Suddenly,
not a cutscene, a cutscene, a scene that has been cut.
Yeah, I cut.
This is Tails turning in
this
his friendship
scene like
application.
Here's my fucking deleted scene, guys.
Sonic, I finished my scene.
Oh,
Sorry,
great job,
Tails.
Tails.
We're gonna have to cut it.
Sorry,
We don't have
Tails,
enough time in the
that's-
final cut.
I'm sorry,
Sonic,
Tails.
I
This is
worked so
just
hard on it. Oh,
superfluous.
well. Good things get left on the cutting room floor. Maybe he'll make his way onto the DVD as an extra. Wouldn't count on it, though. Capo!
Capo! We're not gonna bother putting any green screen shit going on in the background here. We're just gonna leave the raw green screen. We don't need to edit it. It's just gonna end up as a DVD extra, maybe hidden somewhere within the DVD menus. But Sonic, nobody goes through DVD menus anymore. People don't put those on the DVDs. Well, I guess no one's ever seen this.
Sonic, I was looking at the light. Oh, good for you. And how was it? You mentioned green screen, and that was the first thing that came to mind.
Light.
Suddenly, I began to have a growing feel of dread as Tails walked closer to Sonic to get his attention. I felt that Tails was in danger.
Feel of dread.
Get
Man,
a feeling so complicated.
Welcome back to 2012. We got Les Feels.
We got
Ugh.
feel of dread. We got a thing of bleach. Go to fucking school. Get an education.
Read exactly one book ever.
I felt that Tails was in danger and something bad was going to happen. I heard faint static growing louder as Tails was but inches away from Sonic and stopped and stuck his hand out to touch him. That foreboding feeling in my gut was growing stronger and I felt the urge to tell Tails to get away from Sonic as the static grew louder.
Okay, so you're completely disconnected from reality already.
I want to talk to the video game to tell it to stop, please.
No, sorry. All I'm thinking of is the fucking Michael Rosen.
Get out! Get out of here!
Get out of there! you want an apple?
Do I put Michael Rosen on the thumbnail? I debate.
Yes.
You must.
I do wonder.
You have to. You have to. Legal requirement.
You
It is
know,
a canon event.
you've got a good point. Michael Rosen on the thumbnail.
Suddenly, in a split second, I saw Sonic's eyes open and they were black with those red glowing dots, just like that title image, though there wasn't a smile. When that happened, the screen turned black and the static sound was off. It
Me
stayed
when I
black for
start
about
2
7
paragraphs
seconds.
consecutively with the word suddenly.
Great writing. And then white
when I
text
am a
appeared following a
writer.
message saying, "Hello. Want to play with me?"
Actually, do you want me to do this, the voice of
Oh,
Sonic.exe
please.
here?
And then someone else can take over the narration.
Hello, do you want to play with me?
Who do you want to be?
Is your memory card running? Is your memory card function?
Shut up, you fucking.
Classic.
Database.
Jumping is not a crime. Sonic!
Okay. At this point, I was creeped out. I didn't want to continue with the game, but my curiosity got the better of me when I was taken to a different level, with the level title now saying, Hide and Seek. Me when my curiosity gets the better of me. It happens every day.
Me when I hide and I seek.
Yeah.
In the club, straight hiding it.
And by it,
I
mean, I mean, I seek. This time, I was in the Angel Island level from Sonic 3, and it looked like everything was on fire. You know, like the Angel Island level from Sonic 3.
Yeah, it's just Angel Island Act 2.
Not even Act 2, the second half of Act 1 even.
Well, yeah. Goated song.
Goated song, look. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. Tails looked as though he was scared out of his wits this time. He actually looked at me and made frantic gestures to me, as if he wanted to get out of the area he was in as fast as possible, because that's scary. Tails,
like he was
Tails making Courage the Cowardly Dog gestures.
Stared at me like he was doing a Friday Night Funkin' bit.
We'll get to Friday Night Funkin'. Fucking hell.
We will get to Friday Night.
Save it for later, June. We're not there yet. You're jumping the gun.
Yes, sir.
I was starting to get freaked out by this. I mean, Tails was actually breaking the fourth wall, trying to tell me to get me trying to tell me to get him out of there. I can never play
the fourth wall all the time
Undertale.
in Sonic.
I can
Sonic
never
looks
play
at the
Undertale.
camera in Sonic 1.
I play Undertale once and I shit myself so hard I die.
Why would Kara do this?
Why would Kara? Why did Gaster do this? Why did
Sonic,
Gaster write
I
this
remember
story?
your genocide roots.
Sonic, I remember your genocide.
Sonic, I remember your file extensions.
Sonic, I remember your .exe root.
So I pressed
Sonic,
down
I
on the
can't
arrow
remember.
key as hard as I could, you know, the one arrow key, and made him run as fast as he could. Great sentence structure. A pixelated version of that creepy thing when you meet Shadow at the Ark as Robotnik from SA2 was playing, as I made Tails trek through the desolate forest, trying to help him escape from whatever he was trying to run from. Again, sound has pixels. Also, it's not that. That's not. It's not that creepy a scene or a theme. It's not. It ain't that bad.
Like
Bro.
when he says meet Shadow at the Ark, does he mean the one where he tells him about the Eclipse Cannon, or the scene where he meets Shadow for the first time? Because that's not at the Ark. That's on Prison Island.
That's Prison Island. Actually, was it even a Prison Island? I don't know if it was even Prison
I
Island.
think so. I think based
I think
on
it was
the
just
level
a
map,
different
that's where it
gun
was.
facility. Oh
Or
yeah.
it might have been a different gun facility.
Yeah.
I don't even fucking know.
I'll research while you continue reading.
Yeah, it's fair. That makes sense.
Okay.
Fuck's sake. Suddenly, I heard that creepy laugh again. That awful Kefka laugh. Right after 10 seconds have passed, as I helped Tails run through the forest. If I play Final Fantasy VI once, I shit myself and die.
Yes, it was on Prison Island. Iron Gate. But yes, Prison Island, yeah.
Yeah, Iron Gate, not to be mistaken with Weapons Bed, which is presumably right next to it.
Yeah, right near it.
Yeah.
Man, what the fuck?
Man, what the fuck? Anyway.
It is illegal.
And I started
That's
seeing
allowed.
flashes of Sonic popping everywhere on the screen. Again with those black and red eyes. The music changed to that suspenseful drowning jingle as I see Sonic behind Tails slowly gaining up on him. Flying! Sonic wasn't running, he was actually flying! The flying pose his sprite was making looked very similar to Metal Sonic's flying pose in Sonic CD, except it was just Sonic, and he had the black and red eyes again, only. This time, he had great paragraph. Nice paragraph
Yeah.
break, bro. Nice work.
Where did you
This
put in
time
a
he had the
paragraph
most-
break? There's no time for that, Metal.
There's no time for that metal.
What I think what you mean is, there's no time for that metal. Pardon me. Shit. I'm a bit under the weather, folks. That is unfortunate for
You've been infected with the .exe.
Oh no!
No!
This time, he had the most deranged-looking grin on his face. He looked as though he was enjoying the torment he was giving the poor little fox as he gained up on him. Suddenly, when Tails tripped, another cut scene. The music stopped and Sonic vanished. Tails laid there and started crying for 15 seconds. The scene was rather upsetting to watch, and I kind of teared up myself. But then, Sonic appeared right in front of Tails, and Tails looked up in horror. Now, I don't want to say... Now, I wouldn't usually say this about a guy just feeling feelings, but I'm like... It's a 16-bit image of Tails crying. You fucking pussy.
Sorry, you just go, you pussies.
You fuck... Straight up. Get a
Is
spine.
Deltarune technically a 16-bit game?
Well, I mean, no, because it's like... It's got a whole lot more than that. Going on, but
Yeah.
it does sort of emulate that 16-bit to sort of 32-bit era at the very least.
I will tell you then, Deltarune is going to make people cry, but like
Yes, but that's
just
with storytelling,
just
not with
16-bit
a
Tails
character
crying.
just crying on the ground for 15 seconds. That's
If I
not
saw
gonna do
Ralsei
it.
crying for 15 seconds, I probably wouldn't cry. If it was for like a full minute, maybe.
I'd probably just be like sat there confused, like, is this meant to be something? Like if there's like dialogue going on, if there was like music going on, like, anything like that. It's like
Yeah, of course, not but
Thank you, Arthur, for
something.
your brilliant comment in the chat of
John
Video. Masterful gambit, sir. Masterful gambit. But yeah, like if there was some like really good dialogue, some good music going, something like that, yeah, I'd probably tear up. If it's just Tails in total silence, crying on the ground for 15 seconds, I'm just gonna get up and make some food or something. I don't know, I'll just be like, well, nothing's happening, I'm gonna go get some fucking water.
Actually, you know what? Quit game. Take the disc out.
Yeah, once again, well, this is boring. Eject, snap, throw it away.
Like, bro is trying to, like... He thinks he's telling the most compelling story. And it's like,
And the only
no.
thing I'm compelled to do is go to bed.
Bro's like... Well, we'll get into bro.
We'll get into him. But he's like, blood started to come down those blackened eyes of Sonic's as a grin slowly grew from his face. Not on his face! Not on
Just
his
bloomed
face!
like a flower.
From it!
It's like when
From it.
Tenna's nose turns into a flower.
Real, yeah. At a certain point, the grin, had reached full blossom and just sort of like popped off and landed on the ground like a ripe fruit. And Sonic was just now stood there with just like no mouth, complete muzzle, just like blank.
He has
and
no
just,
mouth,
like,
but he
looks
must scream.
down. He just looks down at the mouth, looks up at Tails, shrugs, kills him.
Now I'm just imagining Sonic.exe's text boxes, but with like Tenna's quirk of like the random words with sound effects.
No, all I'm imagining now is Sonic.exe, but with like Hanna-Barbera
from your
slapstick
house.
cartoon rules.
Coming.
Like Tom and Jerry cartoon
Coming.
rules.
Coming.
He's doing what? Anyway, oh yeah,
Don't
fucking.
act like you don't know.
No, I know. I was there in the streams. Not last time, but, you know, the first times when that happened. Anyway. Blood started to come down those blackened eyes of Sonic's as a grin slowly grew from his face as he looked down at the horrified fox. I could do nothing but watch. Except you absolutely could. You could have ejected the disc, snapped it, thrown it away, or maybe gone and got a sandwich, maybe some water, I don't know, some food, fed your cat, gone outside, lived.
Nah, Sonic.exe killed his cat.
Oh, no, that makes sense, actually. That makes sense. That's why he can't go do anything else.
They can't play as Blaze.
Guys, you don't understand. Sonic.exe killed his grandma.
Why do you hate Sonic.exe so much? Why do you hate Sonic.exe so much? Because Sonic.exe killed my grandma!
Honestly, as much as that line is like peak funny, honestly, I'll say it, I think Trolls as a film franchise is like fine. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
It's one of those things
I've
where you
got-
begrudgingly are like, yeah, it's all
I've got
right.
exactly zero opinion on it.
The
I'm
third
like,
one has
okay,
fucking
it
Eric
exists.
Andre in it, and I'm like,
Okay, that's
I can't
kind of
hate that.
Okay, that's kind of goated. To be fair, that's kind of goated. Anyway, just in a split second, Sonic lunged at Tails right before the screen went black. We're gonna be here for 5 hours. The screen went black.
We're gonna be here for 5 hours.
There was a loud screeching noise
It's gonna
that
be longer
only
than Ted the
lasted
Caver.
5 seconds. You know, only lasted 5 seconds, which I timed perfectly like everything else. But also a screeching noise that lasts for 5 seconds. That's shockingly short. The text returned, only this time it said, "You're too slow. Want to try again?" And then that god-awful laugh
Sonic.
came with it.
What is this, brawl?
Yes.
Coming!
I'm
doing
sorry,
what?
I'm
A
incapable of taking this shit seriously.
I mean, yeah, who could?
June, it's
What adult
Sonic.exe.
human being
You
could?
weren't going to.
There are no adult human beings who look at the original version of Sonic.exe, this particular story, and go, God, that's scary. I should take this 100% serious. No one does that. They go, this sucks, let me do it a different way. At best. I was so shocked by what had happened. Did Sonic murder Tails? No, he couldn't have. He and Tails are supposed to be best friends, right? Why did Sonic do that to him? Now, Tom, come here, buddy. Come here. You see, fictional characters don't have consistent personalities that persist in all versions of them, including hacked games, which you know this is. You know this is a hacked game already. Why is this shocking to you? Tom?
Methinks Tom is a fucking idiot.
Methinks Tom is genuinely fucking, like, totally... Like, he's so high, he's genuinely experienced total ego death and has not just disconnected from his idea of self, but also his idea of any functions of reality at all.
Bro's in a
Time
quantum
for an
superposition.
eagle.
For real. I shook the shock off as I was brought back to the character select.
Shook the shock
character
is-
select. The save file that had Tails was different. Tails was no longer in the box itself, but in the TV screen itself, which was flickering with that red static. Tails' expression
Itself.
scared me. I love when the story explicitly tells me to be scared. Not even saying like, oh, it was
I was
a
so
big deal.
scared, you guys.
Yeah, you should be too. His eyes
A
were
ghost tried
black
to
and
approach me
bleeding.
and got leery.
His orange fur had gone black, and he had an expression of anguish on his face. Trying to ignore it, I picked Knuckles next. It's so scary.
Okay.
Knock, knock.
Knock, knock.
Okay.
Just fucking like... It's Knuckles.
It's Knuckles.
It starts playing fucking Knuckles' theme.
Yep. The laugh came again, and the screen cut to black again, and stayed there for another 10 seconds again. This time, the level said, "You can run!" Because this is clearly messages from Sonic. Haha.
Here I come. Bang!
I was really freaked out by now. I couldn't really tell if this was
If it was a glitch, the
Oh
entire
yeah,
thing.
everything that's happened thus far? Total glitch.
I
This
thought it
is
was a lie
believable.
or a myth. Perhaps both.
Oh. I couldn't really tell if this was a glitch or a hack or some kind of sick, twisted joke which would involve it being a hack. Or anything, really. I couldn't tell if it was real. I've completely disconnected from all concepts of reality. Please remind me what my name is.
Reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Bye, go, bye!
Ah, we're getting back to the Seuss body pillow, I see. We're circling back in that direction.
Look, we gotta get back to something.
we gotta have something to hang on to, and if it's a
It's
Seuss
so
body
good to be
pillow,
back.
then damn it, that'll do. But despite my fear of what happened next, I kept playing. Not my fear of what could happen next. I knew what was going to happen next, and I was afraid of it already.
Yeah, bro is permanently afraid.
I love listening to other people be pedantic about writing. It really validates me.
Oh yeah, no, trust me. It's a favourite
I feel like
pastime of mine with
Arthur's-
these things.
I feel like Arthur has like fully emboldened us.
June, I'm not gonna lie. Even if Arthur had somehow loved every story up to this point, my behaviour towards Sonic.exe would not change.
No, that's fair. That's fair. It's emboldened me at least.
That's
at least when it
that's
gets
fair enough.
Tiki-
I'm not gonna speak to
Like,
your
when we got to
experience on
Tiki
this, but
Toad,
I'd
I
be
just
right
went,
where I
oh.
am.
Oh no. I need to.
I need to be vitriolic and hateful.
I need to be the most unjoyful creature on this earth. Right.
No. Not unjoyful, just spiteful. You can be joyful and spiteful. Trust us.
I
Trust
often am.
us, audience. We've been doing it for the last hour. I think.
That's something like that.
Yeah. But also, again, just Tom's just sat in his chair and something in any way unordinary happens and he's just like, I'm shit-sing! The next level looked much different. It had the ground of the Scrap Brain Zone. Okay, so Tom's also from Yorkshire. But the sky background looked like the main menu. It had the dark, reddish, cloudy sky. But it was the music that creeped me out the most. It sounded like Geiger's theme right after you beat Pokey in Earthbound. I also noticed that Knuckles looked afraid, just like Tails did, though not as much. More rather, he looked a little unnerved. He broke the fourth wall just like Tails, and looked as if he wasn't sure about going on, but I made him move anyway. Okay, so how did he break the fourth wall? Because that's totally contextually normal in this situation, potentially. That doesn't...
When he says
when
broke
I-
the
You're
fourth
thinking
wall,
too
he
deep
means
Me when I
without
the
have
camera.
any any sense of trepidation, and I don't know if I want to continue in the direction I am. Brackets, I am breaking the fourth wall right now.
Nah, you're thinking too deep. It's not that
And
deep.
it means I get to make fun
Let
of
it
this
get to me,
story.
I'm just
I don't
going
give a
creep.
shit.
I know. I'm making
I will
fun of those
break the
people.
laws
like,
of
it's
reality
not
to
that
make
deep.
fun of
It's not that deep.
Sonic.exe.
No, I know. I'm making fun of those people who just constantly go, it's not that deep. It's not that
It's
deep.
not that deep.
It's
Just
not that
never
deep."
analyze anything. Never have any
Never
sort of
think.
analysis on anything.
or
Don't
I
think.
will actually kill you with my bare fists.
I will throw rocks and hammers
Yeah,
at you
bare
if
fists.
you have anything. June is a webear, confirmed.
No, with my bear's fists. I've got a bear.
No, you've...
Frederica.
Not that kind of bear.
Oh! You've got a gay man who is friends with you, who is very large and hairy, who is going to... Hang on a minute. Me when I'm going to beat the shit out of this story. Bisexual, but yeah, close enough. It's pretty much...
You count as a bear!
I'm sitting down again.
You count.
Reveal.
You count.
Reveal. I know. Reveal. The reveal.
Whoa, he's bisexual. I didn't know that. By the way, I'm bisexual.
I didn't know that. I'm bisexual. I can't remember the line off the top of my head. That's unfortunate.
That's fine.
I'm
That's
going to become very delirious over the course of this story. I can tell. I'm already in the first couple of stages. But fuck
it. Join the club.
We are the club. We're already all in the club.
We're
the founding members of the club.
We need to go back to the club.
Straight delirious, except not. He ran down the...
Bear it all.
He ran down the straight pathway in this dark level, and as he did, the screen started to flicker red static a couple times, and then that maddening laugh came again. Once again, I can't play Final Fantasy VI without shitting and crying and pissing myself and crying more.
Bang!
Did a man fall into a river in Lego City? What was the hay for?
No, I said coming. You know, like TV talk. But also, a man has fallen into the river in Lego City.
That's also something
built the
that
Lego
Tom
rescue
does when he plays
helicopter.
Final Fantasy
Didn't
VI.
hear coming. I heard, hey! Like from the fucking...
A man is playing a shitty game in Lego City.
Hey!
A man has fallen for a man has fallen for a man in Lego City.
Happy for them.
A man has fallen for a creeper, a man!
Happy for them.
Might that be a meme, might that be a YouTube boo. Swouse.
Anyway.
This is level we're on at the minute.
Yeah. Oh, Christ. Then, after a few seconds of running, I notice...
Gonna help, Alex.
What?
I don't think Christ's gonna help.
Oh, no.
No.
Christ abandoned us long ago.
No, exactly.
Jesus comes down here, looks at the screen, and goes, "Oh, fucking me, I'm out of here," and fucks off to heaven again.
Yeah.
He stands there for 3 minutes, then goes, "I'm out of here," and then jumps out.
And then he jumps through the floor into the fucking ground and goes to hell. Just because it's preferable to experiencing this.
Do you think God stays in heaven because he too fears?
Out of fear for what he's created.
Fear is not the emotion God is feeling, more just
exists.
general... I'm not mad, I'm imagining just up in the sky, bearded guy, just like,
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
My words are not
coming. Then, after a few seconds of running, I noticed several bloodstains on the metallic ground. I felt a growing sense of fear again, thinking something horrible is going to happen to Knuckles. He looked nauseated, walking down this bloodstained road, but I still kept him going. Me when I switched tenses like 4 times in one paragraph.
Follow the bloodstained road.
This is like speed running being dog shit.
Well, it is
At
Sonic.
this point, why not? At this point, why not?
True.
Just Windmill Isle Day playing while speed running down the bloodstained road.
Yep. Suddenly, as Knuckles ran, Sonic appeared right in front of him with those black and red... Yes, we get it, buddy. We get it, bro. He's got the black and red eye. We see the eyes, Sonic. We see the fit.
Yeah, we get it. He should get some eye drops.
Okay, Sonic. We see the fit.
The fit is not that hard.
It's very soft, actually. I'm full-blooded hater.
Coming out here with that 2 out of 10 drip. Get out of here.
2? That's generous.
I'm feeling generous today, but also fuck you, Sonic.
Me when I see Sonic with that fuck-ass strip.
Oh my! No, guys! It's the human Sonic from Sonic Destruction. Remember?
Oh god, no, because that guy actually kind of did have that shit on.
No, he had that shit on. No,
his fit went hard. Sonic
Are you sure you're not thinking about Shadow's fit?
Nothing. But his fit was okay. Mason, let's be honest. Both had hard fit. Shadows was just like crazy levels of.
Okay, I guess my relativity is a little skewed in comparison to yours.
It did skew the scale, is the thing. You know, like the fucking red shirt, black jacket, gauntlets went crazy.
But we can all agree, Silver had his hoodie on.
Yeah, Silver did have his hoodie on. He did have that shit on.
Yeah.
Anyway, fucking where was I? I've fully lost where I was.
Sonic appeared right in front of him.
Yes, Sonic appeared right in front of him with those black and red eyes, and then red static appeared again. When the static vanished, showing nothing. When the static vanished, showing nothing but black screen with text saying, "Found you." I was now scared.
I'm scared because all caps with U's not capital. Where have we seen that before?
No, he's no!
Oh
this story really is scary now.
He's a troll!
God, no. Worse.
No, not a troll.
It's fucking Caliban!
No! Wait, what about the D though? The D's not capped.
Thank
typo.
God for that. He just fucked it. He just beefed it, is the thing.
I've pressed the caps lock button one too many times.
Anyway, I was now scared. It's genuinely just like the fucking Shrek, the weddings, just like the guy with the cue cards. Scream.
Reverence, revered silence. Aww.
Sonic found Knuckles already? What was going on? But I feel like you should... What do you mean, what was going... It's pretty clear what's going on, buddy. It's
guys, what's going on? I'm so confused right now.
Guys, my friend Kyle came over 2 weeks ago and set up my perpetual concussion machine. Please inform me of what's going on. I have forgotten my own name 27 times since I put this... What's the round thing called again?
I've forgotten more about Sonic.exe than you could ever learn.
Chat, I've lost my attention, chat.
Oh
Chat,
my God,
please tell me what's going on.
No, we've discovered that Sonic.exe is Caliban. Tom is XQC. Chat, I've forgotten what my name is. I'm going to show footage of people dying again now. Chat, this is crazy.
Chat, I'm gonna go gamble. I'm gonna go bet it all on black.
My name is Sonic.exe.
Chat, I'm going to bounce on a crazy stuff.
Whose it is it? I think I know, but whose? Yep, there we go. Well, I'm glad, glad is a strong word. I'm experiencing an emotional reaction to see that we have all embraced now that this is taking place in an Omegaverse universe now.
You are feeling some kind of way.
I am not really not.
Something!
Oh, God. I'm feeling dead inside is what I'm feeling. I love how this paragraph just straight up like, I was so scared. What was going on? Anyway, red static came again, and there was back to the level.
The tone is all over the place. The structure is bad. Kill
I
me.
just read a fantastic typo 3 paragraphs down.
Oh, I'll get there, but we'll get there anyway.
Eventually.
We'll get there in about 5 years.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm actually.
Welcome to the
go
finale
back
of reading
to the story,
Creepypasta, guys. We're gonna be here for a while.
I like we stop focusing on the story. I like calm down. We go back, and I immediately start crashing the fuck out.
That's what we're here for, baby! Anyway, Knuckles looked like he was panicking, and Sonic was nowhere to be found. And this time, that high-pitched squealing from the Silent One's final boss was playing. Again, Yorkshire. Sorry, no. Silent Hill.
Silent Hill.
Was this some kind of boss battle with Sonic? I hoped to God it wasn't, honestly. This needed to be its own paragraph.
What is this? Some kind of Suicide Squad?
What is this? Some kind of Sonic.exe?
Suddenly. And God, do I love starting paragraphs with the word suddenly. But suddenly, Sonic appeared right behind Knuckles in what appeared to be pixelated black smoke. I don't think you needed to add what appeared to be there. I made Knuckles turn and then punch Sonic, but Sonic vanished in black pixelated smoke before I could even land a hit. That terrible laugh went off again. Then Sonic appeared behind Knuckles again, and then I made him punch again, and Sonic vanished again, laughing. Knuckles was panicking even more.
Kill myself again.
Knuckles was panicking even more, and even I felt like I was going crazy. Oh my God, a boss fight in a video game dodged my attack! Oh, I'm losing my mind!
Boss know how to dodge? I thought
this guy's never played a Zelda game. You gotta switch to the item that you got in the dungeon.
Me when I play Undertale and I shit and piss and come and cry and die on the spot.
Me when Sans takes me out back.
Fuck's sake.
What, did you think I was just gonna let you hit me?
I'm losing my mind! Anyway, Sonic was practically playing with us. Not literally, practically. He was playing a sick, twisted little mind game with me and Knuckles. Joke. Oh my God. Another cutscene played as Knuckled fell to his knees and clutched his head, sobbing. Knuckled!
What does it mean? What does it mean to be knuckled?
I think Tom knows. I think Kyle might have given him that.
Jesus Christ.
Knuckle dear kid.
Fuck it, fuck it. At this point, the bit has been established, and my rule is, okay, bit has been established, okay, lean in!
Knuckle dear kid.
I felt his agony. Sonic was actually driving us both crazy. Again.
Crazy Sonic.
Sonic crazy.exe.
And then I've lost my mind.
Yeah. We're reading Sonic.exe. Do you think we had?
I lost mine a long time ago.
Yeah, we have to have lost our minds already because we considered doing this, and then followed through.
Long ago.
But fuck it, we're here now. And then, in a split second, Sonic lunged at Knuckles and the screen went black with another distorted screeching noise that lasted for at least 3 seconds. Another text message appeared. I had Sonic.exe on my phone. He texted me. Sonic songs to play with.
Hold on, let me get the video.
So many swords to
When-
play with! So little time! Would you agree?
Whenever it says that something lasted for like 3 seconds, I imagine this guy like sitting back and like counting on his
1
fingers.
Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
I realize now who this story is. I realize who
Not who
we've
it's for,
been-
who it is.
I realize I realize who Tom is now.
Oh,
No, I get it now.
oh.
This
you
fucker.
understand it now? Oh no! No!
It's
3 a.m. Sonic.exe challenge. We're gonna do a 3 a.m. Sonic.exe challenge. Oh my god, guys, that's Sonic.exe. That's
Calling my best
Sonic.exe.
friend Kyle from the dead. He died last week. I'm gonna
Here's the
call him from the dead and
really-
exploit his grave.
Here's the really funny thing about this fucker in particular.
Oh,
He did
as
one of
opposed
those
to
videos.
the other guy.
He did one like a Sonic.exe video, and a solid like 5 minutes of it, I think, or like it's like 2 to 5 minutes. It's just him recording like wind outside and be like, "Whoa, it's crazy! They're fighting right now."
Just all I'm imagining is he's just stood there and he says to the camera, "Focus your energy. You can track them fighting." Just straight up Piccolo talking to Gohan in the fucking Saiyan saga while Yamcha's fighting that fucking Cyberman.
All I'm saying,
Crazy.
look, all I'm gonna say is 3 a.m. content slot is really funny when you completely just like don't take it seriously.
And when there's not dead people being exploited in it, of course.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's 3 a.m. slop. They did that often.
I know. I know.
What the hell?
Sake.
Just what is going on? I think I started to think
Heliante.
Sonic was actually trying to talk to me through the game. I'll
Who's
believe
this?
that Tails and Knuckles were gonna do that, but Sonic can't.
Sonic would never
Sonic
talk to
can't do that. No.
But
Sounds
I was
homophobic.
They're
too
not attacking
scared. Hang on, guys, hang on. But I was too scared to think that.
What?
He was too scared to think that. That thought that I just
Aw.
mentioned, that he thought, he was too scared to think it.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna need to say it again, but like even like clearer this time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
oh.
Oh. I was brought back to the main menu, and this time, the second file box had Knuckles in the TV screen. His red fur had darkened to a reddish grey. So not really darkened, more desaturated, buddy. You're looking for the different word again.
The structure was bad.
There's not no
Bring it
definition of
back.
desaturated.
We're bringing it. We're
His-
bringing it back.
His dreadlocks were dripping with blood, and his eyes were black and bleeding too. And he had a look of sadness on his face. I began to think that those are the actual characters trapped in those TV screens on the save files. But I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. I was too scared to believe it.
No, this isn't real. It's not happening. What am I fighting for?
Oh my god.
So this isn't happening! There's no reason for me to go on! What am I fighting for?
So I shut off the game and took a break. I took a nap, which I hadn't, because I then began to have the most disturbing nightmare. I was in pitch black darkness, though I was under the light given off by a lamp that hung high above my head, so I was in pitch black darkness except for all the light I was in. I could hear the cries of Knuckles and Tails nearby. They were saying stuff like, "Help us!" And who wants to do Tails?
I'll do it. I ain't done anything.
Go for it, go for it. I was gonna give you the next.
I've done nothing but crash out.
I was gonna hand it off to you pretty much right after this paragraph, actually.
Oh, cool. Why'd you give him to us?
That's the wrong.
Give him to
You got
us?
the fucking. Why do you give him to us, not us to him?
Why'd you give us to him?
There we go.
Oh, mama.
And run away before he gets you too.
Run away
June,
before
would
he
you
gets
like to
you
take
too.
over?
Yeah. Their cries died out as I then heard Sonic laugh. His laugh. It sounded a lot like the distorted Kefka laugh. What's it?
Oh my god,
I
no!
cannot.
Kefka Palazzo makes me shit myself like I just ate 500 fucking tons of Taco Bell!
Oh no, distorted Kefka laugh. Bruh.
Oh my god, no! No, not Kefka Palazzo. I'm fucking shitting. I'm shitting so much right now. I'm so scared.
Stay away from me. Stay away
I'm
from
sh-
me.
I'm shitting and pissing. Oh
I'm
no!
shitting. No.
I'm shitting.
You see that shit?
I'm shitting. Anyway, you're a lot of fun to play with, kid. Just like your friend Kyle. Though he didn't last long.
'Cause I'm evil.
I'm evil and scary. Trust me, this character, Sonic the Hedgehog, this is a real vector for scares, this guy.
I was scared.
I know a
and
thing or two
looking
about
around
vectors.
For the source of the voice.
Won't be long now until you join him and all my other friends.
I saw him walking towards me, flickering in and out in several directions.
You can't run, kid. You're in my world now, just like the others. I'm
In his
fucking
world.
anime flash stepping. Can you see? Check this shit out. Check this shit out. I'm like the Flash. You see those like Flash edits on TikTok? I'm doing one of those.
Oh my god, My Ordinary Life by the Living Tombstone. Pete.
Yeah, I'm like doing a speed mirage or some shit. I don't know.
Staying still. Eyes closed. Let the world just pass me by. Painters.
Just stopping without extending the body makes it so much funnier.
I love how aggressively British that was as well.
Staying still, eyes closed. Let the world just pass me
Staying
by.
still, eyes closed. Let the world just pass me by. Hay peels, nice clothes. If I fall, I think I'll fly. Touch me, Midas.
I think this is where that bit ends. I don't want to hear those words coming out of that voice. Yeesh. Anyway. Yeah. Fucking.
When he grabbed me, I saw his bleeding black and red-eyed, grinning face. I woke up with a fright. After a couple hours, I decided to continue playing the game. I don't
Literally
know why, but I
It's
know I
literally
have to,
just so boring.
because I don't have any.
Well, he didn't know why.
I don't
Because
have,
I have
agency.
no agency.
I have no agency as a protagonist. I simply must continue playing this boring ass, shitty ass game. With nothing that
I'm
happens
merely a
in
vessel
it.
for the narrative.
Man, can we go back to Men Whimpering House?
Honestly, that was more fun.
I like Men Whimpering House. For the amount of men whimpering.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's
that
probably a
was
lot of
so
people
long
who would
ago.
enjoy being at
Back
Men
when we
Whimpering
didn't know any
House.
better.
If nothing
By
else
we,
as
I
an
mean
observer.
me.
Some as an observer, some as participants, you know?
Mm-hmm. I had to figure out why this was happening. So I turned on the computer, turned on the game, and selected Robotnik next. I still thought that was wacky. Playing
Wacky!
as a robot.
This is a word that needs to be in a horror story.
Kinda
Wacky.
wacky, goofy, silly
I
playing as
thought it was
Dr.
fucking zany, bro. I thought this
Kinda
shit was
goofy.
fucking
Kind
ridiculous.
of goofy our Robotnik moment.
Yeah, this was like actually redunculous.
I was going fucking... It was fucking crazy, bro. It was fucking
I
wild.
was losing my mind.
I was
actually...
my marbles even.
I'm going insane, perhaps wacky. One might say crazy. I'm off my rocker, losing my marbles, so to speak.
For real, this is Tom. That was about Tom. All along.
Yeah,
it was always about Tom.
It was always about Tomothy.
Always.
This channel's second favourite Omega after E1 after E123.
Points Tom
I
always
realized
has
E123
been.
was an Omega.
I mean, it's his name.
That's
It's
why
right on the
he's
label.
the goat. The goat.
Right there.
This is Alpha.
The
Anyway.
concept of explosions, I think.
But anyway, the level title appeared again, and this time it said, which I found really freaky.
Also, again, but anyway, is a really great phrase to put into a horror story because you've
But enough
clearly
about
gone off
that.
on a,
You know what? I
because
just
you've very
realized
clearly
something.
and obviously gone off on a fucking tangent
Guys,
for no reason.
I've got to read this out like a fucking vapid YouTuber.
Oh,
I
okay,
know what
go
to
ahead.
do
Let's give this a
now.
test. Let's give this a test run. Let's give this a
Guys,
test run. Let's
this time I was in some kind of hallway.
go. Guys,
Didn't
it is
really
3
look
a.m.
like
and
it
I
was
am in
from-
some kind of hallway.
Didn't really look like it was from any of the classic Sonic games, though it has the pixelated style. The floor was shiny and
Yeah.
checkered. The walls were dark greyish purple, with animated candle lights and a few dark blood stains here and there. And there was a dark red curtain hanging above the top part of the screen. Every 12 seconds or so, that red curtain sways very slowly, but whenever you're playing the game, you can barely see it move.
So
The
why did you
music was
mention it?
oddly pleasant, a piano playing a rather sad yet peaceful song, but I knew better. This was the song that played in Hill Act 1, only it wasn't reversed.
Again,
So
I
it
went
was
into my
the-
mind palace and I started waving my hands around. For some reason, the start of the Monty Python's Flying Circus
I went,
theme played for half a
"Wiggity woo."
second. I went wiggity wiggity woo and I turned the music back the right way around again.
Robotnik didn't look entirely nervous like Tails and Knuckles did, but he did have a suspicious look on his face, as if he was just a bit
sus.
paranoid. He was a bit sus. I
Among
voted him
Us.
out. I watched as his bloated corpse flew through the void of space.
The text doesn't say anything about imposter, it just says, what the fuck are we doing here? What's happening? Help me! Help!
Alex, I beg you
No,
to
the
attempt to recreate
the text
that.
just says, there's no time for that metal!
Alex, I implore you, please just recreate that and put it on screen.
Oh, I may well. I've got time. I may well do that. I will at the very least consider.
He did a little animation and when I just left him standing. He turns his head to the left and then to the right at least twice and then shrugs at me as if he has no idea where he was or what was going on. Even
Same,
though I
bro.
was scared out of
Same,
my mind
Robotnik.
about what was going to happen, I had Robotnik continue onward. He did his usual running animation. You know when you've beaten him at the end of a classic Sonic game and you chase him.
Oh yeah,
As
because
we
that happens
continue
in
to
Sonic 1.
go-
Every classic Sonic game has you beat Robotnik and then he runs on foot. That happens
Yeah,
in all
always
of them,
happens.
not just Sonic 2.
As we continued going through the hallway. Hello, you. I'm Guru Larry.
Okay, so what you've done is you
Right,
started
Sonic
off
games
with
I
some
put
like
on me
J Station
computer.
level, and then you ended up with Guru Larry somehow.
All roads lead back to fucking.
Let's
Guru
reset.
Larry.
Let's reset that bit.
The go.
Not necessarily
The goat.
undo. Oh, definitely the go. But let's cycle a bit back. Start back at fresh clickbait.
So,
man.
guys, I then stopped at a long flight of stairs leading downward. Now, I was nervous, even though Robotnik seemed unsure of himself, though I pressed onward. As I led Robotnik down the stairs, I noticed that the walls had gotten darker and more reddish. The
Sorry,
red
have
torches
as well. They're doing it right now.
have gotten darker and more reddish around me. I'm trapped in the game too, guys.
And
The red
also, this is
torches are
again
now in
happening
eerie
right
blue.
now.
Then we landed down in. Then we landed it onto another hallway,
Which
This
happened
one was
before the
longer.
thing that's happening right now, where things are changing. Because it's in past
This
tense.
This one was longer than the last one, or at least it felt like it. Then we headed down another flight. Of stairs down. I did not proofread this story. The structure is bad, guys.
Yeah.
Please like, share. Please share, and trolls don't get blocked.
Don't get blocked!
This one
Oh
was
my God,
much
he's
longer.
talking to
Took
me.
at least 1 full minute. Yes, you right there. Join my giveaway for
Join my free
25
gift card
Amazon
giveaway.
points.
This is fucking bullshit.
Then I heard that horrid Kefka laugh again, and then the music slowly faded until it was quiet. As it did, the walls turned more dark red, and the torches were a black flame now. When Robotnik landed onto the third hallway, I noticed that he now looked really creeped out. Though he tried to hide it, I couldn't blame him. I was scared too. That's
Oh my
why
God,
I needed
Black
silly
Pixelated
bang,
phone.
bang, and
Shit,
the
shit.
turd is gone. Guys, I'm fucking losing my mind over here.
Oh, we all
This
are.
is not okay.
Yep.
Why did we do this to ourselves?
Well, we're here now. We're at the end.
We played ourselves.
Congratulations. You played yourself, I say, pointing directly into the mirror.
Pointing at the mirror.
And
You
me.
played us like a damn fiddle!
And my fucking idea.
Pointing at the mirror. You can't keep getting away with this!
I'm gonna go back and fucking mollywop past me.
Hey Mason, we need some time powers. We need to go drop kick past June in the head.
I'm gonna go cha-cha slide into my own bedroom and tell myself,
like,
no, don't do that.
Me when I rock up to my past self.
I rock up to my
Oh.
past self, cracking my knuckles. You already know what I'm about to do. My past
No,
self
I'm
goes,
not cracking
yeah.
my knuckles.
Let
Oh
me
yeah,
just
you're gonna
crack
hit them
my
with the
knuckle.
gold ship. Yeah,
You mentioned
I'm going back
drop
to my
kicking.
past self, and I'm just like, you already know what I'm about to do. My past self goes, yeah, just get it over with. I drop kick that motherfucker in the head, and we both die.
Hi.
Drop kick him, Alex, drop kick him! You already know.
Would not be the first time I've done a drop kick.
But it would be the first time you've ever been both the victim to and the perpetrator of
The
the exact
perpetrator.
same drop kick.
Yep.
Anyway, fucking, where were we
Suddenly-
again? Yeah, there we go.
Suddenly.
Suddenly, Sonic popped right in front of Robotnik the same way I can't do this fucking voice anymore.
Just reset.
Same way
just
he
reset
did
back to
Knuckles,
normal.
and then Red Static. I'm not even resetting it. I'm just not doing it anymore.
Yeah, just reset
Yeah,
back
no,
to
please.
default settings of
It's
normal
fine.
voice.
It's
yeah,
fine. Shoot.
it's
The
fine.
Red Static. The red static lasted for about 15 seconds, and then it showed me a most unpleasant
15 seconds.
image showed an
Image.
image of Sonic standing
Yes.
in the darkness where you can only see his face, while his head and torso faded into black. He looked so real you could actually see the lines in his blue fur
As if you could-
You got games on your phone?
Hey, you got games on your phone, bro?
Just
Tom.
Hey,
Sonic
I'm
ring
reaching
doorbell
out to talk to you
footage.
about your extended warranty.
I'm from the IRS, and I've come to tax your...
Text my what?
That's where it ends.
That's where it is.
His face. Oh god, he had the most horrifying smile I'd ever seen.
Would you like me to take over to round us out? To take us to the end?
I got this. I got one more in me. That's saying something, considering I saw that image at the start of the game. His eyes are wide and black, and once again crying blood. And there were 2 small glowing red dots in those black eyes staring right at me.
Yeah.
As if staring into my mind. His grin was wide and demonic. It's literally stretched to the size of his face like a Cheshire cat, except Sonic had fangs.
Yeah, I think,
Very sharp fangs.
Cats
Much
tend to
like
have
the
those.
wet hog's teeth, except a bit.
He mentioned Unleashed at the beginning, eh? It's Chekhov's gun.
It comes full circle.
Well.
It was actually all about Sonic Unleashed, everybody.
Chekhov's Unleashed.
Chekhov's trumpet section.
I sure hope there aren't any jazz bands around here.
I sure hope there aren't any jazz bands around here. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, fucking...
That's saying
yellowish.
something, considering no.
So you did that bit. Somewhat yellowish.
Except more vicious looking, somewhat yellowish, and from the look of it, he had stains of blood and small bits of flesh on his lips and fangs.
Now this
If he
might
beats an
sound
animal.
silly to some, coming from a British person, but fucking brush your teeth, mate.
Yeah.
Brush your teeth, you fucking wanker.
Oh my gosh.
Get some dental hygiene, mate.
I stared at
I read
that
it.
gruesome image for a good 30 seconds.
Oh my god.
No,
It all makes sense now.
That gruesome image.
It all makes sense now. Sonic.exe killed Maria.
No, for
Duh.
real. He was the guy who was in the gun costume. He
It's
just
like
squashed
fucking
his
Hunt
head
Down the
real
Freeman
bad.
where they take off the helmet and it's revealed to be your ally. The gun soldier takes off the helmet and it's revealed to be Sonic.exe.
Maria comes back, charges into the fucking room. You fucked up my face. Bang!
You have my permission to die.
I'd like to assume those desk slams were actually the gunshots.
Turn the arc. We're going to Borealis.
Oh, I'm lightheaded.
Perfect, Alex. Perfect.
I'm lightheaded. I'm lightheaded. Okay.
I want to see an edit of that.
It's like...
I don't know that I can make that one.
That's fine.
Alex, you gotta make this just the most animated story. Like you just gotta include all of these bits on screen. Like,
You're gonna have some
the audience
fun.
has to have some kind of entertainment.
I feel like they've got a lot of entertainment.
You've got to give them the bits in their full context.
I'm not going to be able to get that out of my head.
Never taking my eyes off of it, I felt as if he was actually looking at me, smiling at me. That face. Only a mother could love. It took just 10 seconds for it to etch itself into my brain for good. Then the screen flickered with red static again 3 times, and on the 3rd time I heard the Kefka laugh, except this time it sounded distorted, demonic even.
Oh,
It went
maybe was
back to the
pixelated or
image
some
again,
shit. I don't
except
know.
this
I
time
feel like
there
I'm gonna
was
fucking
the
pass
text
out.
again, although it was messed up, but it was pretty much one of the most horrifying images I looked at since I had this game.
I'm God!
Fucking stupid.
This shit, truly, this is too lower level for the this shit is so ass image. This isn't ass.
I know
People
we're
can
gonna
have
get to
fun
it.
with
I wanna fucking. I know we're gonna
Ass-
get. We're gonna. I know
ass
we're gonna
can
get to
be
it. I know we're
good.
gonna get
I'm
to
going
it.
to go into this.
I know we're gonna get into it after we finish.
But God, we are. It is.
It was when I read that message while looking at Sonic when it hit me. I realized right there and then.
Oh, the monologue.
This Sonic was a monster. A pure, evil, sadistic, all-powerful, nightmarish, demented monster. And all
Did you realize how I love adjectives. I love adjectives so
possibly
much.
my Alpha Kyle are just his little toys. And the game is the very gateway.
And never
into
again
his
will I be
chaotic
Kyle's
nightmare.
little toy or some shit. I don't know. Fuck it, I'm dead
And
inside
the
now.
very hell his
The bad
victims are
ending.
trapped in. Suddenly, in an actual split second, I screamed.
All the
Sonic
previous
lunged
split
to
seconds
scream.
weren't actually.
Oh, yeah, all the previous split seconds were metaphorical. They actually happened
All like
real
fucking
slow.
5 of them.
Nah, this fucker has bullet time powers.
Ultra Instinct.
God, he's got
Tom.
fucking Ultra Instinct. He's been playing this game and the entire time in the background it's just been...
Looks at the screen, screeching loudly with his mouth wide open into an unnatural length, revealing nothing but a literally spiraling abyss of pure darkness before.
Oh, so there was
the
an
red
actual
static
spiral
came
in
again.
there.
God,
Guys,
they got actual
fucking-
spirals up in here?
Guys, did you know that fucking Junji Ito's Uzumaki exists?
Oh my god, guys.
And
Sonic
is a
30X.
much better fucking story.
Oh my god, guys, actually, no, Sonic.exe invented spirals. Junji Ito is a hack.
Downward spiral,
What a
downward
fucking
spiral.
scheme.
Fair
Downward
answer,
spiral.
fair response, fair
Downward
response.
spiral.
Downward spiral. Downward spiral.
Red Static came again, this time much louder and distorted, so loud that it hurt. Dude.
A little bit. There we go.
Sorry, I saw the red static.
That's the second time he does this. You really want this to get over with.
I saw the red stack line and I was like, oh, he's talking about the red stack again. Okay, I can scroll down. Oh, no, wrong time. He was talking about the red stack because he never stops talking about the fucking red stack.
This time, much louder and distorted, so loud that it hurt my ears. I yelled and grabbed my ears as the red static screeched for a good 7
My
seconds.
man has
Then
3
it
bits.
stopped.
My man has 3 bits. Red static,
Split second,
Blood.
red static.
blood, black and red eyes. That's all this guy has.
blood,
These are the only
gallons
scary
of-
things he knows. My man could see Metal Sonic with strawberry jam on his face and he'd go, "Ah! Ah!"
No time for jam metal.
There's no time for that, metal.
Now I'm imagining the like beginning of Waltzing Gromit the wrong trousers, where he falls through the hatch into the dining room, and the spoon like flicks up and sends the jam at him, and the toast pops out, but it's Eggman and Metal Sonic instead of Waltzing Gromit.
Guys,
That's
you ever
how my
sit
brain
down-
works.
You ever sit down and look at yourself and go, "Oh man, I'm turning into the fucking Joker. I'm being turned to the fucking
You're having a
Joker.
Joker arc.
This story is turning me into the fucking Joker. I'm becoming the Jonker, Mr. Crazy Hamburger."
Yeah, welcome to my world. I've been here like a good, all the
You see,
story.
Alex, after you read Sonic.exe, everything becomes Sonic.exe.
There's no laws
You
against the
are.
Seuss body pillow, Batman.
Then it stopped and showed nothing but black screen. Guys, I'm just gonna power through this last bit.
Yeah.
I know
Fair.
we're almost done. As I sat there staring at the black screen, one last text came up.
Ready for round 2, Tom?
The Kafka laugh, now sounding more clear as if Sonic was right behind me, played again 3 times. I looked at that text in shock and confusion.
Don't you
Then
remember
I
all
got
those
booted
times
back
that
to the
Kyle
main
said that?
menu. And this time, the third save file had a TV image of Robotnik in the same tormented state as Tails and Knuckles. Robotnik's skin had turned a dull grey, his mustache drooped, and had blackened. His glasses broke and blood coming from them, and he had a near dead-like expression on his face.
Not near dead, mere dead. He was just merely dead.
He's a mere dead.
He's just
I
dead.
looked at Tails,
It's
Knuckles,
fine,
and
it doesn't matter.
Robotnik, and I cried a bit. I pitied them for the agony they're going through. They were forever trapped within the game, forever tormented by that horrid hedgehog.
Once again, I said
A maze
before,
with
I
no-
will say it again.
A labyrinth with no exit.
fucking
A maze with
pussy.
no prize.
Then the computer shut itself off, and I couldn't turn it back on no matter what I did. I sat there for maybe 25 seconds, horrified by what had just happened.
One Mississippi.
Sonic is the
two
very
Mississippi.
embodiment of evil. He tortures people who play his game in more ways than one, and then when he gets bored, he drags you into game. He literally drags you to hell, where he can play with you always as his toy. I'm sure he does.
Yeah. After what we've discussed about Tom, he's probably into that.
I can't get the game out of my computer. I think it's stuck in there, but at least I managed to turn it back on now. I sat there for 25 seconds, exactly. I heard a
Exactly.
voice right behind
2
me.
minutes.
It's a whisper.
Try to keep this interesting for me, Tom. Ta-ya!
Let's do this again sometime.
around to see where the voice came from, and what I saw made me scream. Sitting on my bed, staring at me, was a fucking Sonic plushie smiling with bloodstains under its eyes. Oh my god, guys, so fucking scary. Oh my
The
god,
Sonic
if I saw that, I
manifestation.
think I'd actually kill myself.
Yeah, if I saw that, I'd be like, okay.
I'd be like, truck!
I can hear my parents laughing in their bedroom, and I'm like, man, I wish I could. I
Damn,
wish I
at
could
least
join
you
them
guys
and laugh
having
at whatever
fun.
they're laughing at instead of this shit.
They're
that
actually reading
was-
Sonic.exe and laughing at how bad it is.
And that was Sonic.exe, gang. I don't even need to ask what we thought, but fuck it, let's say it anyway. What do we think of this dog shit?
Words truly cannot describe this creepypasta. Other than what literally happened to it, in the aftermath, like a couple years later.
But we will get to that in but a moment. Mason, did you have any further faults than that tune?
Nah, man.
Mason?
I got fucking nothing.
Mason?
Gregory, I am
Mason's
going to
dead.
keep it, as they say, a 100 emoticon with you. That was very shit.
That was very cringe, superstar. Terrible job, super shit.
Freddy, what
Terrible
the
dog.
fuck?
How'd you fuck that one up that badly?
Freddy, I'm like 5.
I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that was bad. That was very bad.
Yeah.
That was not a good
I
story.
think-
That was
You know what?
pretty
You know
terrible.
what, guys? You know what, guys? Actually, I've thought of the 4 perfect words to sum this story up. Okay, you want to know what those 4 sacred, wonderful words are?
Yeah, I know which ones they are, but I'm
You want to know what they are?
Go for it.
You want to know what they are,
Please
guys?
tell me. Tell me.
Yeah.
The structure was bad.
Yeah, there we go. That's the one. That's the one set of 4
Catchphrase,
words.
baby! That's the tagline of the series! That's the fucking tagline, gang! The structure was bad! This sucks! This is bad! This is a bad story! And as we're about to get into, it was written by a bad person. June,
Oh, we're getting into.
out of context time, baby!
Oh,
I'm on the verge
I mean,
of fucking
actually,
collapse.
you might know more about this than even I do. So
I think I do actually. So, if you don't mind, may I?
the floor is yours.
Alright, floor is mine. World is a fuck. Okay.
The world is mine. Hatsune Miku.
World is a fuck. World is a fuck. 283,597,297,175 dead cops. Fuck this. So, added context. So Sonic.exe got deleted off the original Creepypasta wiki for the obvious reason of being total ass. There were several sequels. There was Sonic.exe 2, written by the original author, which was so shit, it actually got deleted immediately and was lost for 10 years. Then there's Sally.exe, an unofficial sequel that is just the same shit again, but with Amy, Cream, and Sally this time around. Because. Then there's Sonic.exe Round 2, which, truly, you know how ass this story is?
Yeah.
Now imagine if it took itself even more seriously and was triple the length. And was no better quality-wise.
Of course not.
If anything,
I'm not gonna
worse.
lie, I currently feel like, now that we've gotten through the story, and like I've come down from like my body running on pure like hatred, holy shit, I feel nauseous.
Same. Fully, it's genuinely just like hate.
Alex, how the fuck
hate.
do you do that?
I don't know.
How?
Don't know.
God.
It just happens like that.
Never let me go full hater ever again, because goddamn, I feel
for the last like 10-15 minutes, the only reason I've been functioning is just like a fucking psychological copy of Am in the back of my fucking head going, hate, let me tell you how much I've come to hate JC the Hyena since I began to live. Speaking of which,
here we go.
I was about to just say, speaking of which, so JC the Hyena is a nonce.
We're putting it lightly, from what I remember.
Yep, he's a fucking shit stain.
Wasn't he like literally like a giga nonce? Or am I?
Yeah, ultimate level. Tub motherfucker, the Grooming Lord looks out and goes, Jesus man, slow down. What the fuck? No. Bad. That's bad. What the fuck are you doing? Dot Scratch looks at this guy and goes, okay, maybe you should slow your roll a little bit. But also, I was about to mention, there is one more sequel that is after that, which is a rewrite of Sonic.exe, where it's basically just Stephen King's It, more specifically the recent movie version with the serial numbers filed off. Which, great job there, buddy. But anyway, so, story got deleted off the Creepypasta wiki, and JC the Hyena wrote a whole fucking, like, villain monologue about how Sonic.exe was going to outlast them all and be the last one standing, the one to get the last laugh, and that he would take over the internet. And you want to know what the worst part is?
Worst part?
The motherfucker was right.
Yeah.
Because of all of the creepypastas that we have read in this series, the only two that are still remembered beyond the group of people who obsess over these stories all to this very day are Jeff the Killer, solely because of the search for the original image, and this actual, like, I think, honestly, I'm not even going to call it dog shit, because honestly, that's an insult to dog shit. That, at least, helps fertilize plants.
This waste of effort.
This genuine waste of hard drive space wherever the fuck in the fandom servers, wherever the fuck they are. This genuine, like string of letters that should not have been put together. However, the way this story has lived on is not as itself. Because most of the people involved in this know what happened with the original author, what happened with JC the Hyena, and quite rightly went, oh, fuck that, and fuck the original story, it's bad. I'm going to write my own version with blackjack and hookers.
And so many people decided that, I think
there's a
I've
whole
lost track
sub-community
how
out of
many
it.
there are.
There's
It's a whole sub-community, and, like, I ain't gonna lie, very interesting concepts that people like to play with.
Yeah.
You've got some that are, like, just the original, but, like, vastly improved, and then you've got others that are, like,
completely
oh,
different.
fuck. This is like a whole different beast.
Like, you've got, okay, in terms of ones that are EXEs, or at the very least, like, Sonic horror projects that are very closely associated with the EXEs a lot of the time, you've got stuff like, for the ones that are close to the original, you've got stuff like Lord.exe and Sonic PC port, which is literally just, hey, what if Sonic.exe as a story was in any way good and did anything remotely spooky other than blood! And
blood gallons.
You know, yeah, actually, no, let's not do that. Let's not associate good song with genuine dog shit.
Sorry, I'm like
PC
actually coping by like.
That's
So
fair.
you're doing what I do,
Fair,
June. You think of something better and you reference that instead.
That's a good point. That's fair. That's very fair. But Sonic PC port, pretty solid. You've got stuff like Sonic.exe, which is also pretty fucking solid. You know, other stuff that's similar to the original. And also you've got some that are just straight up, what if Sonic.exe existed in Sonic canon and was like a demon spirit that's possessing Sonic, and now the characters actually have the ability to fight back. And if it's that, every single time Metal Sonic goes fucking hard. Every single time. There's Sonic.exe Retribution. That's not a game. That is an animated. That is a animated sort of action, almost shonen level sort of series, where it is just like a whole bunch of fight scenes. And honestly, it's crazy. It's brilliant. I'd go like everything I mentioned at this point. PC port, EYX, Retribution. Check those out. And for ones that are completely different, or at least not completely different, there's sort of a mid-stage where they're like vaguely resemble the original, but they're not very close. You've got stuff like Rewrite, and Springless's work with that. Recommend that. That's the only one I can think of in that particular camp. But a couple that are very different, that aren't even really EXEs, but are very tied into the community.
Like, the sub-community of Sonic horror.
Yeah. You've got stuff like Green Mountain. Green Mountain is really cool, really interesting. I would recommend that as well.
It's still going, isn't it?
Yeah, it is still going.
As of the time we're currently recording.
Yeah, there is actually a better Sonic creepypasta that existed before Sonic.exe. El Pendrive Azul, which is basically...
Oh, yeah.
It's not, oh, there's an evil demon and there's blood. It's, hey, this guy found a game that is effectively a Sonic game that tricks you into playing it and then hits you with flashing lights that paralyze your body and then give you a seizure to kill you. It's a murder trap of a game.
Yeah. Which is like...
Yeah, your reaction there, Mason. That's actually oh shit. You know, there's any kind of a reaction you have to that other than, oh my god, stop talking about his eyes! You know? And another one that I find very interesting is Childhood Has Passed, which is basically...
I was gonna fucking say Childhood Has Passed!
Hell yeah, June! You know what I'm talking about!
I was
Basically-
literally like, he's not going to mention Childhood's Past. He probably doesn't know Childhood's Past. No, he
You
knows Ball. He knows Ball.
underestimate you underestimate me, fool. Of course I know Ball. Of course I know Ball. It's fucking
forgive
goated.
me. I forgot you knew Ball like that.
You fully forgot.
Forgive.
You fully forgot. But yeah,
I do
Childhood Has
apologise,
Passed
my friend.
is basically there's 3 entities that we know of currently in that sort of thing, and it's basically
More to
you've got-
come, I believe.
with more to come. So far, you've got Childhood Has Passed, which tries to trap you in nostalgia so that you sort of rot away while you're still alive. I'm explaining this very simply, because, I don't want to be here for another
Also,
hour.
get some images of this shit on screen.
Oh, of course! I'm going to be putting up images of every single one of these motherfuckers. They got Childhood's Past, who is basically like exploits your nostalgia to keep you in place and not developing, and your life rots around you. You get trapped in that nostalgia, and to escape life, and life passes you by, and shit goes wrong. For obvious reasons. You've got Adulthood, who is themed more around shadow visually, and instead preys on your fears of the future to keep you sort of trapped in your own little perfect utopia for a teensy little amount of time before it all crumbles away, and by the time you can escape, if you can escape, a while will have passed. And by a while I mean probably decades. You'll most likely be dead by the time you escape. And then you've got Good Future, that spends its energy effectively trying to steer you to having hope for the future, having that ability to step forward and keep going. So not all of the entities in this world are evil. Good Future acts as a direct counterpoint to Childhood's Past. But all of these that I have mentioned are great, and that's not even all of them. I could go into Starved. I could go into fucking, I forget the actual name, I think it's Sunk, where basically it's like
Sunk
becomes...
I know the one you're referring to.
Yeah, basically, for Mason's benefit, Starved, Eggman ends up eating a piece of burnt Mobian and gets addicted to it and basically shifts his entire empire from world domination to give me more food to eat.
Jesus.
Yeah.
He eats Sonic in the end. Well, not even in the end.
My God.
It's more the middle.
And
then
the
Sunk.
climax hasn't even been reached.
Yeah, and then Sunk is Sonic basically becomes immortal, but gets trapped at the bottom of Labyrinth Zone, so he's constantly drowning forever. And every time he dies of it, he comes back immediately.
Oof.
You see what we mean? People play with actual horror concepts here. It preys on the feeling of even just Sunk on its own, preys on the obvious fear of, I don't want to drown, but also the fear of, I don't want to be drowning forever, and also just with Sonic itself, Sonic is afraid of water, and water levels in Sonic are painful and on occasion terrifying. Especially when you're rather young. So these ideas mesh very well. But all of these that I've mentioned are just scratching the surface. There are so many more. In fact, actually, the first piece of fan art we got, if I'm not mistaken, ever on the channel, or at least a very early one, for the Sonic Destruction video, somebody made an edit of Ryder's Shadow. I forget the username, and I'm so sorry to the person who made that art. But it's been so long since then, and you were on Twitter, and I haven't been on Twitter in ages, and I haven't found you anywhere else. So I'm very sorry that I can't really credit you. But this person had an EXE. this person made an EXE story that, if I remember correctly, it was basically like the EXE was the character of the Sonic of this world basically existed to kind of almost Saw-like force through terror and life-threatening situations, force the other characters to grow and change as people. Kind of in sort of a Saw-ish way, but not really with traps, more with a direct, I'm gonna fucking kill you threat.
Yeah.
But there are so many of these, and I don't think I found one yet that I look at and go, that's genuine dog shit. Because the only ones that I've looked at that aren't, at the very least, an interesting horror concept, if not in and of themselves scary, are ones that are just beautiful shitposts. Sonky.mpeg, my beloved.
We stand Sonky.
We stand Sonky.mpeg. Great. Goated. Incredible. But yeah, and that community is genuinely, it is, I would be willing to say, in the sort of cultural context, the cultural thing of today, is the last remnants of everything we have discussed here over this past month. Except for the search for Jeff the Killer's original image, but that is sort of happening that's sort of happening in a side wing, and I think we all remember the clip of that one kid who thought Shadow was Sonic.exe in the post-credit scene for Sonic 2. And that's just...
I've not seen that!
Oh, you
Neither have I.
don't know about that?
I don't.
I thought
never
you
seen
know
that.
about it, June. You knew Ball. I figured you knew about this.
No one's ever mentioned it to me. This is the one bit of Ball that I'm not aware of.
That's fair enough. There was a clip that went around not long after Sonic 2 entered theaters of a kid who saw the post-credit scene for Sonic 2, and when Shadow opened his eyes, you can hear a kid going, "Is that Sonic.exe?" And that's just that. For one, holy shit, have they done Shadow so dirty that that some kid doesn't fucking recognize him. This guy's the second most popular character in the franchise, and someone doesn't recognize him.
That kid's parents just suck.
That kid's parents don't know Ball.
Execute his parents.
But
Firing squad.
I agree. But also, that just goes to show the level of sort of like prominence that Sonic.exe had then and still has. And most of that, I think you can boil down to Friday Night Funkin' did it.
Yeah.
Friday Night Funkin'
I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. We got to come back round to it. There was a mod for Friday Night Funkin' that focused around Sonic.exe. The first version of the mod, it had 3 songs, and it was just the original version of Sonic.exe and then one of Lord X, and that was it. Round 2, though, the second version of the mod, was a whole big thing. It had 2 of the songs with the 2 songs from before with Sonic.exe. It had one with a version called Xenophanes, I think is how it's pronounced. It had the song with Lord X. It had a song with Tails Doll in it. It had a Sonky.mpeg one. It had a Sonic.exe song. It had oh yeah, and then there was the one that was created by one of the people who was working on the mod, and there was a whole lot of drama around it that basically you can sum it up with all of these people were just kind of shit to each other, really, and no real actual like genuine crimes were done, even though accusations of that were slung around all over the place. And that is what caused the third version to get cancelled. But that sparked a lot of life into the Sonic.exe community, brought a lot of people in, And the rest is history. So, everybody, I'm going to go through the stories in the order that we are putting them out into the world, and give me a rating now that we've give me a rating for them now that we've reached.
Are we rating them according to how good they were as a creepypasta, or how good they were as a thing?
You may decide and can establish what you're ranking it under and why you're ranking it at the point you are. When you
None
say
of
your
them are
rating.
breaching 6.
None, not even Candle Cove.
No, it was fine. It was alright.
Damn. Okay.
It was okay.
Damn.
We'll rank them on a scale of 1 to 10, relatively speaking.
Yeah. We're
Relative
grading
to
on
each
a
other.
curve. We got a grade on a
That'll
curve.
be my ranking, relative
I
to
feel
each
like we've
other.
got a grade on a curve, or else there's gonna be so many 1s and 2s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
That's why I
mostly indistinct 1s and 2s. So I think we got a grade on a curve.
Beep, 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 beep. Microwave?
No,
Fucking...
my radiator. It's cold in
Okay.
my room.
I don't have a
Okay.
beeping radiator.
So,
Right, okay, so I like Candle Cove, I guess, is a 10.
hang on.
Let's get them in order.
There's 2 stories before we get to
You can rank them
Candle Cove.
however you want. I'm telling you how I'm ranking them.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and we're not even at Candle Cove yet, because first, Ben Drowned. Where are we rating? What would we rate Ben Drowned?
Relatively speaking, I would give it a 6.
I'd say I would honestly
Relatively?
say a 7. Relatively.
I was gonna say a 7.
It really was one of the creepypastas we read. A 5.
That's fair enough.
Although I'm probably a bit biased because, I know the video. While we were reading it, I was just thinking through the video clips as well. So.
Yeah, same here. So there is a bit of extra that me and June had on it that, do give it some bonus
Bolsters
points.
the enjoyment.
What was the second one we read? What was number
Real
2?
Chuck E. Cheese?
Yes,
The real chunky cheese.
Yeah, real chunky cheese.
I think like a solid 7 here was entertaining.
That's
It made me
fair.
laugh.
Actually,
We'll
you know,
we'll rank it on
entertainment value alone.
Entertainment value? I'm giving it an 8. I'm sorry.
Oh,
We
yeah.
can't just kill
If we-
that
if-
thing
okay,
because
so rank
the
entertainment
value.
mascot
I'm-
really is the line of all time.
Okay, you know what? I'll do that. I'll go on entertainment value. Entertainment value, Ben
Entertainment
Drown
value.
gets a 5. Chuck E. Cheese gets an 8.
That's
Chuck E.
fair.
Cheese
Yeah.
gets a 9.
Damn, no,
It was
that's
funny.
okay.
It was
That's fair.
funny.
It's like a 9
It
on
is. It
entertainment.
is certainly
Ben
funny.
Drowned, if
That
we're
is
talking
certainly
entertainment,
good.
I'll knock it down to a 6 then.
That's fair. Yeah, I'd probably, Ben Drowned on entertainment value, I'm gonna knock it down to a 6, maybe a 6.5.
Okay.
But
Alright.
yes, that's real chunky cheese. Next up, Candle Cove.
Like it.
Entertainment,
I
I'd
like
give
it.
it a
Rating Candle Cove.
Entertainment, I'd give it a 7. Relative quality, 10.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, it wasn't actually that entertaining. It was just finely written.
It was just a well-written...
It was just fine.
Yeah.
I
My
guess
face just wrote something that was okay.
yeah, I guess I'll give it like a 7.
Alright. I'm going to be putting these rankings on the screen as well. Just so the audience can see. So, then we had Men Whimpering House, aka No End House.
Well, see,
I'm
most of
gonna
the
say-
humour came from the
I think
stuff
like
that
a-
we came up
I
with.
think like a 2.
Yeah.
I really didn't
I
like it. It was
agree.
so boring.
Quality-wise,
I'd give it a 2.
I'd give it a 4. Entertainment-wise, I'd give it a 2.
Yeah,
so-
the
just so
only
nothing.
reason we were having so much fun is because we were like,
just kept going. This is a kink thing. This is a kink thing.
You know-
People
you know
are
what,
like,
I
yeah,
will-
I love
for the-
conjuring men into this house to make them whimper for my entertainment.
No,
it's a
I'll
2.
give it a 2.
Sexual.
It gets
It's a
a 2
2.
for the
In
last
fact-
bit where he goes through the number 10, and I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
That's how it gets the 2 for me.
Actually, no. Now I'm thinking about it, I'm giving it a 1.
That's
Fuck
fair.
that story.
Yeah, that's very fair. That's very fair.
Fuck that story.
Also, it was written by the guy who wrote Gooner version of Nosferatu.
Yeah. Yep, Guna.
Wait,
I forgot about that.
Nosferatu. You forgot about that, didn't
Wait, was
The
that
Middler.
written by Slime Beast?
Right?
you? What? What?
No, Men Whimpering House
Oh,
was
no,
not written by Slime Beast.
No, wait, Slime Beast was Guna Nosferatu. No.
Oh, yeah.
Who
I
wrote
thought
No
that
End
was
House?
Some fucker.
No one important.
Alright, I thought it was a Slime Beaster because they just had that same. They had that same I'm better than the story I'm in type.
No, they
narrative.
didn't have the I'm better than the story I'm in narrative. Let's not mince words here. No End House wanted to be scary. It was just very, very bad. It wanted to impress upon you how scared the protagonist was. It was just piss awful at it because it was like, a small child, I'm shitsing and pissing. Ah!
Yeah, there are 3 facts about No End House. The house had no end.
There were men, women,
Except when it did.
Children.
Oh, and it's a wolf.
Peter Terry was addicted to heroin.
Peter Terry was
Yeah.
addicted to heroin. We cannot forget how
Margot.
addicted to heroin Pete Terry was.
Knock it up to a 3 for PDT.
That's a good point. I'm doing the
You
same.
know what? I concur.
It's
You know
a 3 out
what?
of
For the Peter
It's a-
for Peter Terry being addicted to heroin, I'll bump it
It's
up
the
to a 2
big
on my head.
3 for Peter T. Woo!
Alright, next story.
Okay,
Okay.
episode 2. What was our first story in episode 2?
Squidward suicide, 0 out of 10.
Yeah, Squidward suicide,
Oh, yeah,
negative
0.
infinity.
Yeah, fuck
Squidward
that story.
suicide, negative infinity.
Yes and no.
It's bad like that one Steven Hillenburg analog horror is bad.
Oh god.
I
We're
don't
both
know
associated with
what that
SpongeBob,
is.
funny enough. Basically, analog horror where it's like, oh, Steven Hillenburg was actually evil and bad, and this was made after the real guy Steven Hillenburg fucking died.
Yeah.
Damn.
And it had it had
bro.
like a literal thing that said "See you in hell, Steven Hillenburg," and it's like
Wow.
genuinely, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Damn, bro.
Wow.
I'm
Me when I straight hate Stephen
me
Hillenburg.
when I full on
Stephen
piss on a man's
Hillenburg
grave.
propaganda.
Christ. I think I might have blocked out most of episode 2 in some fashion, or just straight forgotten it. What was our second in episode 2 again? Shit.
Let me find
My
the
brain ultimately
thumbnail.
wanted to say the real Chuck E. Cheese again.
No, I think it was Sonic Death Game. What's our thoughts on Sonic?
Yeah.
Death
Oh
right.
yeah.
It was
Sonic
short.
Death Game. It was short. It was
5
shit.
out of 10, it
I'd
was
give
short.
I'm gonna say.
The Tails doll
say-
plushie biting the guy.
No,
No, that wasn't
No,
that wasn't that one.
That's,
That was a different
that's
one.
not that one. That's not that one. Sonic
Wait, is
Death
that
Game
different?
was the one
Oh,
where
God.
Tails
Sonic Death.
goes to prison.
That sounds kind of fire, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah, 5 out of 10.
I'm gonna give that. I'm gonna give that a
forgot
solid
about that.
7.5. I'm gonna give that a solid 7.5 because
For Tails going to jail.
Tails
I'll give it a
goes to
6.
fucking prison.
I'll give it a
Tails-
6 for that.
Tails.
They jails
I think-
his ass.
If I'm not mistaken, if
Jail
I
for
remember
what?
correctly, in my mind's eye, Tails kills Sonic and then gets arrested by the police and goes to prison. And the author.
I think
is
That
that's
sounds like a
terrified.
bit from a fucking. And forgive me for.
That sounds like
invoking
the most fire ending possible.
It
Let
sounds
him
like a
cook.
fucking dorkly bit.
I knew you were going to say it. It does sound very dorkly.
Oh, my organs are rejecting this. I'm dying. I'm dying on the ground now.
It sounds like it's genuinely. That's just a
Don't
dorkly
invoke it
bit.
again. Don't invoke it again. I'm already
Get
dead.
on, mate.
What if it's like Beetlejuice? You say it 3 times.
You say
And then
it 3
Fat
times
Sprite
and the most
appears.
annoying person you can imagine appears.
Actually, I think.
Wow, I didn't know I could join this call twice.
No, dude.
Oi!
Come on.
I'm gonna fucking slap you.
We're
for
not having
being
any.
rude to
We're
yourself.
not
Sake
having
of irony.
anything of that. We're not having any of that. We are actively rejecting that.
Alright,
number
that's
next
illegal.
stupid fucking
3.
story.
3.
What was the next one?
was the third story in episode 2? It was before. It was the one immediately before.
Do you not have the
About
list?
Was it funny?
I
Mouth?
deleted most of the. No, that was episode 3.
That was episode 3.
I can remember episode 3 onwards perfectly. This is my 1 weak spot.
Oh
2
my God,
was just
hold
deeply unmemorable.
What was the one before Abandoned by Disney?
What about Abandoned by Disney? Yeah.
Yeah, that was the
That's
fourth
number
one.
4 in. That's number 4 in
What
episode 2.
the hell was number 3?
Just look at the thumbnail and you. Hopefully there'll be something there to jog me.
Username 666. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, username.
I'm
666.
looking at the
that one
thumbnail
was
right now.
It was.
It was really entertaining, but that one was cool. I'll give it a 5.
Yeah, I'll give it a 5. Yeah.
I mean, outside of the weird shit in the middle, I mean, it was.
Oh, yeah. 4 then.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. No, yeah. I was.
Did forget about that.
I'm gonna stick with a 5. Abandoned by Disney.
For me, dog.
Slimy.
Goliath. Actually, unironically,
Guy.
until the end, like a solid
If
6.
you cut the last 5 paragraphs, I'd call it a 6, maybe a 7. If you include
Yeah.
those, it goes down to
It's a 10 out of 10.
Oh, entertainment, remember?
Oh, an entertainment.
It's the
okay.
funniest thing anyone's ever
Here's the
written.
thing.
That
Genuine
person needs to have their
quality-wise,
fingers chopped off.
Humor wise, absolutely a 10 out of 10, and I do agree with the chop that guy's fingers off, but in the sense of like an ancient medieval king cutting out the tongue of his jester so that he can't tell any funnier jokes than the last one he just told.
Yeah.
It's like,
But he can't say
that's
funny jokes
from the
about-
mind that brought you. Guna Nosferatu comes literally photo-negative Mickey Mouse.
Blood.
I mean, I'll give it I'll give it an 8, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Truly the
And
worst,
10 out of
actually
10
just
for just the
the
sheer
worst.
fuck you-ness. Just the sheer. I gave up. I fully have given up on the story.
It was so fine, and then they just made the worst decision possible ever.
Yep.
Straight up.
Average
doing great.
zombies, Creepypasta.
They were flying. They were flying the.
Nah,
plane
there's shit
just
before that
fine.
usually as well.
They were flying the plane just fine. It was a bit shaky, but it was going okay. And then the pilot shit himself so hard that the plane was weighed down by the sudden change in mass and crashed directly into the ground.
Okay.
The goat. Moving on to
Best writer of all
Episode-
time.
the funniest guy. Episode 3, Tails Doll My Story. This is the one. This is the one with the Tails doll eating that guy's toes.
Well, I like a. I don't really. Nothing had like 3.
It was, yeah. It was like, I'd say a 4.
Nothing really
I
happened.
bring it
I'd
up
go
to
4 as well.
5 because the line, and to this day my feet ache and are sore, is kind of funny.
Yeah, give it a 5.
Yeah, I'd give it a 5 for that
You
one.
guys are generous. I'll set 3.
Yeah, no, Arthur, that's fine. You
Oh,
can
no,
be the
if that
hater.
line
That's
wasn't
just like
there,
every
it's
single
a
second
1.
of this has been.
If that line wasn't there, it's a 1 from me. That line gives it 4 points alone. Because that just really hits me.
Damn.
I
My
don't
gamer
know.
toes
I
have
don't know
never
what
been
it
the same.
is. June.
Wait, sorry, what?
Tails
Doll,
Doll, my story.
Tales Doll My Story, that's episode 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I
what
know,
is your thought
we
of it?
finished episode,
on a rank?
We're in episode 3 right now. We're ranking it.
I thought that when he nibbled the guy's toes, that was funny. 7.
7?
Okay.
Damn! Okay.
Toe
Highest so far was a
nibble around,
5.
yeah.
Alright, 7 out
I
of
just
10.
find it
7 out
incredible.
of 10
Entertainment
for
value
Well,
alone.
you've shown your
I
hands,
thought
June,
it
or
was,
should I say your thoughts?
I thought it was incredibly hilarious when the author thought, you know what? Let's just have the guy's tongue nibbling at his guy's feet.
That's the most harrowing fate we can convince.
That is
Yeah.
like, I found it
Yeah.
hilarious that this guy was like the most horrific fate ever.
Oh my
The
god.
toes get nibbled off by the Tails doll.
Dear Lord.
Nibbled by the tibble. Alright, next story.
Next story with Slime Beasting again. It's Funny Mouth. What do we think of Funny Mouth, everybody?
Like a solid 0.
Yeah, not good.
This
I'm
guy,
gonna give
they're like literally nothing.
Okay, Here's
Funny
the
Math
thing.
just isn't funny.
I would give it a 0. However, the idea that this guy just full crashed out so hard he broke his own jaw for no reason is funny enough.
Oh,
that
I
I'm
did
gonna go
forget
with a
about that
2.
actually. Okay, we'll give it a 2.
I'm gonna-
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
go
I did
That's why I
forget
put
that
it
he.
at
I did
3. The
forget that he
funniest
got
thing-
rage baited so hard he killed
Ra-
himself.
The whole
I'm gonna give that a
story
3.
AI
was the
psychosis
perils of
victim.
rage bait.
Real AI psychosis victim.
Real AI
He got hit by a
psychosis victim.
chatbot that just actually drove him to psychosis.
Fully rage baited by a guy who did not
Is that
know
one
what
of
he
those
was doing.
Blackwall? Do you think Funny Mouth was one of those Blackwall AIs from like Cyberpunk?
Bro. Oh, maybe. Next, we have Jeff the Killer, the original version.
9 out of 10.
10 out of
9
10.
out of 10. 9 out
That
of 10.
shit's
10 out of 10.
hilarious.
I'm gonna go even.
A thing of
Stevens between
bleach
the
will
two again,
live
go
in my
with
heart
9.5.
forever.
Yeah, Jeff the Killer 1. Jeff the Killer, the original. Goated on entertainment value. Absolute dog shit actual.
Oh, it's so
story.
ass.
It's very much. I'm going to only put up the entertainment value rankings, but just know on raw quality it's a -5. Minimum
Yeah.
-5. Arthur.
Yeah. Oh
Is
no.
is that your official ranking?
Yeah.
We've got,
There
we've
you
got
go, sir.
10
Yeah,
out of 10.
out of 10.
We got a 9.5 out of 10. We got 9 out of 10. We got yeah, and then we got 10 out of 10. And we got 9 out of 10. Or 10 out of 10, I forget. But yeah.
I don't even know. Oh, it's fucking. I don't know if I really enjoyed that one that much. Was I that entertained? I don't even remember it.
Thing of Bleach.
Yeah.
No, it was so
It's very much-
uninteresting.
yeah.
I didn't even enjoy it. Like, I think like a 0. I was just
fair enough.
devastated after it finished. I was just like, this sucked.
He was fully.
That, like,
that's the mo-
I
that's
went.
the moment
I
the
just.
hope
I was
within
just
you
like, this
died.
is done. This is bad.
Jeff the
alright.
Killer, fucking Jeff that killed your will to live.
Yeah.
But speaking of Jeff the Killer, our last story of episode 3 was, of course, Jeff the Killer, the rewrite.
1 out of 10. It
2015.
pissed me off.
Yeah, it was just so mid. It
It gets a
it
1
was
for the
like-
sheer value of not
it was
having
just-
bad, not like shit that you just shouldn't write in it, like Squidward Suicide had.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's like.
yeah, it's just
like,
a 1.
There's a reason I'm leaving 0 and the to 10 negatives open, which is why I gave Squidward Suicide a negative infinity. I'm fully giving Jeff the Killer the rewrite entertainment value negative 3. It was just so like. It to me encompassed what the original did to Arthur, of like, this just sucks so bad. And for the rewrite, it's not even humorously bad. It's just a soul-sucking just like dredge of just like all the problems of the original Jeff the Killer still exist here, and there are new problems, and the old problems are no longer even entertaining. You know? It's not even like, oh, Jeff the Killer got a weird feeling and he gets his anime rage power up, he goes Super Saiyan. Instead, it's like this weird mixed food metaphor for not really any
Like,
coherent reason.
sadism, some shit.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, cool.
It exists.
It's there.
It's not good.
It's not entertainingly bad, but it is not good at all. Arthur, what would you put Jeff the Killer 2015 at?
Was that the hit?
Like a solid 3. Like, not much. It was better, in my opinion. Like, yeah, they made it. They went, we're gonna make Jeff the Killer better, and they went,
Yeah,
the structure improved.
The structure improved, but put it on screen
The
one
structure
last
was still
time for the
bad.
road, it was still bad. Episode 4, Jane the Killer, the real story. What do we think of Jane the Killer, the real story?
I was like a 5.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it, because it was just Jeff the Killer, but longer and with extra bits and, like, anime... Ugu fucking notice me Jeff Senpai nonsense in the middle.
Yeah.
It was just like...
I mean, it
weird.
Exists.
It was there. I'm gonna give that. It's not negatives, because we did still have some fun with it, but it's like a 3, maybe.
Yeah.
It's like a 3, Arthur.
Maybe a 4, actually.
I think like a 7 out of 10. It restored my hope that there are people who care.
Yeah.
I was like, wow. It's so nice and refreshing to read something written by somebody who actually cares what they're writing about. Fuck it. I'm giving it an 8. It wasn't good, but holy shit, was it nice.
There was light
I'm bumping mine back up to a 5, so I'm purely just straight in the middle.
That's fair, actually. That's fair. I'm sticking to a 3 because it was just, It was just very, for me at least. And Mason, I'll just put a non-applicable. Which it was Eyeless Jack next. Eyeless Jack. What do we think of Eyeless Jack?
1.
I'm gonna give it a solid 2 out of 10, much like I would that Doctor's Bedside Manner.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2 as well.
Sorry, your brother's fucking dead and you don't have a kidney.
Damn.
Great job, buddy.
That's genuinely the end of the story.
Bro. Go on.
What have we got next?
No, you were saying something like genuinely at the end of the story, so...
Genuine... No, that's how it ends.
Oh, you were just...
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
the actual end of the actual story.
That's the end of the story.
Yeah, fair. I thought you were going to say more about the ending of the story, but yeah.
We already said it.
That's fair. I don't know. I don't know. You could have said something. You gotta add more to say. Then we got fucking... what was it again? Because we scrambled it a little bit at the last minute. It was... it was Tiki Toby next. What do we think of Tiki Toby?
1. Actually, no, fuck it.
0.
-4.
Because of bad things
4.
that should not have been in the story.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you can go negatives if you wish. To be clear, this is on the table.
I understand, but I will stick to the metric of 0 to 10.
I'm giving it a -4 because the only reason any of it was entertaining for me was because I put on the fucking Ringo Starr voice.
And that was our outside influence. That wasn't from the merit of the story.
Yeah, I'm gonna say...
Oh no, that wasn't because of the merits of the story.
Otherwise both Jeff the Killer stories would be much higher ranked.
Breaking my fucking
Damn, we have
computer.
broken the scale to 10 for that one then. But yeah, I'm gonna say a -3 just sheerly because exactly what's been said before, but there were some moments where it's just truly absurd. So I'm giving it an extra point for that, but it is still well into the negatives.
As I continued to say, the structure was bad.
The structure was bad. It wasn't the last time when we said it before. It's the last time. Maybe this time.
Yeah.
Maybe it isn't. I don't know when we're going to say
Me
it.
when I lie. Me when I lie.
Me when I lie and tell fibs. The Rake. What do we think of the Rake? Or Arthur, were you even there for Tiki Toby or?
No, I wasn't there for Tiki
No,
Toby,
he
but I
wasn't.
was
Fair enough.
there for the Rake.
The Rake. The Rake. What do we think of the Rake?
Actually, you know what? The Rake had an interesting concept and they executed it very, very badly. And also, it was nothing to do with that picture they showed.
Yep.
So, who cares out of 10?
I'll give it
Right.
a 4.
Okay, so like a
I
5.
can't,
for that.
I can't
So like a
even
5.
form
Just
an
give it a
opinion,
4,
really.
I'll
I'm
give it a
like,
4.
yeah, it was a...
I'll give it a 6, I
I'll
guess.
call it a 5. I'll put Arthur's down as a... I'll put Arthur's down as a 5 because that's the closest I can think of to what who cares out of 10 is.
Yeah, it's like really was there, right?
It sure was a thing
was
that was
weird.
written on the internet. And now we're into the episode 5 territory, starting with, of course, Ted the Caver, which I'm gonna say 10.
Like, well, the thing is, quality-wise, yeah, it's on par with Candle Cove. Entertainment, I don't think it was as entertaining as Candle Cove, and I only gave Candle Cove an 8, so I guess I'll give Ted the Caver like a 7.
That's fair enough. Okay, quality-wise,
I mean,
it's
I
like-
had a good time.
It's a 10. I also
It's
had
still a good
time.
score.
I still had a pretty damn good time, you know. Actually, it's one of the few times where it's like, I think, yeah, literally, pretty much the only time where I was actually like invested in the atmosphere of the story and was like, oh, okay, I'm engaging a teensy little bit of fear factor here. I'm sat here and I'm like, ooh, I'm a little tiny bit spooked. You know?
Yeah.
Ooh, this is actually creating some emotional stimulus within me that isn't deep depression, overwhelming rage, or laughter the likes of which is sending me off of my chair. You know, it's like the one time that happened this whole time, and for that I give it a 10 on entertainment factor, because it actually created the response it was going for. In any level. June, I don't know if you said your ranking.
I didn't. I give it like an 8.
That's fair enough.
I had a good time.
Indeed.
Unlike some stories where I didn't feel like I was losing my mind. It was just a nice thing to read, and
We will
purely on
get
that,
there.
I got entertainment value out of it because
Indeed.
I wasn't thinking about 5 different ways of.
Fucking launching yourself
Toaster
away
and
from the
bathtub.
story. Next up, we had Russian Sleep Experiment, which I know we were all here for because we just did it. So, numerical ranking for Russian Sleep Experiment, where are we putting it?
Like a
personally,
3.
quality-wise, it was. Quality-wise, it was a solid, maybe a 4 if I'm generous. Entertainment-wise, I'm gonna say, yeah, it's also a 4. It's also a 4 for me. It was. Like,
I think that shit's a 2. I was not entertained by anything in that shit.
I mean,
Yeah,
I was
that-
literally reading JoJo while we were reading it.
That is fair. That's fair. I was entertained sheerly by the fact of like how truly absurd it was to just start the story off with okay, normal, immediate jump to total absurdity, and then acting like everything's roughly normal from there. You know, that alone made me think, okay, this is entertained me in some form, and it's thoroughly not what the author wanted. Arthur, your thoughts?
Yeah, like a 3.
That's fair enough. We got a spread. This one, the one that's on screen right now, or is on screen for you guys, I'll probably have taken it down for this ranking segment. So, the Wyoming Incident.
Yeah, like a 3.
It's a 1. I'm calling it a 1.
Not
'cause
entertaining.
it's
It gets a
it's-
1.
It's there. It sure is there. Quality-wise, yeah, fuck it. I guess a 4. But, like, entertainment-wise, it's like, yep, it's a block of text. It is a block of text on the internet.
It's like a 2, I guess.
Yeah. That
I
is
just do not care about the story.
fair. Yes, thoroughly, like, okay. And finally, Sonic.exe.
It's pretty
So-
entertaining.
So here's the thing,
Give it a 7.
quality-wise, negative 10. It's truly quality-wise the worst one in terms of raw text quality. You know, it is, I think, in terms of how well a piece of text was written, ignoring all of the contents of that text, it is up there for me with My Immortal of just like, this is truly so bad it's almost a work of art on how bad it is. You know, the quality is almost so bad, it wraps back around to belonging in a museum. You know? It deserves... It's one of the few ones so far that I think deserves a reward for how bad it is. Or an award. You know? But, entertainment-wise... the borderline triple manic episode you guys in the audience probably just watched will speak to how entertaining I think it was. Entertainment-wise, I'm giving it a 9.
I give that shit a 0. I was not having fun. I was not having fun.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
Totally fair. And
because you two were having a manic episode, I was just genuinely wanting
you were fully crashing out, and that's equally as fair a reaction to that story.
Yeah.
Equally as fair. But that is about all we've got to say on those rankings. And so I shall pass it over to Past Me to round things out with some final thoughts on this series.
I'll say, just as like a final piece.
Final piece for the additional content section.
It's kind of nice to know that people went, you know what, no, we don't have to let this be ruined.
And we don't have to stick to this fucking thing.
We can make something better. We can
do better.
And I think
we can do better than this shitty flood fill edit.
And okay,
because you can still see the blue around the fucking
horror
clouds. It's flood filled.
Internet horror at times can be very derivative.
Derivative is putting it lightly. Let's not mince words. If we're doing like a summary of all of the series, internet horror, as we have seen and learned, can be, and frankly very often is, dog shit.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, you're right.
But.
It's stuff like this sub-community of like Sonic horror that's popped up, and Candle Cove,
Ted the Caver, several different analog horror series.
I've highlighted a couple of things as we've gone through this series, such as Alex Archives,
and of course Local 58.
And Local 58, yes, indeed.
We cannot forget the goat.
People of either the original author of something or someone else taking an idea and going, wait a minute, we can do something with this.
We can do something with this even more. And I think it's especially inspiring to me when the original idea is not just bad, but so bad that bad doesn't even begin to touch it. And they take that idea and they make something, and they make not just one thing, but so many hundreds of things that are genuinely really good out of it.
As much as you've seen us lose our shit about how bad some of these stories are, I want to leave it off with, this is not how it has to be. things can be so much better than this. And they are.
Indeed they are.
You just have to look for the right stuff.
You know,
There are people with genuine fucking talent putting shit out on the internet for free,
Junior,
mind you.
Your mic's clicking a bit.
Okay, well, I'm bringing it closer.
You might want to fiddle with the cord. Something was up with the cord, I think.
Oh my god.
There we go. I think we're good.
Audacity says it's fine.
Yeah.
There are people putting really good goddamn content out on the internet for free, mind you, that they spend days, months, years, in some cases,
even years, yeah.
And okay, we've looked at the shit.
Because let's be honest, creepypasta, it is majority dog shit. This is, I think, the worst medium of internet horror.
If there is one
per quality
series,
per story,
though, if there's one series though, bridging off of creepypastas, if there's one series that I would recommend in terms of unfiction horror, it would be Chainmail Chasers, because I think that pretty much encapsulates. You know, what if the idea of what if we took creepypastas and we just played it straight but made it good?
What if
and
we
look
did
at them
something
as what if we did something interesting with that? And I won't say much about Chainmail Chasers because I think you should enjoy it in your own time and uncover what actually happens in it. But go out and watch that. Go out and watch Alex Archives. Both
go explore the Sonic.exe community as well.
Exactly, go explore that. There is so much good horror on the internet, and it doesn't have to all be blood, guts, and gore.
In fact, I think a lot of the time, it is genuinely better when it's not all blood, guts, and gore the entire time, and actually spends.
As someone who can't stand gore, it is refreshing how bloodless a lot of this stuff is.
It's like, please build some suspense, and they do.
But yeah, I've said my piece.
Yeah, and Mason, do you have anything you wish to add to that point?
Our greatest superpower as a species is ingenuity. The quality of being creative, inventive, original, taking something that doesn't work and making it into something that does. And
iteration as well.
Iteration. This is just an example of that. This is what we do. This is what we can do. And I think it's really impressive when we do stuff like that.
Hell fucking yes. And I know if Arthur were here, he would absolutely cut the tension and go, but this was dog shit. And he'd be right.
Yes.
And he'd be fucking right.
He would truly, the only way he would be wrong is that that's an understatement. Right. But I do think
let's hop off the soapbox.
It is important to remember that good shit is out there. You've heard our recommendations, but don't just take them as like, oh, I've got to go do that and that's it. Go out, see what's out there, you know? Maybe you'll find something that you really, really enjoy that isn't connected to anything we've talked about here today, or...
Oh yeah, of course.
Or even that most people think is bad. And I think it is... One more point. I'm gonna get back on the soapbox for just one more second.
I see it's hopping back up though.
I'm hopping back up on the soapbox. Just because we genuinely fucking despise most of these stories that we've read does not mean that enjoying them is something that is bad. Because I think there is a lot... And one thing we have also discovered over this series, and, well, I say discovered, more shown over the course of this series, is that a lot of the time, these stories end up being so bad that it is so much fun to just riff. Like, I mean, have we had any more fun with a bad story than just having Vriska Circuit say she's going to kill the guy who keeps talking in a fucking uwu voice?
The whimpering men house.
The men whimpering house. The genuine Joker crash outs we had near the end of this story.
Whatever the fuck the last... How long have we been recording? The last 2.5 hours was. Whatever the fuck I was doing during that, I've like actually...
Just entered a fugue state.
I'm scrolling back up through the chat and I'm like actually
The
like...
Sonic.exe fugue state.
This is genuine insanity, but... that shit is still fun. Is any of it good? Yes, but only Ted the Caver and Candle Cove. And there was the one that was like a solid meh in episode 4.
I don't remember what that was.
Forget. The Rake, that's it. The Rake was mid.
Oh, yeah,
But-
that one was okay.
But...
I think Ben Drowned has some redeeming qualities.
oh yeah, Ben Drowned was okay
That's-
as well, yeah.
Arthur just hates it.
Arthur just hates it. That's
Which
just
is fair.
Arthur. That's just
With-
Arthur, and it's fair. But I think it is genuinely very important to be able to laugh at the dumb, stupid dog shit in the world, you know? Because you can't, if you can't laugh at that, the world's gonna look like, the world's not gonna look great. Let's be honest here. So, go out there, fucking find some good horror, or find some hilariously bad horror. And maybe we will do this again next year. Maybe we won't. It's very much we'll see. But if we do, send us through some recommendations. Why not? Why don't you build the list next time? At least factor in a little. Just don't send us anything that's too shit or we will not be reading it. Anyway.
Or anything that's too...
or anything that's 100 billion% blood, guts, gore. That's just going to be off
long.
the table.
Don't send us things that are like
Don't-
really long.
There's only one really, really long story that we might read, and I'm not going to spoil what it is because I don't know if we're going to be reading it. But,
Yeah.
with that said, I think it's about time we get that outro going, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it.
So,
wanna
if
go.
you like this video, hit that like button. If you very much like this video and want to see more like it, hit that subscribe button. We upload episodes of our main series, Reading Homestuck, every Monday or Tuesday, depending on your time zone. And we upload other things on Thursdays or Fridays, again, depending on your time zone. What are we doing next? Well, it's a one-off video, but you'll just have to wait and see, won't you? I'll leave it to be a surprise. You can also follow me on Tumblr and on Blue Sky. I post things on those places sometimes. Less Blue Sky than Tumblr, but still, on occasion. You can send me asks, send me DMs, send me whatsoever you choose. YouTube does sometimes eat your comments, which is very frustrating for all involved, especially if you're trying to send recommendations for next year. So, if you have something you want to send me and YouTube decides that you can't, you can send it to me on either of those places and I will be able to see it. You can also send images if you want. You know, or videos or whatever. Stuff that YouTube doesn't let you. You can also follow June on Tumblr, Blue Sky, and on Instagram. June!
Yeah, you can follow me in those places. Sometimes stuff happens.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And you can also follow our friend Arthur on Twitch. He does stuff on there. On occasion, the day is sort of like whenever he's kind of free and up for it. But he's usually streaming. He usually starts streaming between 6:30 and 8 p.m. GMT. And goes for about 2, maybe 3 hours at a push. Maybe 1 hour if it's rough day, but like, you know, that's sort of like a range. And he is currently doing Deltarune, and unfortunately I didn't catch his last stream. Mason, he's in chapter 4 currently, yes?
Yes, he started chapter 4 and he was completely zany because he had drank a lot of whiskey and orange juice.
Oh my god, he drank more whiskey? I didn't realise that when I popped in.
But he did beat the Roaring Nut Dealer in like an hour. So that was pretty impressive.
Damn, okay.
Yeah.
Shit, yeah, fair.
He kind of cleaned that battle.
He kind of cleaned out, okay.
He took like 5 attempts, I think. 5 or 6.
Bro did it with the training weights on. AKA while hammered.
Or maybe that was with the training weights off.
Yeah, maybe that's how he gets his fucking limit breaker.
Maybe maybe that's Arthur Unbound. Actually, I think that might be Arthur Unbound.
Yeah, actually. Unbound from this plane of reality. But, Mason, do you have anything you wish to say at the end of this final episode of Reading Creepypasta?
I need to say thank you all so much for watching. We've experienced a wide spectrum of emotions reading all of these fucking stupid stories, and we hope you've enjoyed watching us read them, listening to us read them, and you know, as exhausting of an experience as it has been, I would absolutely be open to reading more several months from now. It's been fun. I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to getting back to what we usually do. But this has been a lot of fun.
It's going to be good to get back to what we usually do. But man, next October we've got some stuff we could go through. We've got plenty we can have a look at. But
maybe not just creepypastas.
Indeed, maybe some other internet horror things, but that is a question for our future selves. And speaking of our future selves, they will see you in the next video. Later.
See ya.
I'm gonna creepy the pasta.
You're gonna what?